Nick here, and welcome to part 22 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. We ended part 2 of the flashback of how Daryl and that group of people survived and reconvened themselves with Rick and now Morgan and the militia since, Carl's bye-bye. And now we're going to see how more of the story plays out and what Rick thinks about all this right now. But before we get into that, did you guys know that physicists and myself believe that there are 2 or more alternate realities? One in which you subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you don't. If you really would not want to, that would be unfortunate. But anyways, let's check out these 2 alternate realities. If you don't subscribe to Nick's Topics, this whole entire planet as we know it will be blown up by Frieza, just like Planet Vegeta. Or Namek, but Planet Vegeta's destruction was way cooler. In my opinion, really, because, it took forever to Planet Namek to explode, but that's besides the point. Anyways, if you do subscribe, you will be given a lifetime supply of French fries and any kind of chicken, preferably not barbecue, because, hey, who likes barbecue chicken? But hey, chicken and fries is my favorite meal, so that's what came about this particular, if you would subscribe. Yeah, basically. Anyways, yeah. If I were a betting man, I'd choose having my absolute favorite meal over this entire planet getting destroyed by a gigantic supernova. So, I definitely hit that subscribe button if you want a very delicious meal. Well, it's delicious in my opinion, but agree to disagree. But anyways, now that we got those 2 scenarios out of the way, let's get into how Rick recollects himself after Daryl spins off his entire spiel about how they lived. Rick goes in for Daryl for a hug, hearing this backstory, and sad that if they didn't know that Dale was dead, but knowing that Michonne was dead, for all he knows, they both could be dead, because I've literally hinted that Dale might be alive way too many times, but like I said, had to happen. After this, Daryl is looking around at the fiery building, Morgan, and then Judith being alive, and then a bunch of random people, but then he doesn't see Carl anywhere. He doesn't see him on the, impaled yet, with his eye and his chest and everything, like I said. So he doesn't see that, so he asks, "Where's Carl?" And hoping to God that he did not die in the flames, or before that. But Rick would then spiel off his side of his story, and everything that happened to him in great detail. But soon enough, he begins to break down, utterly sobbing. And then, when he gets to the end of his backstory, he points in utter anger and sadness with tears streaming down his face, and then points over directly in front, basically straight behind them, to a large pole, one of Morgan's traps, and there lies the dead Carl, with his eye and his chest impaled, and him looking very, very dead. And I feel that he would have reanimated as a walker, or Rick or Morgan would have stabbed him in the head and tried to get him out, but that's a tall order for how he was impaled and everything. Anyways, this time Daryl would go into Rick for a hug because he cannot imagine what Rick's going through right now. He would think at least he has his daughter and his friend, and they're all back now, but losing his kid after he just lost his wife, he can't imagine how Rick feels. And then Morgan, after all this, would bring up Terminus once again, mainly towards Daryl and those people who just showed up and everything. But then he would once again bring it up to Rick and everything, and saying that now we got more survivors and people, that pretty much guarantees that they can go past Terminus and try and see where Bob and everybody else is. Rick thinks about this for a sec, actually collecting himself and thinking about his answer this time, rather than ultimately wanting to leave and shrug it off, because he was about to leave before Daryl and them showed up. Now he agrees to actually stay now that there's more survivors. He's collected himself for the most part. So ultimately, he agrees, yeah, we should go find them. But before they do that, Morgan says that, speaking of survivors, he tells Daryl and everybody else there that he had gone to Woodbury and tried to look for survivors and been all over the place. That's how he knew about Terminus and survivors besides them, and got all their weapons, which he should return now. He gives Daryl back his crossbow. He gives Tyrese back his hammer, so he's giving everyone back their weapons now since they lived. Might as well. He gives Sasha back her sniper. I know I didn't bring that up, like Sasha's particular sniper here, like back in whatever part when Morgan went to Woodbury, but that's my mistake. Call it a small error. But yeah, she gets that back. But then Morgan comes across a conundrum. What is he supposed to do with two particular weapons? Dale's rifle and Michonne's blade. Since they have no idea if Dale actually died, since he literally got shot and wasn't moving, and Michonne's dead, so they can't give her back her sword, who knows? What should he do with them? And Glenn ultimately steps up after a few minutes of everyone thinking about what to do, and says that he will take Dale's rifle in order to honor him. Because Glenn, if not, like, he was the one person besides Rick who looked up to him, mainly, out of everyone in the group. So he feels that he should have it. So Morgan ultimately decides to keep Michonne's blade for himself, because we saw how he wielded it at Terminus against the likes of Mary, and that's going to play into a big effect with Morgan and the sword later on, like, especially towards near the end of the story, but mainly throughout parts, we'll see it play very handily in Morgan's way. After that, Morgan specifically states the survivors of who they are, besides already mentioning Bob's name, and that there, of course, did happen to be, people that died before they even reached Terminus and met those other strangers, and before he met the one called Eastman. Sasha even recognizes that Morgan said Bob, and is like, nah, we gotta go. No matter if anyone would disagree or not, they gotta go now. Because they had started to get into a small relationship. Not a huge one, but enough. So, Rick ultimately decides that since they saved like 25 to 30% of their weapons, they don't have too much else to get. And now that Rick's collected himself at least a tad bit more to stay with the group and lead them to a degree, now they are more than capable, or he at least is more than capable, of wanting to go past Terminus and see what's going on. But before they go, Tyrese realizes something. Noah had gone with them, but they all turn around once he brings this up, and Noah is nowhere to be seen. That's funny. Noah. I don't know. That's a small little joke there. I just realized. But anyways, they all turn around once Tyrese brings this up, and Noah is nowhere to be seen. And he was right behind him, so he couldn't understand what happened to him. Rick then ultimately thinks of a plan, because he might have gone back to the hospital. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he either got captured, or maybe someone or some people are still alive. Then Rick ultimately thinks of a plan. One half of their group here will go to Terminus and see what's up with that group of people, and the other half will go back to the hospital area and try and see what happened to Noah. And that way, they're splitting their resources again, even after they just got back to finding each other, but that way they can solve two problems at once, and even they could probably just meet past Terminus, if anything else, especially if there's more survivors or if Noah was just captured. They can solve two problems at once. So, the group goes as such. Rick, Daryl, Morgan, Tyrese, and Sasha will go past Terminus to Bob, Eastman, and that group, and the other half will consist of Glenn, Maggie, Mitch, Tara, and Megan, and they're going to go to the hospital area to see what the frick happened to Noah. So the groups set off in opposite directions to solve two problems at once. Now, about past the cabin where Morgan left Abraham and everybody else, what happened to them? Did they stay, or did they leave after not being able to see Morgan or hear from him in a good while? And if they left to go to the direction of Washington and possibly met with Father Gabriel, which will be the revelation in the next episode, what will be the ultimate turnout with Gareth and the rest of the cannibals, since they really, in this situation, would be definitely most likely alive? And what will ultimately happen on both parties with the group splitting up to deal with two problems? Will it end with it being solved, or has more than one problem been created in this serious plot twist? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope that you guys liked this episode. Kind of shorter, yet not really much shorter than most of my other episodes. I mean, I had a few 9-minuters at the beginning of the series, and then a 9-minuter a few episodes ago. So this one isn't too short, all things considered. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time.
Look, I don't care what you are. This ends now! We're the ones who win.
Hey guys, Nick here. And today, we're getting into part 23 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered part 2 of the flashback that explained how Daryl, Tyrese, Sasha, Dale, and all those people survived, and the overcompensated teaser that Dale would live but be very much different, which I apologize for. There was literally no other way to say that. Now, the group is split into two halves. One, to go after Eastman and Abraham and get the other survivors there, and the second half to find Noah. Now we're going to see what Gareth has in store and what the cannibals will have with Rick's half, and get into the rest of Rick's half in the next episode. So let's get into it. But before that, did you know that physicists believe that there are two alternate realities? One in which you subscribe to Nick's topics, and one in which you don't. Now let's set the scene for these two realities. If you don't subscribe to Nick's topics, Weiss will come out of nowhere, pop up straight in front of you, use his staff, and literally put you in the position of Broly, and you will have to listen to Goku / Kakarot crying for not just until you are ultimately almost killed by King Vegeta, but in a paradox dimension where you listen to it forever. But if you do subscribe, you will be given the opportunity of a lifetime to be in the Wreck-It Ralph arcade universe and get to choose who you are and what arcade game from Wreck-It Ralph, or just in general, that you want to be featured in. So, if I were a betting man, arcade games are cool, and Wreck-It Ralph definitely went on to make me appreciate arcade games a lot more than I did. Not like I ever hated them, but if I were a betting man, I'd definitely choose an arcade game over being put in the place of Broly having to listen to Goku crying for eternity. So hit that sub button, and let's get into it. Now, we get to Abraham's group, but before that, Gareth and the cannibals have gotten out of Terminus and are on their way to try and track Abraham and Eastman, who's also there, along with, that little group of people. But remember, Martin is the one who told Gareth where Tyrese and all of them where they all went. So the problem lies for them finding them whenever Gareth opens the cabin door to find Martin not injured, but a walker. But how is that possible? Eastman just knocked him out. I get he knocked him out twice, but even with the stick like that, there ain't no way that Eastman would just switch sides like that, barely getting into his character. So, did he somehow accidentally kill him? Or did something else happen? How did he become a walker? Well, you see, after waiting what seems like an eternity for Morgan to arrive with Rick and these people who Abraham and everybody else heard is going to come with them to Washington, they waited too long and left. So, someone went back right whenever they were about to leave. Lizzie. She had snuck back whenever no one was paying attention and they were too drawn up in what might happen with the cannibals and the waiting. And Martin begins to wake up. And then, whenever he wakes up, he hears the door open and properly focuses his eyes and himself. And the door is beginning to open. And Martin, at this point, he is full on expecting Eastman to just come back in there and whack him in the head again. And this is his eternal punishment for, being a Terminus resident. We don't know what would go through Martin's head and how he would comprehend this, but he is very surprised when he doesn't see Eastman, but a little girl, that of which being Lizzie, obviously. And Martin's just like, really? Some little girl just got into the cabin? Like, who is she? Martin, I don't think, would have known who Lizzie was. But before he can even process this, he doesn't get a chance to. Because a knife is stabbed straight into Martin's neck by Lizzie, who then smirks in a very childish way, saying right after, now you get to be with your friends. You get to join the things in this world that matter, that of which being the walkers, because Lizzie was crazy. So yeah, then everything just goes to red for Lizzie. She keeps stabbing and stabbing and stabbing, and she does not stop until the groans and cries and just complete and total trying to fight back from Martin just quiets. But she doesn't kill him, because remember, with the whole Mika situation, Lizzie wanted everyone to be walkers. So after this, she snuck back Mika, and I guarantee you maybe like Abraham or Rosita or Eugene or even Eastman would probably question this as to like, maybe they wouldn't even pay attention, but some part of me thinks that someone would have known that Lizzie snuck away, mainly Mika or someone like that, but it really wouldn't pay any attention to the story, so they wouldn't care. Anyways, once Gareth and his company find Martin as a walker in the cabin, they're like, no. First, his brother, then his mother, and now his second in command. Now, this little group of people, whoever saved them and everything else, now they're done. Now they're going to pay. Because remember, since Martin's dead, Gareth would have no information on Morgan. So, unlike he did with Carol. So, yeah. Anyways, Abraham and the company we're getting back to, Abraham is like, we should go to Washington now. Not only because we sat there waiting for so long, but because we're wasting valuable time to save the world, and we still don't know what those cannibals are capable of if they'll come after us. And Eastman's like, he is about to interject by saying something with his philosophy of words and his, who he is. But before he can, they all hear a shout, yelling, and it is Father Gabriel. So the little group goes and saves Father Gabriel from certain death. And the meeting with Father Gabriel, with Eastman around and much more like-minded company, besides obviously Bob, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene being there, so they're canon counterparts. Besides them being there, this would be much nicer without Rick and like Michonne and Daryl and them. It would be much nicer and would make Father Gabriel less afraid of them for now, because he has been on his own since, he locked out his congregation at that time. So ultimately they go to Father Gabriel's church, just the little group in them, and at this point, Abraham sees the bus and is like, nah, this is like a surefire decision. This priest was our golden gateway to saving the world. He got a friggin' bus over there, and we could use this to go and frickin' take Eugene to Washington. This was just a diversion, but a good one since they found a vehicle. But Eastman doesn't agree with this. He agrees to go to Washington, along with Bob, Lizzie, and Mika, because it's just them. But he thinks that since they're here and met Father Gabriel, maybe they should stay here and maybe stock up supplies, even if it's just a little bit. It would help them, especially since they really don't have much. It's just a small little group. And Bob would definitely agree with this because, like even Eastman said, it's a small group. And if they try to go now and everything, going now to get stuff would be better than having to stop on the way to Washington. Like a grocery run. Anyways, the group going to the food bank would consist of Rosita, Abraham, Gabriel, Bob, and Eastman. So Eugene would be back with Lizzie and Mika. And unfortunately, Father Gabriel's cowardice would get Bob bit. Because especially considering the fact that their group is small, so ultimately there is nothing saving him from that. And I do feel that Father Gabriel's his lie about who he is and locking out his congregation and everything would come up, but it would be nice to see in this context Eugene finding out about it, because he was very perceptive. And Eugene and Gabriel's relationship throughout the course of the show, this would make this a very defining moment for a different story. So ultimately, that would be really good for something like that to be discovered by Eugene. And they were both weak whenever we got introduced to them, so this would be a strong moment for Eugene to step up. Anyways, Eastman at this point, and after everything has been figured out, agrees finally that since they pretty much are good, now they can go to Washington. They've waited a good bit for Morgan and them. They haven't showed up. Everything else, they should just go. And Abraham smiles, nodding at the fact that Eastman's finally seen, like this is the right thing to do. But Bob is the only one who interjects. He doesn't interject at first, but after a few minutes of them celebrating and about to go, Bob just looks dead at everybody and says, "We can't go." And Abraham just laughs at this, saying that, dude, you can't be serious. For one thing, you wanted to go, and now you don't. Is this some kind of joke to, stall us or something, or are you just messing around? But Bob is not messing around. He is dead serious, and every part of his face shows that he ain't joking. And Abraham picks up on this and is like, okay, what do you mean we shouldn't go, or we can't go? What could possibly be stopping us? We ain't sitting here any longer for people who obviously ain't coming. And for all we know, those cannibals back there could have got them, or they could never have been showing up here at all and could have just been a ruse. They gotta go now. What could be the reason? But Bob doesn't say a word and doesn't explain and just sits there looking down for a good part of a minute until Abraham snaps at him, and then Bob, with no choice on his belt, pulls down his shirt to find he has been bitten. And his leg has not been, eaten, so it's just him getting bitten. So he actually gets to keep his leg in this little twist here. But Bob says he got bit back at the food bank, And if they go, they risk putting the entire group at risk because he'll have to worry about him. He won't make the run to Washington in time for Eugene to even cure him. Which is ironic because what if Jim survived? Literally, Jim survived just until they got to the CDC. But with this, obviously, it'd be different. And Abraham thinks about this for a sec, thinking about what Bob's just said and the knowledge that Bob would be, him saying he'd be a liability and put the group in danger and everything else. He's trying to take all this in. Then after a few minutes, he snaps out of his own trance and just says to everybody, well, we ain't got no choice. The man's spoken. Now, we just leave him. We're going no matter what to save the world. If we have to leave behind dead weight and guys who are just bit, keeping secrets, ain't no worth. We gotta go. Abraham would say something along those lines. You guys get what I mean. But Eastman would interject almost immediately and pull out his stick and be like, really? You're gonna leave behind someone who could help us? He could be the first cure if Eugene's, like, he could make it. But Abraham is like, the man's spoken. He won't make the trip. And not only will he jeopardize the mission, he'll slow us down. And he's right. He won't make the trip. You really want to risk that when we're so close? And Bob would agree with this on a fault with Eastman that they should just leave him. He wanted to believe that Sasha or some other people were alive or wait for Morgan or anything, but that ain't happening now, according to what's happened here. So, before he can say any further, then they all hear something. And Bob's like, no. Some people or someone's definitely here. So hear noises outside. We gotta either go or hide in here right now. And Eastman takes charge of the situation and is like, well, whoever or whatever person or people are out there, we gotta deal with all this going on right here later. Abraham agrees on this, seeing as it could be those friggin' cannibal freaks, but he does say he stands by his decision to go, with or without Eastman and without Bob. But before they can actually hide or determine who has come here, Gareth and the other cannibals burst open the door and hold everybody at gunpoint, saying that they caused a lot of trouble for them, for the people there, and for their home. Now, this is where it gets serious. They're not leaving this church alive. And Gareth really underestimated them for being a small group, and yet they had it in them to do that to their home. But Eastman said that it wasn't like they wanted to do it. And they just took the home, sure, but it's hardly like anybody truly died. Seems to have everybody that was there. But Gareth says no, he's dead wrong. His brother, his mother, and his second-in-command, Martin, who was stabbed repeatedly with a knife. But Eastman does not know who could have done that. Gareth could be lying and could have killed him himself. They don't know that Lizzie went back and killed him. But Gareth says the games end here. No one leaves alive. But before they can do anything, the two cannibals that got killed first in the church by the door and everything, they get taken out because they would be just in the middle of the church, not by the door. They get taken out, and Gareth's fingers get taken out, all in the same instance with no words spoken. And who could these shots have come from? Whenever Eastman and everybody turns, Lizzie, Mika, and Bob especially all stare in astonishment at who the figures are. It's Rick and his group who had come with Morgan to find Bob, Eastman, and everybody else. Their group had finally caught up with them, seeing the cannibals run in the same direction from Terminus. So it all cut into the clues nicely. Context clues. But Rick says immediately, put your guns on the floor and kneel, except this time, he shot Gareth's fingers before saying it, and Gareth didn't say anything. So obviously that changed, and Gareth and them didn't even know about Rick and company, so that's a big change too. But how will it go from here? Do you think that Rick and the group will kill Gareth and the cannibals the same way? Do you think that anything major besides the fact that it took longer to track them will change with Martin dead? And what is happening with the other group tracking Noah, and what will happen here for the rest of the story? So basically a bunch of loopholes and stuff. What do you guys think is going to happen? You guys know the gist of what I do at the end of these episodes. And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys like this episode. And the next episode will cover what happens here at the church a little bit, but mainly I will try to tie into as much of the Finding Noah group as possible. That, in fact, that will be most of next episode, going into the next one after that. But if I explained more, I'd spoil it. So I'd see you guys next time, and I hope you enjoyed. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 24 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now last time we covered Eastman, Abraham, and Bob's group, in which Bob still got bit, and that was the whole reason that he did not want to go to Washington, and then Eastman and Abraham had an argument, and Eastman tried to take control. Bob heard Gareth and his people. They charge in, are about to cause more trouble. Eastman tries to take control, but then Rick and his group, who went to go see Morgan and Eastman and all of them to join them and wait up for the people who went after Noah and everything, they showed up and have taken control, and that's where we resume the story. Now, before we get into that, in today's episode, did you guys know, if you didn't know already, that as well as myself, physicists believe that there are two alternate realities, one in which you subscribe to Nick's Topics and one in which you don't. Now, for these two worlds, if you don't subscribe to Nick's Topics, Zeno, the Omni King, will erase the entirety of the universe. Not just our planet, oh no. We're talking about an entire reality, like Trunks' world. Or, the tournament, of power residents that got erased. You guys get my drift. If you're a Dragon Ball fan, you'll get it. But if you do subscribe, a Baldingers will be built and automatically constructed right in your neighborhood. Now, what is Baldingers? Well, it's basically a candy buffet with every single candy that you could possibly think of. And yeah, just imagine having that in your neighborhood. Well, I'm not that far away from one. It's not in my neighborhood, but we don't need to get specifics about that on the internet. But anyways, if I were a betting man, I'd go for an entire store of candy over my universe getting erased. So I hit that subscribe button, so that way we don't all end up getting erased and we get, free candy. So let's get started with today's episode. Now, Rick and his people have taken control. 2 cannibals are dead. Rick only said put your guns on the floor and kneel once, and now is looking dead at Gareth, wondering, so, you're the Terminus people, huh? I guess your town and your whole little sanctuary was nothing but a scam. And what I've heard of, you're nothing but monsters. I've already dealt with one monster and his people. I'm about to not deal with a second. And Gareth said they had no quarrel with Rick and the people that just showed up here. They don't have to do anything. But while they're talking, Sasha and, the people who knew Bob that just came in with Rick and everything, they go over and they see that Bob has been bitten. Luckily, he has more life in him because he did not lose his leg. So, he is still obviously gonna die, but he is much closer to life than he was when he was thrown in the church, or, thrown by the church. And after seeing this, Rick especially is like, well, I guarantee you that if you people were the sanctuary that you so very gratefully upheld, then we wouldn't have one of our people right now who is about to die. And then he says to Gareth, what makes you think, or why shouldn't I, kill you and the rest of your little gang here and right now for threatening my people? Gareth said that he doesn't have to do this and they can walk away. Basically, his whole spiel whenever he got encountered or snuck up upon by Rick in the original. But one person isn't about to allow him to even think about mercy. Morgan. He might be, like, not totally clear mode, but from who we know Morgan to be, especially so far in this story, let's be honest, he would be on the same wavelength as Rick. He's the one who saved that little group and killed Mary and everything, so of course he'd be on that playing field. And then this would spite Rick to kill the rest. This would literally be a Morgan/Rick only moment. And this would be a great use of the dynamic between Rick and Morgan, because so far in this story, I have done more with Rick and Morgan than the entirety of the show. That's not me bragging or anything. I think that's literal truth. It's not me trying to shun AMC or anything, or the creators or anything. That's just cold, hard truth. But anyways, after this, Rick would then meet Eastman, know what he's about, and know that he went along with Morgan and helped out. And then Rick talks to him more and everything, and he begins to notice something about Eastman. The way he carries himself, the way he cares not about killing and everything like that, he begins to remind him of Dale. And this would both, like, make Rick sad, happy, and angry at the same time, because like I said, Dale has mattered so much here that, honestly, this would hurt Rick maybe more than it would make him happy, because who knows, like, how much Dale would have mattered at this point. He would have mattered a lot. And Eastman says, whenever Rick would point this out, that he's sure that Dale was a great man, and Rick would definitely agree with this. Abraham then would speak up after a good minute and saying that now that they've dealt with this and waited forever for these people, now would be a great time to hitch up that ride and go to Washington. They have stalled here long enough with all these little shenanigans. Rick would then stare, like, completely perplexed and confusingly at Abraham's direction and being like, are you serious? We just got here. And it's not like it's the end of the world if we don't go right now. Like, and we still have a group of people that we're waiting for. This is Rick being very reasonable, mind you, and we know, because he's gained some mortality, but we know he's still not all there, not by a long shot. And they're going to wait for the rest of their people before they go. This is the same Rick that wanted to wait before, mind you, but even more darker. So this is season 5 Rick, but way darker. And then he points his gun and says, unless you have a problem with that. And we could definitely expect this from Rick. Abraham's now the one staring confused, asking, are you really pointing a gun at me because of waiting for you and your little people? You guys took forever, and we didn't have to wait for you. It was a choice. It was either we wait and see what happens with those cannibal freaks, or we go and maybe get away from them. And if it wasn't for you, sure, we would have all probably been dead. But hey, saving the world is much more important than waiting for a bunch of people whose only care is to be around their little merry friends for all of eternity while the world gets shrouded in dead corpses. So, if you want to sit here twiddling your thumbs waiting for your little people just like we were waiting for you, go on right ahead. The line ain't getting any bigger than this. And Rick at this point, he just decks Abraham something fierce straight in his face. And then points the gun more angrily, inches away from pulling the trigger, and says, you don't have any idea who you're talking to or what me and everyone I've been around who have died and who has still lived have been through. Watch your tongue. And Abraham, he ain't listening at this point, and all he says, you just made your last mistake. He knocks the gun straight out of Rick's hand, and before Rick can even fight back or do anything, Abraham slams him against the church wall and yells at him something fierce and just holds him there and basically says, you are supposed to be the leader of all these people? You can't even manage a gun! Eastman breaks up the tension by throwing his stick in the middle of the two and says, nothing they're doing here is helping anything. They don't have to do this. This is stupid for them to be fighting like this. Then he looks at Rick and says, Abraham, he's got a point. What could have possibly happened to him that he's making a big deal about going to Washington? Sure, Abraham's being insistent and all, but Morgan didn't fully, disclose, fully to explain why Rick and everything would be like this. He explained a little, but Rick would then go in full detail because he feels like at this point he has to, at least to someone nicer, especially if it reminds him of Dale, and then would go on to explain the whole thing about the governor and losing his son and his wife and basically everyone that he cared about with lucky survivors. So at this point, if they want to go to Washington, they're going to wait for their friends because that's all they got left, and he's got left of his family. And then he looks at Abraham and is like, for the final time, is that okay? Abraham stares at Rick again, but this time, it's actually looking into him seeing more of wow, no wonder this man's crazy and out of his mind. This is what's happened to him. But Abraham had stuff happen to him too, just definitely not as much as Rick, especially in this timeline. But Abraham, you can't sway him before Eugene lied. So he basically just says after a long pause, we've waited long enough. We've stalled long enough. We have detoured long enough. We're going to Washington, with or without you, and without waiting for your people. So, Abraham looks to Eugene and says, we're going now. Get up and let's go. But Eugene, he is much more insistent on not getting up and going anywhere, even though Abraham's way stronger than him and was way more assertive in the matter. And the reason he's so much more insistent is not only because he's the one who spoke up to Father Gabriel's little shenanigans, remember, in the last episode, but because waiting for Rick's people, even if it took them a good minute to get here, waiting for more people would actually benefit them rather than hurt them, because that means that they would have extra people to back them up and get to see what happens after he saves the world and everything. But Abraham's just losing it at this point and saying that, didn't you hear what I said? We have detoured, waited, struggled, and done so much to get where we're at. And now that we're this close to Washington, you're telling me that you want to wait? What sort of freaking scientist and savior of the world are you to want to wait? And before Eugene can even fight this or, think about how he's going to respond to Abraham, Abraham just yanks him and begins to walk out the door. But this was a very dumb decision. Rick shoots him in the leg, making Abraham clutch his leg to the ground, scream in pain, drop Abraham, and fall to the ground. Rick says, that was a warning shot, and your last warning. I have dealt with too much to get where I am at. You know nothing. Now, stay on the ground, and we will wait for our people. But Abraham just yells out, this time not in just pain, but pure rage and is about to rush at Rick, saying that you thought that you made your last mistake when you punched me. Now you've made your last mistake here, and rushes at Rick before Eugene yells out that he lied and he's not a scientist. Because let's be honest, because of what's just happened here, he would definitely admit this. And that's why I scrapped just recently What If Rick and Abraham Fought. Even though I was going to do that, I feel that this particular episode is going to cover enough of it for it to be said. Even if the circumstances are different, it definitely works that this is how it would happen. And then Eugene would go on his whole spiel, and then would make the dumb mistake of saying that once again he is smarter than Abraham, and pretty much, that stupid little line, which in turn would cause Abraham to punch him, but this time only once. Because the second after Abraham punches him, Rick holsters his gun and prepares to fire, this time either to permanently kill Abraham or see to it that he doesn't move. But Eastman has had enough of this, and before he can stop Abraham, he goes in front of Rick with a stick, not to be taken out of context, but that also rhymes, so kind of funny both ways. But he doesn't know or think to know what happens next. Daryl, who's there also, uses his crossbow, and while Eastman's holding Rick, shoots the arrow straight at Abraham, backing up Rick 100%. And Rosita, seeing this, very at the last moment of all of this happening, she knows that Abraham just wants to save the world, and this has gone too far. So, this is all happening very slow motion, by the way, so this would be very epic. So, she prepares to slowly run in front of the arrow so that she takes the fall instead of Abraham, or at least saves his life, even if she doesn't have to take the fall. But Morgan sees this too. This would be a very epic slow moment. Anyway, Morgan would not want Rosita to take the fall for Abraham, so he pushes her out of the way, causing the arrow to hit Abraham. So yeah, very epic slow-mo moment. That's very weird to say, but anyways, yeah, it would be epic nonetheless, and it would honestly, ultimately, make Abraham get killed by the arrow through his head, eye. It wouldn't matter. He would get a comic-like death a season early. So, yeah, Abraham is toast here. And I've really never done that before, but hey, the context, it had to happen. After Rosita sees this and processes what just happened in the span of literally a minute to 30 seconds, she asks and demands and angrily accuses Morgan of stopping her from saving Abraham, taking the fall, and literally stopping this chaos for Abraham to die. And she's literally about to throw hands with Morgan. But Morgan looks honestly and completely sane at Rosita, because remember, he's still not clear Morgan. He doesn't want Rosita, or he didn't want Rosita to take the fall for someone like that. And Daryl would agree, and that's why he had to do it. Because, for one thing, Rick was blocked off, which he sees why. He noticed the bond, that Rick noticed between Eastman and Dale. I mean, they haven't met, but he knows what Rick was talking about. And he didn't see Abraham for who he was trying to be, which was a guy who was trying to save the world. You just saw him for a madman. And Rick definitely more in the need to be like that. But Abraham, he definitely took it way too far. Rosita, she sees this, but she's not going to forgive Daryl or Morgan for getting in the way or anything like that. But she sees where they're coming from enough to make her be quiet. And unfortunately, just sits down and mourns the loss of Abraham. So now we've just lost two people, which is Bob and Abraham. So, well, the cannibals don't count, obviously, but group-wise, we have just lost Bob and Abraham. So, now we got Rosita and Sasha mourning the loss of their lovers. Rosita and Abraham way more than Sasha and Bob, but you guys get my point. Afterwards, Eastman and Tyrese would try to calm the situation with both Sasha and Rosita, as well as anybody else, really. And after that, Sasha would ultimately mourn the loss of Bob over this time, obviously, because he would still be alive sort of for a time because he had way more life in him, but he would, like I said, pass. And after this, Daryl gets a beep on his walkie that he had whenever the groups split. And when this happens, everyone assumes, especially Rick, that he's talking to the group that went to find Noah, and that there must be some kind of update, whether it's good or bad. But the conversation goes on way longer than it originally everybody thought it would. Well, everyone who knew the group split. And Daryl looks very deep in thought and talkative. And when he ends the conversation, he asked to talk to Rick and everybody else concerned. Mainly the people that knew of the people. Like Eastman and Rosita and Eugene and them, they don't know, obviously, and Father Gabriel. So Daryl consoles everybody else, mainly. And says that Tyrese and, well, not Tyrese, but everybody of the other group, they called back. And Rick is like, well, what did they say? Did they find Noah? Are they in trouble? And Rick would be definitely a very concerned at this because, like I said, Daryl would have talked for a long time during this conversation, and he was very deep in thought, so Rick knew something was up, and something was up. Daryl says that they reported back and are on their way back, but Dale, Carol, and Beth are coming back along with Noah and everyone who went back to find him. And this would blow everyone's minds because Michonne, obviously we know she died, but Dale is somehow alive and Carol and Beth are out of nowhere? What? They're suddenly back. Like, literally, out of nowhere, you're saying that these two in particular, Dale, I already teased him enough, but Carol and Beth are popping out of nowhere? And I bet a lot of you are screaming up and down about this, but, like, how? How could this have possibly happened? And at this moment, too, did they meet up? Like, what happened? Well, that's the exact plot twist and very good cliffhanger that we're going to leave off with for this episode. Because, yeah, that's where we're going to leave things for the moment. This episode definitely had a lot of cliffhangers, tension, and build-up for the potential, definitive rest of the story. So, ultimately, I hope you guys enjoyed this part because, yeah, this was definitely more than I thought it would be, yet enough to include everything, especially those three characters. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next video.
We are the Walking Dead. Who are you? Someone's trying not to kill you.
Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to part 25 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, last episode, we covered the cannibals being dealt with by Rick and Morgan alone, and Abraham dying and giving way to the Eugene lying about Washington thing, along with Daryl touching in with the group that went after Noah, and the revelation of Dale, Carol, and Beth all being alive. Now for this episode, we're cutting to Glenn's group going back to the hospital and how this came to be in a 2-part flashback just like before, because this is the flashback era. So for this episode and the next, grab a snack and a drink, because this is a lot to dive into for 2 parts of a flashback once again. And with that, before we get into that, did you guys know that myself and physicists believe that there are 2 alternate dimensions? One in which you subscribe to Nick's Topics YouTube channel, and one in which you, for some reason, don't. Now, for these 2, it's a little more closer to home in terms of, child-friendly, rather than all those dark scenarios and everything else. If you don't subscribe to Nick's Topics, Plankton will get his hands on the Krabby Patty secret formula. Yeah, that's right. This isn't going to be a fake out like every episode, or like the SpongeBob movie where they went to Shell City and Plankton got the formula and then at the last minute of the movie got it taken. No. He's getting it for real. But if you do subscribe, you will be able to breathe underwater and be able to meet SpongeBob SquarePants himself and literally do anything under the sea that you would want to do with him and just basically have the time of your life down in Bikini Bottom. So, if I were a betting man, I would definitely choose the option to spend my time with SpongeBob and anyone that I'd like down there. Preferably Plankton is not, bad character, and getting the formula would be pretty freaking cool because he's a cool character. But in all terms of villain and hero style, I'd rather spend my time with SpongeBob than let Plankton get his hands on the formula. So hit that subscribe button so we don't have to have that happen. With that, let's get into this long episode, and you guys better pack yourselves in because we're in for a heck of a ride with these 2 next parts. Now we get the Glenn and Maggie's group along with Mitch, Tara, and Megan going to the hospital to find out what happened to Noah, because remember, they didn't see him come back. So, what could have happened to him? And once they get there, Glenn still tells everybody to be on their guard, because Mitch, Tara, and Megan especially, they didn't know what happened, so they're new to this. So, Glenn and Maggie basically say to be on their guard, because either Noah's still working with them, or something bad happened to him. So, they gotta be on all eyes and ears for this. And then, Glenn hears something, and tells everybody to arm their guns and get ready to shoot on sight, in case it's an enemy. But, when they turn a corner to see who was there, it's Noah. He's perfectly fine. He doesn't have a gun out, he's not threatening them, and he doesn't seem menacing. He seems perfectly in one piece. Glenn would then ask, after a second of realizing this, "Hey, Noah, what happened to you? Tyrese saw that you didn't come back with us. Did you get lost, or did something happen here, or did they force you back?" After that, Noah said that nothing happened to him, and it's not like he didn't mean to come back. It's just that something, or someone rather, caught his attention. And he then smiles very, very happily, saying that this very certain someone is someone that they definitely would like to see. And he calls out for the person and says, "Hey, your old friends are here, bro. Time to come out." And after that, Noah steps aside, and a dark figure exits out of the entrance. It's kind of weird to say. It's Dale. In one piece. Dale is alive, and smiles at the fact that Glenn and Maggie are alive, along with some new people. Because he hasn't seen Rick or anybody yet. Remember, he was just with that small group that went back to Rick. He doesn't know about too much else yet. So, after seeing Dale alive, Glenn and Maggie break down into tears because they thought that he was dead. And especially Michonne, what does that say about her? This just opened a whole new playing field. Dale smiles at seeing them and everything, and they're crying and everything, and definitely is like happy to see him, but also is like, hey guys, why are you so sad? Aren't you happy to see your old friend Dale back? Especially looking at Glenn, because we all know how much Glenn looked up to Dale. Come on, I've spoken about it since part 1. But Glenn then would just go all happy and freaking sad like and run in for a hug saying how happy he is that Dale is alive. But Dale tells him that he can't really do that and Glenn shouldn't get too close. And this would be a really fast change, mind you. Glenn would be like, confusingly then, why? Why can't you give me a hug, bro? And he's like, this would be like happy and like jokative. He doesn't know if Dale's playing with him. But Dale says it's not that he doesn't, of course, want to hug him. He loves the crap out of Glenn. And he would definitely like it. But if they were going to hug, they need to be like extra careful. Because just because he's here and alive doesn't mean that it came without a cost. Something had to happen to him, and that's why Noah returned. It was him, and stuff had to happen for him to live. And then he reveals his other arm, replaced by a wired-up shotgun. And this is the entrance into Dale's shotgun arm. Now, of course, the video would not be this long, and there wouldn't be a 2-parter flashback without explaining how this happens. So we're going to get that here in a second. But yeah, this is finally where his shotgun arm plays into effect. You know, Glenn and Maggie, of course, they're not going to be like, oh, cool weapon and everything. Not at least yet. They're more like scared because how did this happen? And Glenn is the first one to really speak up about this and is like, Dale, how could this have happened to you? What happened to your arm? And why is it replaced with a shotgun? And with wires? And to top that all off, how did you survive? You weren't moving, and then Michonne came and she went down. Dawn died. It's so much to take in. How could you have possibly survived? We didn't see you move. And does that mean that Michonne might be alive too? Dale says, unfortunately, no. Before he blacked out, he indeed was very near death, but he wasn't shot fatally. He was very near injured, just like everybody else was, especially Michonne. But Michonne, she definitely died. But him, there's more to what happened to him than meets the eye. Whenever Dawn had shot at Michonne's direction, Dale had pushed her out of the way and got shot in the back. But remember, he just said, and I stated very specifically, and probably spoiled way too much on the fact, he was not killed here. But he was very much near so death, especially because he's an old man. The last thing he saw before he blacked out was Michonne rush forward, she went down, Daryl shot, and then everything went dark. He didn't even see Dawn go down. Next thing he knows when he wakes up, he's in a hospital room, looking up at a ceiling, and Dr. Stephen Edwards enters the room, or I at least think would be in said room, and would greet him upon his awakening. Dale would be in a very, very big state of confusion and like, what happened? Where am I? And he wouldn't have remembered anything because he, once again, was very, 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 very near death already. And even more so, he was lucky to not die. And Dr. Stephen would say, you're still in Grady Memorial Hospital. We had to pull a lot of strings to save your life. As a matter of fact, Were it not for a very specific someone, we would not have noticed you come out of whatever kind of state you were in at all. You were so close to death that if he were not to have saved you, you would have died alongside your lady friend with the katana. Well, because she had her back still to the katana, you know? And it was revealed, Noah. Dale is so surprised by this that he actually bolts up a little, but he doesn't really have the strength to, like, bounce up. He more or less is more awake at this point, and is like, Noah? But I thought that you left with everybody else. I mean, he's not going to remember everything that happened. Once again, he blacked out, and he doesn't know if everybody's still here, what happened to Dawn, anything. And he wants to know what happened. Noah would then fill Dale in on everything that happened, and Michonne is sadly dead. And everybody thought that he was dead too. So they all left. And they also left to reunite with hopefully more survivors. But that isn't known whether to Dale or Noah yet if there were more survivors. Noah just heard speculation. But he saw Dale move, and some officers were looking at him. So he knew he couldn't just leave him, because all the group cared about him. And Dale is very touched by this, thinking that he was so close to dying, and this boy saved him. He has been literally spared from death twice. Once on account of Daryl's quick thinking, and another by Noah's quick thinking. But Noah said, however, just because he is alive doesn't mean that there wasn't a cost. And this would be reiterating words from Noah saying this to Dale saying it to Glenn. So we've seen this plenty of times in The Walking Dead. And Dale says, what kind of cost? But then he gets that same feeling that Michonne felt when they awoke at Woodbury. He looks down, and his arm is no longer there. His right arm is completely gone. And all that's left is a stump, or rather, just a small stump. His arm is basically whole arm, except like almost near his shoulders, completely gone. So you could call this a comic reversal, except in that he lost both of his legs because he took Herschel's story, and he lost his other leg and got bit. So this is more or less a Bob reveal, because Bob didn't lose his leg in this story. So it's more or less kind of like that, if you want to think about it that way. Amanda would then walk in and say that she's glad that Dale awoke, and thanks him and everyone who was here for saving them ultimately from Dawn and everything, and is glad to see that he's awakened. And it took a lot to get him to even survive. He was very lucky. Dale says now, where's everybody else? Like, he wants to know more, because he's still not all there. Because I don't need to explain much more on Dale's health at this point. Amanda would then say that everybody left because, like Noah even said, Michonne died, Dawn died. Everyone thought that Dale was dead too. There was no reason to stay. And they said something about hopefully finding more survivors, but for all of them know, they could just be out there gone and just out in our part of the world. But Noah was supposed to go with them and didn't, so who knows? They might come back. But she says that he can't worry about that right now and needs to focus on recovery. And if he needs anything, they'll be there for him. And Dale says very hearty thank you for this. And after that, everyone proceeds to leave, and Dale proceeds to just drift off to sleep, because he is definitely in no way, shape, or form able to get up at this point. And as he dreams, all he sees is blurry visions, nightmares, ruin, chaos, and darkness. He dreams of everyone that he was around, but not of them being happy. Because at this point, Dale's mind has started to fade to seeing utter chaos. He dreams of Amy, back at the Atlanta camp, who was bitten and was the first victim among them. And sadly, broke Andrea and was the first person that Dale could not save. It broke Andrea so much that Dale then dreams of her and almost failing to rescue her from the CDC, and how that could have been the end for both of them, but ultimately would have meant that their journey like this would have never happened. And then he dreams of Shane, who he saw that day in the Atlanta camp, almost on the point of killing Rick, and what could have happened. And then of Shane going out to him in the middle of the woods in a very reminiscent scene of that Atlanta camp, but this time it was Dale holding the gun, stopping Shane from becoming the monster that he was starting to devolve into. But then again, that very same monster realized, told the group off so much that Sophia was gone, and to see her in that barn, and how much it meant for the group, how much it broke them. And then Shane ultimately falling to the darkness and monster he was. So much so that he almost killed Rick, and Dale was threatened too, and how he still couldn't bring himself to kill another man, and how Rick ultimately had to be the one to put him down. And then the final thing he dreams is the governor. How much of more of a monster he was. What it meant for the person that he cared most about in the entire world, Andrea, and how they all saw her walk out of there as a walker, and how he witnessed her death firsthand. And then he wakes up. After waking up, he can't believe what has become of the world, what he's been around. He has preached so much about goodness, so much about light, so much about humanity. And yet ever since Herschel's farm, ever since the Atlanta camp, he has been around nothing but darkness. And it's not him losing his humanity. No, it's just him losing faith in the people who have let the world around them dictate who they are, and how much it disappoints him that people he's loved, most of them had not only submitted to said darkness, but the people that he cared about had died as a result of it. And with this very set motion in mind, and with all of the dreams and nightmares he had to witness, he now knows what he must do and what he's going to do for his future, if he's actually going to remain alive. He sees his shotgun nestled in the back of the room, and this ultimately spites the big ultimate plan for Dale to not only keep his humanity, but to ensure that he never falls or no one else falls again. Now, a few minutes later, Stephen Edwards enters the room upon Dale's request and asks, "Hey, are you alright? You definitely seem a lot more awake than before. What could be the problem?" Dale says that there is no problem, but he has a question or demand of sorts for Dr. Stevens. He wishes for whatever part of his remaining arm, or remaining part of his right arm, to be removed and replaced with a wired shotgun for his arm. And this almost completely comes out of nowhere, because seconds ago, Dale looked like he was, like, toast. He was so far dead that it seemed logical for him to be out of it, but now this? Stephen Edwards just thinks that he's hallucinating and then he's gone crazy. And is like, are you okay? Because even if you're telling the truth, to be able to do that, you would almost, and Dale cuts him off almost instantly, yelling at him, actually, saying that, I am fully awake and aware of what I am saying to you, Doctor, and I want it done. And Dr. Stevens, this would take him completely off guard and would be the real first moment that Dale, besides against the governor, was assertive and actually assertive, or even yelled out for that matter. But Dale, the reason he's doing this is because he's been through so much, and he's actually serious. And we would barely have ever seen Dale like this, and then would explain why he wants this. All this time, throughout the apocalypse, he has been preaching for people to keep their humanity. And he has just seen people fall to this world and what it's become too many times. He and several other people, his friend Michonne being one of them, have fallen to one single man, and that is a pure, clear-cut example. And if he's going to survive and meet up with the people he loves, and including if there's more survivors, he wants this done. Not only to keep his humanity, but as a way to protect himself fully and completely, so that he never falls again. Or at least if he does fall, it will mean that he will be doing something that actually means something for the greater good, so that he can make people understand that just because the world's dark doesn't mean they have to be. It's the symbolism of what he believes, along with what is needed to be in this world, if you guys get what I mean. And Stephen Edwards, he definitely thinks that that makes sense. But with how Dale has barely been able to survive, and is lucky to, really, this process, they're going to have to heavily sedate him otherwise, and even with this, he could very well die as a result of the procedure. And Dale understands this and says if he dies doing something that he believes is right for him, then so be it. It'll be the last right thing he tried to do. And with that, Stephen Edwards doesn't say another dang word, and they begin the process. Dale is heavily sedated, and with this, Stephen Edwards and several others begin the procedure. They begin to get wires and cut into Dale's whatever part of his stump would be. And then they would begin to open up a hole, which they would attach in wires. And this would take a lot of work. I know it sounds like a little bit gruesome, which is why this channel isn't for kids, but I feel like it has to be for this detail. Amanda Shepard would then walk in and see what's going on, and would obviously, being the new leader after Dawn, know of the procedure and would see how it's going so far, also helping, and would say that even if he survives and gets this done, it's no guarantee that just having a shotgun hand is going to do it for him. And especially because he's done so much for them, and, you know, his people did too, their sacrifices and everything, they should do more for him than just the shotgun arm. And they should make sure that even if they use almost every material at their disposal, that they can either waste it all on him and him do it for the greater good, or they do all that and just go with him. Because after this, the hospital is next to nothing in terms of, like, the people and everything. This is almost like them spending everything on Dale. So Amanda almost thinks that even though that will be the end result, that it's worth it. So, with that, they continue the procedure. The wires are circuitrated in to the remaining part of the stump, and now the complete shoulder, and then the shotgun is mounted on, but a part of the back is removed. Then, the back and the wires are surgically put in to the arm. So, even though it would seem like the shotgun would be dangling, they are able to make it so that the shotgun is managed onto the stump, shoulder/arm thing, as you would call it, and they would use glue, metal tramps, and the shotgun's manifestation as a whole to make sure it stays. And the ammo would be circuitrated so that the ammo isn't just coming out of the shotgun, but the wires and the humans. We already possess electricity and, like, water and stuff in our bodies. So, whenever Dale awakes, he is told of the entire process and that of what the shotgun has entailed. So, the shotgun, I'll get to more on the specifics in a minute, but I get you guys can already get what I'm putting down for how it's working with Dale's shotgun as a whole. But once he wakes, he sees for himself the shotgun mounted onto his arm, and the work put into it was very extensive. And no one would have ever seen anything like this. And as for, like, real-life stuff, too, this would be a big upgrade, especially for an apocalypse. But hey, Aaron got a spiky arm, so why can't I do this? And after this, Dale thanks them all very, very thankfully, and would be very happy that he survived, for one thing, and that they were able to complete the procedure and make it look, and they were able to do a good job as a whole. You know what I'm saying? And after this is where the procedure fully comes into account. Amanda says, "You're welcome," but there's things that they need to say about the particular, how they did it with the shotgun. Now, this is where I'm going to explain it in full, so pay attention. The human body we already have electricity and water in our systems. So, Amanda explains that the wiring and the shotgun, how they made it with the metal tramps and everything, they were able to lock it on so that the shotgun isn't dangling, and now it's a core unit that Dale can move around. But if he tries to tilt his arm upwards, then the shotgun will immediately go off as a chain reaction in his body because of the wires and the way that his muscle movement is controlling the shotgun. And the ammo and the wires are circuitrated in a way where if he shoots, it takes a life force out of him. Not so much that it hurts him, but it does wear him out. And if he were to use this over extensively, it could kill him if he uses it over a short amount of time. But if he uses it in very good boosts, the ammo that's circuitrated in there, which there's a lot because of a reward for him, he could die if it's overused. If that all made sense. I feel like I just went into a big, huge explanation there. God dang. But Dale says, if that's what it takes, it's what it takes. But he promises that he hopes that he will never have to use it over extensively, especially because he asked for this. And he wouldn't have asked for this if he didn't know what would happen next. So, after that, everything seems good until a few of the officers enter the room and talk to Amanda, saying that 5 people have just entered the outskirts of Grady Memorial. Amanda asks, well, who could they be? Thinking to herself, could they possibly? Before one of the officers butts in and says that the 5 people are as such. There's 2 men with hats, one of them being a bit younger, like an Asian kid, and then 2 women with a small little girl, that of which being Glenn, Maggie, Mitch, Megan, and Tara, who have all entered. They don't know if they're hostile or not, but some of them look familiar, and some of the officers think that they're people who were just here not that long ago. And Dale is like, oh, most definitely, they're talking about Glenn and everybody else. And he instantly perks up at this, now being much more fully recovered, because not only that the shotgun, like, it could have very well, they made it in a way that it did take a lot to sedate him and even keep him alive for the procedure, but it's made him more wide awake and, like, strung. You guys get what I'm saying? But Noah says that it should be a surprise for Dale to be alive to them, and that he will greet them first because they're most likely looking for him, and that he will call for him when the time is right. And with that, we end this part of Dale's shotgun flashback, but we're still in the flashback to how Dale, Carol, and Beth survived, where Dale ends his story about how he lived. And with that, part 1 of the flashback within flashbacks, that's a lot of flashbacks, like I said, we're around that part of the story, is over. Now, what will happen after this, and how does it tie into Carol and Beth surviving, and what will become of Dale with his new appendage? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I hope that you guys truly enjoyed this episode and understood the full detail of Dale and his shotgun. And I hope I definitely made it in a way that made sense, because I definitely think it made sense, even though I went way too much into it than I thought I would, especially whenever I made the production for it. But anyways, we're going to get into part 2 of the flashback next time, and then get back into the main story with like almost little to no flashbacks, possibly for the rest of the story. And that's a promise, yet I don't remember if it truly is. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys next time.
Who are you? Come into the light. Who are you? Come into the light. Pissing our pants yet?
Hey guys, Nick here. And today, we're getting into part 26 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, this episode will cover part 2 of the flashback within flashbacks to see how Dale, Carol, and Beth all survived, and how they're all heading to Father Gabriel's church to reconvene with the rest of Rick and all the people who managed to survive and, you know, meet along the way, Eastman and all that stuff. You guys know what I'm talking about. It will be summed up in 15 minutes, and let's get into it. But before that, really quick, the subscribe universes thing is over. So now, I'm just going to be throwing in cool little gifs and everything to tell you guys, especially the new ones and the people who are not subscribed, to definitely do so right now, because the channel and the stories are amazing and you definitely do not want to miss out on them. With all that out of the way, let's get into it. After hearing all of what Dale has said, Glenn asks Amanda and the other officers, and of course any other people who would be in the area and in the hospital, to join them and Rick and everybody else. Amanda thinks on this, but before she can fully or even admit an answer, Dale, being the very big listener and very sharp person that he is, sees a horde coming right towards them. A big one. Amanda and the other officers snap back into reality after thinking on their answer from Glenn, and aim their guns and tell everybody to get out of there, and that they will die for this place because they've already given almost everything they have to save Dale, but it was all worth it, and they should leave now. But Dale said he already had to deal with one group in shambles. He's not about to let the hospital here suffer the same fate just because of Dawn, and agrees to help fight alongside. But after he shoots with the rifle a few times in one hand, and then goes to shoot his shotgun, he shoots the shotgun, but this is his first time using his new appendage. And if you paid attention to the detailing, the wiring, and how Dale's shotgun is manufactured into his body, or rather onto his arm, he's not ready to use it yet, and falls back straight after the shot, allowing a walker or more to try and pounce on him and kill him. But Dale already had experience with that back at Herschel's farm, and shoots the walker and kicks the walker's body and any other walker that would be in the way out of the way. And then he snaps back into reality and into focus, seeing more and more walkers approach, because this horde had been attracted by everything that had happened recently and was near Grady Memorial already. So, just when all seems hopeless for this band of people at Grady Memorial, a bunch of gunshots ring out from two people. Beth being one of them, and Carol being the second. After that, Amanda, seeing that these two people must be friends of theirs, or just two helpers in general, still knows that even with all of them working together, this horde's too humongous. They would waste away all their ammo. And she already told Dale that if he uses up all of his ammo in his shotgun, it will drain his life, make him completely, tired, and possibly kill him. So she tells him she doesn't care what happens to her or anybody here at the hospital. They need to go now. And Dale says, "Thank you for everything that you've done. You've truly made me a different person than I ever thought I'd be, and saved my life. And thank you for saving everybody else's." And with that, they all run off. Amanda and the rest of the hospital group being left to fight off the horde alone, but would ultimately be succumbed by it. Spoiler alert. That's it of all the flashback stuff. But wait, there's more! Because this is a 15-minute video, and we still haven't answered one question. How did Beth and Carol survive? Because I haven't mentioned them until last episode, and I still haven't gotten into that, and we're 5 minutes in, and I only said that they came to help. But how did they live? Well, that's what we're going to figure out right now, going back to Woodbury. Now, I know what you guys are probably thinking. Those of you who didn't get there's going to be multiple flashbacks near the middle of the story. I'm doing it over and over again with Woodbury, right? Well, you guys will see here, and you guys probably already know, there's a method to my madness. I wouldn't do this just to make you guys, waste your time or show that there's no point in watching this. There's definitely a point. And them surviving, Beth and Carol, they ain't surviving this scot-free. Everyone else but Dale did, and Michonne, because she lost her arm, and Dale lost a hand with his new shotgun. And something else that I'll get into later that definitely will show that red eye twist. But Carol wakes up and sees destruction all around her. Not so much destruction, but just dead people after dead people. Everything is ruined. And she just mourns the loss of everybody, seeing bodies all over the ground. She sees Herschel. She sees just everyone that she had gotten to know, and then remembering T-Dog, because this was not too long after they had gotten to the prison and then gotten to the governor. This was very recent, mind you. It was just getting into season 4. But then she looks and sees Beth clinging to life with her eyes barely open. But she is moving, and she's not growling like a walker. Carol sees this as a vast opportunity. If she can't save or see anyone that she knows, and everyone is possibly dead, she has the chance to save Beth. And with all her strength, everything that she's got, she hoists Beth up and begins to walk and speed walk out of Woodbury as it is consumed by the dead. Or whatever dead would be getting there, because this is after Morgan had already got there. So, they had gotten themselves to a house where Beth woke up sometime after their arrival there and looks around and wonders what happened to her. This is just the same after she got kidnapped in the original story. She doesn't know what's going on. And after she wakes up and sees Carol, she begins to ask what happened and is glad to see her, but where's everybody else? Carol, unfortunately, breaking down, says that as far as she's concerned, she saw her alive and managed to get her out. But every other person, as far as she knows, they're all dead. The governor was lucky to have not killed. They're lucky that they were not killed by the governor. And Beth, she doesn't believe that. Just like her original self when they left the prison and everything during that governor fight, she believes that they're alive. Carol says she wants to believe that too, but she saw bodies everywhere. And just the fact that she didn't see anyone but Beth means that, in all likelihood, they either got to sit here and wait to recover and maybe run into them, wait to recover and just find somewhere to stay, but they gotta wait in general. Beth, she really doesn't have a choice, because for one thing, she definitely needs to recover along with Carol, obviously, and she's making a valid point. 3 days later, Beth has recovered a lot more, and is a lot more persistent that they go out and they find everybody else. They have to be alive. Carol still sticking to her gut that they have not seen any sort of sign besides a few walkers that any kind of life, and I'm talking real life, has come by or made any kind of presence known. If they had known that more people were alive, surely there would have been a telltale sign. But they are recovered now, so it's best to get out of this little damaged, burnt away home and just leave. Carol, after she says this, and they're getting ready to go, she hears something and looks out the window to see Glenn, Maggie, and several people, that of which being Megan, Mitch, and Tara, all running in a direction that she doesn't know what way that is yet. But she sees Glenn and Maggie, and even if they're with a few people she doesn't know, seeing them alive has just suddenly brought hope to her. She honestly is kind of laughing because she just said to Beth that they weren't going to find him, and then it just popped out of nowhere. Even she has to admit this poetic irony and says to Beth that Glenn and Maggie and several people just ran by towards a specific direction. They don't know we're here, and we don't know what they're running for. But Beth doesn't care, and they're like, who cares what they're running for? We gotta go after them. It's my sister and Glenn. We gotta go after them. And so they waste no time and they run after, and that's how we got there. And that ends the flashback. Literally, that's what happened. And now we get to Father Gabriel's church, where Rick has just heard the news, and everyone else has heard the news, that Daryl has said about Carol, Beth, and Dale all being alive. And Rick, after everything that's just happened, and Rick literally almost inches away from losing his humanity and just leaving off on his own before Daryl and them came back, this has given Rick a new sense of, purpose and resolve, definitely. If it weren't before, it was now, even if he has only Judith as true family. So, all they have to do is wait and see when they get here, or if they find them at all. 4 hours later, knocks begin to form on the door, or people start to knock on the door. I don't know why I keep messing up. People start to knock on the door of Father Gabriel's church. They open the doors, and Glenn, Maggie, Mitch, Tara, and Megan step forward first. Everyone there is glad to see him. Noah stepping out too. And Rick is definitely glad that they brought back who they were going to find and that they found them, and explain the trouble that they've been through in small detail. But Glenn, after he sees that what has happened and everything, he knows himself, and even Rick pretty much implies and shows that he wants more than, like, to explain what's happened. And Glenn knows exactly what he's talking about. And Daryl runs forward, and Rick sees just what he wants to see. Beth and Carol being alive. And for those who survived and everything and knew them, this is a very great moment. And Daryl cared about Carol, obviously, so this would be great for him. And Beth, they weren't really together yet, so he would just be glad that she's alive. And Beth, Maggie, and Glenn would be glad to see each other as well, and being alive and everything like that. But Rick and everybody else who didn't know that Dale was alive turn their heads, hear a voice, and see a figure that they obviously knew was somehow alive, but are still very shocked to see. Dale Horvath, stepping in the doorway with a rifle cocked in one hand and a shotgun perching at where his other hand was. Now what will happen? Now the long part of the story is over. And that's where we leave things for the moment. Like I said, this is where the long part of the story officially ends, and where that huge plot line since Woodbury is finally off our backs. Granted, we still got a long ways to go, but it's not going to be as long with many of the parts now as it was to make this up until this point. So just know that we're still in for a heck of a ride, and I hope you guys enjoyed the end to that long plot line.
I can't believe they let an amateur like you step into the ring. Every time you so much as open that cruddy pie hole of yours, all you do is prove to the world that you are the biggest dumbass alive.
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 27 of What If Dale Survived the Remake Laptop Edition, because we're finally off mobile device recording and editing, and now fully on with laptop work, if you guys did not pay attention to streams and updates. But let's get into today's episode. But before that, really quick, you should make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this channel is about to get a heck of a lot more epic with the new editing style and the features overall in general. So you should definitely hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of the cool stories that have been or will be on the channel. So, to recap from last time, Rick gets to see, along with everyone who didn't know, Dale, Carol, and Beth return to the fold. And honestly, Dale is very surprised to see everybody and how they look, but is overall happy to see them alive, and Rick especially. Rick explains everything, well, in his own detail, because he's not going to get into everything, obviously, and why they're here, and basically his own version of what's happened, smallly, and wants to know why Dale has a shotgun for an arm, because that wasn't disclosed yet. Glenn explains that it had to be done to save his life. And then Dale would go in more specifically how the hospital Grady Memorial risked everything for him, and all for wiring together an arm within him and saving his life. And it ultimately worked out in the end. However, he would have hoped that Amanda, the leader, after Dawn died, the old former leader, or at least some of the other officers, wouldn't have risked their lives and would have come along with them, but after they risked everything for him, there wasn't too much else to strive for, and they chose to do what they did. So honestly, he really respects them for that, ultimately. But then, he notices something. A few people are missing from the group that they had. And Dale wants to know, where is everybody else? Like Herschel, Oscar, Axel, and Carl. But Daryl says, as far as he's concerned, everyone here is who is alive. And Carol and Beth and Dale were enough of a surprise. But unfortunately, Carl and everybody else died. Carl, way more recent, and that's actually how he, Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, and Sasha all came to find Rick and Morgan at Morgan's old burned down apartment, and with Carl's body in the mix. So he then says that's kind of why Rick is the way he is, why he looks the way he looks, why he acts the way he acts. That's all why, and he thought everyone else was dead. And Dale cannot imagine the level of how much everything that's happened since Woodbury has changed Rick. The way he looks, the way he acts, everything, especially losing not only his wife, who he saw he lost before the governor started shooting, but the fact that all he has left is his daughter. Dale cannot imagine the level of grief that Rick has gone through and is still here. He doesn't know that Rick was seriously about to leave before Daryl and them stepped in. And then Morgan remembers something talking about Carl and says that he has something to give Rick from back at his apartment. Rick, genuinely curious after all this, wants to know what it is. And it is his old sheriff hat and the hat that Carl was given. And it managed to survive all the chaos and fire, and Morgan wanted to give it to Rick, not only to give him his old look back, but to honor his lost son. But Rick doesn't take this the way that you would imagine. He gasps, and at that moment his mind flashes. Carl getting shot back at the farm, him getting the hat at the farm, and how he could have died then, and how he died back at Morgan's apartment. And Rick screams to the high heavens, just like he did at Woodbury. He screams incessantly, and everyone knows what this is. And Dale, knowing about the scream from Woodbury, is still genuinely afraid and like, what is happening with Rick right now? Because, true, he did, like, obviously hear the scream and everything at Woodbury, but he didn't get to see what Rick was like after, because him and everybody else were either killed or shot down. But Morgan, as well as Daryl, mostly Morgan, sorry about that, I stumbled over my words, they know what Rick is screaming about and what's about to happen next, and they can't stop it. Rick just keeps on yelling, louder and louder. His mind flashes again. Carl's death right before his eyes at the hands of himself. Lori's death. And him seeing her get ultimately eaten before Morgan had to mercy kill her. And then Shane and the monster that he became. The three closest people to him. And the fact that the governor was not only just like Shane, but was the ultimate result of almost everyone he cared about, including his wife and son. The two people, mostly in the world before Judith was even conceived, that he tried to get back to, and now, because of this man, they're dead. That's what his mind flashes to, and he roars to the ultimate level that even the three top people, Eastman, Dale, and Tyrese, the three big moral compasses of the group, decide this has gone on too far. Rick is about to become unhinged and do something that we need to stop him now. And they surprise themselves by saying this and reacting at the exact same time. And I bet you guys were not at any way, shape, or form expecting me to put in Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese's story, but I did spoil that it was going to happen. So, there you go. And at that moment, right after saying this, Eastman and Tyrese launch an attack. Eastman with his stick, and Tyrese with the butt end of his hammer, to get Rick to at least, they're not trying to kill him, obviously. They're the three moral compasses. But they're trying to either knock him out or calm him down. But Rick, he is beyond any level of control or negotiation or measurement. You thought Rick back at Woodbury was something, and when he accidentally killed Carl, but now Rick has given into the darkness. Having everyone back, that doesn't matter. All it took was Carl's hat, his own, and it just flashed him straight into that. Think of him as a clear Morgan, which I've mentioned several times in the series, but a million, bazillion, however big of a number you could think of, times worse. And he is not fazed by the combined assault and pushes them aside, roaring and out of control. Dale knows that if they can't do anything, what are they going to have to do to Rick? He doesn't want to shoot him. True, he made the shotgun. Well, he didn't make it. He has the shotgun, and he wants to keep it to protect people, but still keep his moral compass. But he doesn't know what to do here, and he definitely does not want to shoot Rick because, once again, he knows what he's going through. Even if he doesn't, he knows, if you guys get what I'm saying. He knows what Rick is going through and how they might not be able to stop him, and they really can't. Tyrese, injured now because Rick is coming at them, says that, no, this is beyond the pale. You have to shoot him right now. But Dale's like, Tyrese, how could you think such a thing? Because they've all gotten together and, like, know about each other, being the three calmest and, like I said, moral compasses. But Eastman agrees. They don't have to kill him with the shot. They just need to incapacitate him long enough to calm him down. Eastman and Tyrese both are on board with shooting. They're not telling Dale to kill him. They would never say that. They know what Rick's going through too. But they do say that if this gets too much out of control, Rick could kill one of them or possibly the whole group. And they all think that he's a monster now, or he was then at Woodbury. He'll become a trillion times worse if he accidentally kills the entire group. So Dale needs to just suck it up, shoot him in the leg. That's all they're asking. And they're saying this while combating Rick. Dale sighs, knowing that they're right, takes the shot, and holsters up his arm and bang! Shoots Rick straight in the leg, giving Eastman, Tyrese, who are wounded, and plenty of other people in the group time to calm Rick down. And after this, Eastman says that it ultimately had to be done. Like he even said, and Tyrese said, they weren't planning on killing Rick, and they know exactly, like the rest of the group, why Rick was the way he was. And it was a good effort on Morgan's part, which he turns his attention to Morgan. It was a good effort to try and give him back his old look, or whatever he was doing, but it was probably not the smartest decision. Eastman's not lambasting him for this, but they do all agree that Rick definitely needs time before any of them either talk to him again or actually give him the hat. And Morgan and everyone else would agree. And Dale would feel really bad, because not only have they all been through hell and back, but Dale just had to shoot the frickin' leader of the group, and he didn't even want to. The one thing that he was doing to keep his moral compass and protect people with his new appendage just resulted in shooting the leader of the group. This would have heavily affected him. So now, after all this, we have Rick, who is fully given into the darkness and is barely any way sort of calmed down, mourning the loss of everyone important. Sophia, Shane, Lori, Carl. And then we got Rosita, who is still mourning Abraham. This would all occur along with Sasha mourning Bob on the same day in the timeline. So this is a very somber moment. And, whew, even Father Gabriel, the introduction to him in the story was very, very plain. It was nice with Eastman and everyone and with the small group. But once Rick and Morgan and all of them showed up, whoo! Any thought that Father Gabriel had about them in any of my stories or the original, you can amp that up a billionfold, and he's definitely not going to be on board with any of them. Ultimately, part of him would know why this all is, and everyone explaining, especially Eastman, Dale, and Tyrese. But that doesn't mean he would be on board with it, and that's going to have big effects later on. Now, Eastman, Dale, and Tyrese, after all of this, agree that they work pretty freaking well together, and they make quite a team. And they all are the three main, not only moral compasses, but like the big heads of the group, like a council, sort of, if you will. And this gives Eastman an idea. Since Rick is obviously has to be out of the picture for a moment to not only calm himself down, but ensure he doesn't kill anybody, Eastman says that they all should take charge in Rick's place and form a sort of three-man band of leadership between him, Dale, and Tyrese. The big three, so that the group can feel moral compassed, recover from all that's happened, and Rick can have time to grieve, along with everyone else. It would be the perfect plan to re-stabilize this very, very broken group. And Dale and Tyrese would agree on this heavily, because, especially after that Rick moment, who wouldn't? Who freaking wouldn't agree on that? So, it's decided. Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese are all the three leaders of the group, for now. And everyone else, it does take a little bit of time, but the majorly broken ones, especially from Woodbury's cause, they get time in the church to collect themselves, relax, and regain their thoughts. And it all seems like they're ready to go and finally abandon the church and at least go somewhere else, because they can't stay here forever. However, three of the people in the group have very, very major ramifications done to them because of Woodbury. Now, I already mentioned Dale being the main one, but there's something else going on with him. Something which I've been teasing besides the shotgun arm, along with two others who are not in the best of shape. Everyone else made it out of Woodbury just fine, injured but fine. But Dale and two other people, they ain't doing so hot with part of their bodies, if you get what I mean. But what could have happened to two other people, and what's still wrong with Dale besides the shotgun arm? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Also, do you guys think that Rick will ever recover? And if he does, will he ever be the same? And that's where we're leaving things for the moment. I hope you guys like the new video stream / like new app for the videos, and I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode, and stay tuned for the next one.
Look on the bright side. At least you're gonna get beat by a real team. If you press me again, you a dead man.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 28 of What If Dale Survived the Remake, wherein last time Rick has lost any and all sense of himself, meaning that in the fullest definition, and the group slowly collecting themselves, with Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese holding up the helm and taking charge of the group in Rick's place to make sure he doesn't, kill everybody and lose it again. It took a lot to restrain him. But before they can leave, three people, including Dale with a certain something, have very big ramifications done to him because of Woodbury. And that's what we're finding out today. But before we do, you should definitely subscribe, because now that we've gotten the laptop edition of Nick's Topics, this channel is about to get a whole lot more epic and fun-filled. more than it already has been, even when I was off a mobile phone. So you guys should definitely subscribe and stay tuned with all kinds of content if you want to see awesome stories and stuff here on the channel. Now let's get into the 3 people, including Dale, and what's wrong with them from Woodbury. It begins with a conversation with Maggie and Beth after everything that's just happened. They're talking to each other and everything, and it's pretty normal, just sisters talking. Until Maggie brings up everyone that they've lost, including Herschel, everyone at the farm, even dating back to before they met Rick and their people, and then brings up Jimmy shortly after Herschel. But then Beth asks who Jimmy is. She didn't ask who anybody else was. She seemed to know about them, but then she asks who Jimmy is. Now, on one hand, Maggie is like, okay, maybe everything's just led her to forget who Jimmy is, but it still makes her do a double take, because something doesn't quite add up here. How could she just forget one of the main people that she was with back at Herschel's farm, their father's farm? How could she just forget him? And like I said, this makes her do a double take and ask, you're joking, right? You don't remember who Jimmy is? Because Beth looks serious, but Beth just looks down, trying to remember who he is, seemingly to Maggie's perspective, but she doesn't show any signs of remembering him. She seemed to remember everyone else, but this definitely puts Maggie on edge for her, Beth to just forget someone who she was with for almost the longest time before they met Rick and their people. And she just doesn't know who he is? Or is she playing some kind of game? And this definitely throws Maggie off, because it's not like her to just forget someone like that, and brings it up with Glenn shortly after, trying to not arouse suspicion with Beth. And Glenn says, while this is extremely odd, Maggie's got to remember, Beth and Carol, just like the rest of them, went through hell and back just to get out of Woodbury and from the governor. So in all likelihood, all the injuries and stress that's happened recently, it has to have gotten to her and some of the other people. So all that's really might be the problem is that she just needs to recover more and like gain her thoughts better. She's probably just not at 100%. But Glenn does agree that it is of some minor concern, but he doesn't think it will amount to anything like major. And Maggie agrees with this because, hey, all of them have been through a lot since Woodbury. And then we get to the next trouble and discussion between Daryl and Carol. Daryl being very happy that Carol is alive and well, and asking truly how Carol managed to get Beth out of there and everything, because her just being able on her own, along with Beth getting injured and both of them getting out just on their own, that's very impressive. And him talking about what's happened and everything like that. But the minute that Carol starts to speak, suddenly some of her words begin to come out muted. Like, when she's talking, some of her words, her mouth is moving in the form of her speaking those words, but nothing's coming out. But it's only between a few words, and it does throw Daryl off. But after a minute, Carol begins to notice this. When Daryl brings it up more, she clutches her throat and is just as equally surprised now that she's noticed. Daryl's like, something is a little bit wrong here if your words are coming out muted. Maybe you got a shot from the governor somewhere in your throat. It could have damaged your vocal cords. And Carol doesn't think it's anything. It might just be dehydration or just very much exhaust or just injuries. But Daryl still says, I gotta check you over because this is looking pretty serious. And after a few minutes, Daryl doesn't seem to notice anything suspicious or out of place on Carol, mainly focusing on her neck because, you know, it's her words and her voice that's the problem. To check anywhere else would be mute. So After a minute or two of checking, nothing seems to arouse suspicion, and everything seems to be okay. But then, Daryl gets a closer look at the side, like the very side of part of Carol's throat, and sees a gunshot exit wound on both ends of the side of her neck. And Daryl's like, yep, that pretty much confirms it. And says to Carol, you got a gunshot in the side of your throat, which could have very well damaged a part of your vocal cords, and is why part of your words are coming out muted. Carol says that she's just as surprised as Daryl that this happened. True, she knew that her and Beth and pretty much everyone else had come out of there injured. Michonne definitely, and Dale. Duh. But she didn't think that whatever pain she was feeling would have hurt her in the long run, and even if it did, she would have noticed much sooner. This is the first time talking to Daryl that she noticed that something was truly wrong with her. And now, this is actually pretty big because now she's half muted. And yeah, Daryl says that, yeah, now they're definitely going to have to check over more people and see if anything else happened to them. Because while this might not be the truest, biggest matter, her being half muted is still pretty big. And if it gets worse, they gotta go somewhere right now alongside checking people, because this could prove to be a big burden on the rest of the group, just like Bob's bite was, even though they didn't 100% know about that. But just then, Maggie shows up to Daryl and says what just happened between her and Beth. And then Daryl brings up his occurrence with Carol and is like, yeah, this is a clear-cut giveaway. We gotta check everybody now. This cannot be a coincidence. If Beth is showing signs of maybe memory loss and Carol is half mute, granted, this means that more than the both of them, more people might have something extra wrong with them. Dale and Michonne, we already knew that. But Beth and Carol, now they gotta check over everybody. Daryl goes over to check Beth more thoroughly to see, just like with Carol, if something happened with her brain after Maggie mentioned all this. And sure enough, on the very edge of Beth's head, there is a bullet exit wound. And yeah, this pretty much confirms it once again. And Daryl is very much in shock at this, because he says to everyone, mainly Maggie, because the conversation hasn't been opened up entirely yet, that while the bullet did not kill her, it did rupture through a part of her brain, and she's lucky to have not died. She's like extremely lucky. But that bullet, while it didn't kill her, it still ruptured a part of her brain, and very well could be causing her amnesia. And yeah, at this point, this is looking pretty freaking serious. And Maggie is very deterred by this, seeing that her sister lives and Carol lives just to have this stuff happen to her. Even if, you know, Dale and Michonne had that stuff happen to them, didn't expect it to happen to people who survived after. But Daryl's like, nah, we gotta check everybody at this point. There is no way in crap that just the two of them and Dale and Michonne were the only ones. Now they gotta check everybody. And if they don't have anything wrong with them besides Beth and Carol, then cool, whatever. But yeah, this is definitely too big a concern for them to leave without checking thoroughly for the rest of the group. Because if Beth is getting amnesia and Carol's getting mute, alongside those two things, who knows what else is wrong with the group. And then Daryl would bring it up to the rest of the group and is like, no, we gotta check everybody, including ourselves. And sure enough, they do. Everybody in the group checks all over to make sure, along with checking themselves, that everything is on the up and up and no more problems are on the rise. Sure enough, everything seems okay. But whenever Dale and Tyrese are, for one thing, checking each other and themselves and having a conversation, just as they're finishing checking and done with their conversation, suddenly Dale's mind flashes red right at that moment. this is much different than his dream sequence, but in the red flash, he sees Andrea and Amy alive, and then boom, they're dead. Right before his very eyes. And this flash would be very random at the most. And then Tyrese picks up on Dale just flashing for a sec away and turning his head away, and it's like, Dale, are you alright? And Dale would be like, after collecting himself, yes, I'm alright. It's just, my mind felt weird for a second. I think it's just because of the wiring of my new shotgun arm and everything that's happened. But little to anybody's notice, Dale's corner of his eye has now started to shape a little bit red. I know that might be a little bit hard to see, but definitely notice that flash, something is wrong with Dale besides that arm. And that's where we get into the red eye twist. Just know, we're not getting into how it happened or how his eye turned red and it's flashing, but just know it's coming up. And it will have drastic ramifications. So, after everyone checks themselves and they're all talking and everything, now they're trying to think of where to go, or to stay here, or whatever, or even if they should. Noah would then talk to everybody and say, why don't they go to his hometown? He was wanting to go back there in general to see if everybody was still alive there. And even if they are, they could stay there. And it's a much bigger place, probably as big as Woodbury, if not a little bit better. And they'll have armed security. And even if somehow, some way, he's very much hoping against this, but if they're all possibly dead, then they can just stock up there, collect themselves even more. It would benefit everybody in the long run to some degree. And after seeing that they don't have anything like to worry about or to check anymore, Daryl would agree on this, as would everybody else, mainly Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese, the high people besides Daryl. And Rick would be listening to all this and just silently observing everything and still not in his right state of mind, but just taking everything in as to what everybody's saying and just veering off. Eastman would then go over to him, seeing him like this, and saying to Rick, just in case he was still crazy and didn't know a jack diddly squat about what's happening, that he, Dale, and Tyrese are the ones in charge, and begins to explain sort of what's going on. But Rick says he knows what's going on. And even though he wasn't in the right state of mind, he still heard and knew what happened. And he thanks Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese for stopping him, and feels really bad about what he did, but he's just still not in the right state of mind. But he does feel it right that they're taking the stead in his place while he, works things out, quote unquote. And with that, he just walks away slowly. But Eastman still says he appreciates Rick for understanding why this needs to be done, and they're all ready for when he wishes to lead again. And with that, soon enough, they get to Noah's hometown. And you know what the funny thing is? I have never included Noah's hometown in a story, any way, shape, or form, ever. So this is the first time I've ever included it. Spoiler alert, it's not going to be as big as you might think. Suffice it to say, Mitch takes the death of Tyrese in Noah's home. And that's kind of it. I know Mitch was an okay character, don't get me wrong, but I honestly feel that his death here would be alright. And I've made him live long points before, and his death would be a little bit sad, but Noah's hometown and his death, it wouldn't really correlate to much in the story. It's just a small side moment. Just like, it was only one episode in the real show anyway. But here's something big we gotta talk about. The group and who is there. So, let's get into that. So, the group. It consists of Noah, Gabriel, Daryl, Tara, Carol, Eugene, Rick, Glenn, Maggie, Sasha, and Rosita. Because remember, Abraham is dead, Carl is dead, and Michonne is dead. So we're missing 3 of the main characters from this point in the story, which I've never really included. I've had Tara and Noah X out a bunch of times, but I've never really featured Carl, Abraham, and Michonne dying at this point. Michonne very rarely, but you guys get what I mean. And now, survivors. Morgan, Mika, Lizzie, Megan, Beth, Tyrese, Dale, and Eastman. Lizzie, Morgan, and Eastman kind of being new additions, because I've included mostly all the other characters in Survivor stories before. And Lizzie, not really too much is going to go good with her character surviving, which is why I've featured her surviving to this point very rarely, because with everyone getting hungry and losing their coal and becoming darker, Lizzie starting to flip her lid 1,000-fold. Not only at this point has she shown to kill Martin and show her dark side, but now her mind at this point, with hunger, starvation, darkness, infecting her mind. And not only is she gonna want to make everyone turn into walkers 1,000-fold more, but she just wants to frickin' eat them, kind of making her akin to a Terminus resident. And it's almost like Lizzie at this point is becoming a mix between the Terminus cannibals and the Whisperers, if you catch my meaning. And with her mind clouded with all of these intrusive and dark thoughts, she begins to grab a blade and goes to lunge at someone, to kill him, eat him. She doesn't care at this point. Dale sees this and alerts the group right then and there. Right before Lizzie can stab someone, Eastman gets his stick and boom, knocks her out cold. But before they can decide what to do with her or where to move on forward, they see water in the roads and the storm hits, making all of them have to go to a barn, which I think that Daryl would still find, but honestly, I've never really brought that up to Daryl finding it, and I've just left it as like, they just find it. So, what do you guys think will happen from here? Do you think that the group will know what to do from Lizzie here? Do you think they will leave her alive or just kill her? And whether they do or whether they don't, do you think that Rick will ever recover? And what will happen with Dale's eye and the rest of the group going on with all of these plot points added? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I truly hope you guys enjoyed this episode, and yeah, they've been pretty freaking long. The Dale with the shotgun episode had to be long because it had to show how Dale got the shotgun. I think I did a pretty freaking good job with it, and I hope you guys like the new laptop edition with the videos. I definitely think that it does a lot better with audio quality and better explaining the story. But anyways, we got a heck of a lot more to go, and yeah, a lot more darkness and suspense to add to the story. So once again, I truly hope that you guys enjoyed this episode and are enjoying the story so far, and I will see you guys in the next video.
We all go a little mad sometimes.
Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 29 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, in the last episode, we covered the group leaving Father Gabriel's church after Rick turned into an absolute darkness loony bin, and Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese taking up the charge, while Lizzie was dealt with by Eastman knocking her out and the group reconvening at a farm, wondering where to go and what to do with Lizzie. And that's where we resume the story. But before that, really quick, you should definitely hit that subscribe button to get into the Nick's Topics YouTube channel, because now that we're done with mobile device editing, besides small picture editing, of course, this channel is about to become a far more epic cry from the channel that literally got me to where I am today, so think of how much more epic that is. and you definitely don't want to miss the future content or content that has been on this channel. So I'd definitely hit that subscribe button. Anyways, let's dive into the story. Now, once the group reconvenes at the farm, or barn, they're trying to figure out what to do with Lizzie and where to go. Suddenly, out of the blue, Rick comes up to the fold and says that he will deal with Lizzie, and that him dealing with her and just dealing with her in general is the best way to go about things. A far cry from any other Rick that dealt with Lizzie before, whereas he couldn't do it. Daryl says, "Are you really sure about this?" But Rick says he's sure, and says he's had some time before they got to the barn and when they got there to finally control himself. But before he can explain anymore, or wants to explain anymore, he simply pulls out a gun and shoots Lizzie straight in the head. Now, this definitely was expected, and yet totally out of nowhere for Rick to do. And Eastman, Dale, and Tyrese, they all take note of this. Because while it's true that Lizzie was a danger and she was becoming more and more crazy to the eyes of almost everyone in the group, especially trying to kill Dale and everyone else, just because she was hungry and just crazy about the walkers, it's what ultimately had to be done. Even if all of them have their moral codes, obviously, Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese being themselves. It's what had to happen, and Rick didn't flip out again, so clearly there shouldn't be anything wrong with him if he was that cool, calm, and collective. But once Aaron arrives and greets Rick and everybody else, this is where trouble begins to brew in the minds of Eastman, Dale, and Tyrese. They're thinking that, oh man, if this is some sort of trick, or even if it's real, what's Rick gonna say to this? Now that he's seemingly back in the fold to try and be the leader that he was before. But, to everyone's astonishment, Rick actually puts on the hat that Morgan gave back to him from Carl and says, "Welcome, Aaron. This is our group, and we would be more than welcome to go to your home, Alexandria. We've been through a lot, and getting the chance to finally see a true community and no lies, tricks, or no more fighting, I think that it would do us all a great deal of good." And he points to everyone in the group and mentions a few people that they lost and what they've gone through. And everybody, even Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese, they're astonishingly proud of Rick. He must have been through, in that short time before the barn and everything, he must have collected himself quickly. And with that, they go to Alexandria. I know we're skipping through fast, but that's just how fast it's going. And meet with Deanna. And Rick's the first one to meet, obviously. And Deanna asked to know about what Rick was before the fall and what they went through out there. Basically the same Deanna that came to Rick before. And Rick just denied it and said that just small stuff. He was dark. But this Rick, he doesn't ignore Deanna or ask her questions or try to demean her. He actually sits down, he thinks, still wearing the hat, and decides to tell Deanna the story. But not just about what happened, but all of what happened. He's going to tell her everything. And this is a very, very big surprise. Because Rick, he had finally understood and mourned for Shane, Carl, and Lori properly at the barn, and collected himself and made himself whole again, especially after being put down by Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese. And he would go into the whole story with Deanna about the Atlanta camp, about his travails, about Woodbury, about losing his wife and son, the people that mattered the most to him in this world, about his best friend Shane turning dark, about Dale, about how much he meant to him, and how everyone he thought he'd lost, and they all came back together, and how it led to this very moment. And Rick just keeps talking and talking about all of this. And as much as Deanna wants to push him away or tell him to stop, she is amazed and astonished by the words of Rick Grimes. Here, for the first time in her entire life, she finally met someone who spoke out about such big things. And this was very heavy stuff, even for her. And she is amazed by the words and the story of this man. To think that the apocalypse made this man and all of his people the people that they are today, and they still found each other in the end. It truly amazes her and touches her heart. And how Rick is sitting before her now after he said all this and is actually talking about this with her. And once Rick is finally done, he rests his hand on his hat and takes a deep breath and is like, that's my story. And that's how we're all here today. I just want us to be free of the world that we have been forced to live in, even if it is a community within the world. And Deanna would finally relax herself and be like, that was an amazingly awesome story, Rick Grimes. And I hope that you and your people can find the respite here that you were never able to out there. And as you said yourself, even if this is part of the world, I think that we can make it better again with you people here. But you guys, especially you, Rick, should take time to relax yourselves, to get used to being part of people again and not out there in the freaking wild. And I think you'll definitely manage and like it here. And Rick says, I think we will too. Takes off his hat and just begins to exit the room, telling Deanna, thank you for listening, and walks out. And that would be like the most touching Rick Grimes speech that we would ever hear, ever, besides him almost leaving the group. And then we get to Daryl's interview, which really wouldn't change much, because I feel that all that would change was maybe him talking about Merle, actually, and about what happened at Woodbury, and basically reiterating in some way, shape, or form. But mostly, for the most part, I feel that his interview would go the exact same way. There's really nothing I can think that would change how he does his interview. But then we get to Carol and her interview, and remember, she's still got that mute problem with her voice because of getting shot in part of her vocal cords. And Deanna picks up on this, mentions it, and Carol clutches her throat again, remembering her unfortunate crutch. But Deanna smiles at this, saying that Daryl and Rick definitely said more than enough about, like, her and everyone else and what they've had to go through. And specifically says that for her case and anyone who needs it, they have a surgeon named Pete who will be more than likely able to look at them and make sure that they either get better or fix them completely, especially with Carol's case. Pete's done some amazing things in the community and definitely thinks that he'll be able to help them, especially Carol, get themselves back to 100%. And Carol smiles at this, not really making it like it's an act here or that the people here are children, and actually appreciates them. Then we get to Glenn and Maggie doing an interview together, and Maggie bringing up Beth and her getting shot in part of her brain and her having memory loss and amnesia before they got here, and is wondering if someone in the community can look at her or anyone else that needs it. And Deanna would then touch upon what she talked about with Carol, and that Pete, even though the situation with Beth is a little bit more serious in a way than Carol, she still thinks that they'll be able to put Beth and everybody else who needs it back to the way that they should be. And Maggie would smile at this and greatly appreciate Deanna and everybody here for taking them in and saying that. Then we would get a very detailed interview with the likes of Rosita, talking about herself, Eugene, their trip to Washington, and the loss of Abraham, and the whole scene at Father Gabriel's church, and how she really thought of one of two things: killing them all after that, killing Morgan specifically, or leaving the group. But then she thought about what everybody had been through and what everybody had told her and how Abraham acted, and really thought that it's what ultimately had to be done, and she does not digress anybody for that. She just feels really upset that Abraham had to go in that way. But she's here now, and she definitely is glad, in a way, to be a part of Rick Grimes' group and everybody who has not only allowed her to keep staying after everything that's happened, but just kept her alive. And that's good enough for her. And Deanna would definitely say that she feels that Rosita made the right choice, because she feels that the group needs her just as much as she needs them. So it's a win-win overall. And yeah, this would definitely be a good game changer for Rosita, giving her almost immediate closure on the unfortunate demise of Abraham. Then we get to a very Fear the Walking Dead moment with Morgan being interviewed by Deanna. How crazy is that? Because think about it this way. Never, not once, have I ever included Morgan being part of the Alexandria crew without meeting Eastman first and then coming back to find Rick. He has been with them since the season 3 era, which is definitely a big game changer. And the interview and everything, that would be a big Fear the Walking Dead twist and moment for Morgan Jones. And he would basically talk about Jenny and Dwayne and how he unfortunately had to go back and put down his son, how crazy he was, how Rick saved him, and how it ultimately led to unfortunate demises, but also led to them, pretty much all of them, still living and finding each other. And he is glad that, for one thing, he has been able to help Rick not leave the group, and how Rick, in turn, saved him from becoming a bigger monster. And how it's definite and very happy in his eyes that they're friends and how they have made it this long together. And definitely is happy to be where he is today instead of out in the freaking apocalypse killing and not caring. And Deanna once again would be touched by these words. Everyone's stories, especially Morgan and Rick's, they would really hit hard with Deanna, very much treasuring this group 1,000 trillion times more than any version of Deanna who ever let in any version of Rick's group. And then we get to Mika and Megan and their interviews, and while I think that it wouldn't be that big a deal, maybe Tara being with them or someone else, it would be extra interviews for them to maybe talk about their lives, and Mika's life with Lizzie and Woodbury, and Megan's life at her home before they were found by their militia, and everything that basically transpired on that way. And then we get to Beth, who slowly just meanders her way in, and Deanna would take note of this and know about what Maggie had said and introduce herself and say, "Hi, Beth. How are you doing? And are you glad to be a part of this community and away from all of the stuff out there?" Beth just looks down before saying anything. And she doesn't smile, and she doesn't reciprocate the emotions. She just says, "I don't know. I don't know if I'm happy, sad, or anything." And the worst part is, and she begins to tear up a little, I still remember most of the group that I have come here with, but I'm starting to forget and even not even remember who half the people here are. And I don't know why. She doesn't remember whenever Daryl looked at her whenever she, we saw that bullet wound in her head. And Deanna would definitely feel very sorry for Beth, and this would definitely be more serious than Carol. Because Carol, because the circumstances are way different. And she would be like, to Beth, she understands, and she was told about why that is, and says that they have a surgeon here in the community named Pete. And while it will take a lot of effort, she feels that Beth can make it back to 100% and get her to remember about everything, hopefully. And with that, we get to Tyrese and Sasha's interview, which besides Tyrese being there, because I've never really covered interviews like fully, I've just covered jobs in my stories, I feel that Tyrese and Sasha's interviews, Sasha's would be nicer, and she would have more closure with Tyrese being alive, and Tyrese, he would just be talking about everything and being in charge with Eastman and Dale. Speaking of Eastman, he would go in further with that and how him finding the group was probably the best thing that ever happened. Because with him, Dale, and Tyrese, they have definitely held a good strong point besides Rick before he even got back to the fold, and they still stand behind being the moral compasses for the group completely, even if Rick's still the leader. And one thing I forgot to mention, Tabitha is still alive. I know that I have not mentioned it since Eastman and Morgan went to Terminus, but yeah, Tabitha's still around, and that's something I've never really covered, Tabitha being alive, because Tabitha's not really that big of a freaking character or involvement in the story. She's just there, and people are all bent out of shape whenever she went, and I'm like, well, to be fair, Shiva the tiger mattered more. She was probably my favorite animal in The Walking Dead. So, but I just figured I'd let you guys know that Tabitha's still alive, even if I haven't mentioned it. There's just nowhere to put her. Then we get to Dale. And Deanna notices something right away with Dale. Something that she had heard about from other people, but didn't bother to pay attention to. Dale's shotgun arm. And she wants to know the full story with Dale, having heard everyone else's, about how this happened and how he's been a part of the group. And Dale would be surprised by this, but knew that many people told their stories in great detail, and decides, like, you know what? Why not? And he would go into his story, but would go more in depth around the point of Woodbury and how he and almost everyone else, including people that did unfortunately die, how they came to be here, and how he thought he was almost dead. Twice! He was almost dead in Woodbury, and then he was almost dead in the hospital. But thanks to those people, and Daryl and the people at the hospital, thanks to all of them, and Rick and everybody else, that's how they're here today. Because everyone took care of him and led him to be alive and saved him, and how the hospital risked everything they had to make him who he is, to not only keep him with his moral compass, but give him a new appendage to not only keep that, but to keep everyone safe. And how it ultimately led to Rick being the person he is by snapping him out of being crazy and becoming one with what's happened to him, and how he's very happy that the group has found themselves after everything that they had been through, everything that had happened, which Deanna would take great note of, and how he is very happy to be a part of this community and help in any way that him and everybody else can, because trust me, they've been through too much not to pass up an offer that's actually legit. And Deanna would smile at this and thank Dale and almost everyone, pretty much everyone, for their time, because Dale would be the last interview. And yeah, definitely this episode was basically featured for interviews, and that's it. And as Dale walks out, that seems to be the end of it, but then everything flashes red again in Dale's eyes. He sees Shane, and the monster that he had begun to see back at the Atlanta camp, almost shooting Rick. and Dale witnessing it. And then the monster that he had become, busting open the barn, how Dale almost had to shoot him, how he tried to kill Rick several times, and how Dale couldn't shoot him again. And when he gets back into reality, that red blotch with his eye, that twist, it begins to become a little bit more red. A tiny, tiny little bit more noticeable, especially for the audience if you guys didn't catch that before. But what is the twist behind his eye? We already know with the shotgun, but how did the twist with his eye and the flashing and everything, how did this come to happen? And will we find more about it? Or will the group, and including us, get almost nothing in terms of what Dale will become after this? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I truly hope that you guys enjoyed this episode, because this was basically just an interview episode. And also I hope you guys really like the new freaking thumbnail, because I definitely do. And hope you guys are enjoying the story so far, because like I said, after the group reconvened at Father Gabriel's church, we're beyond the long parts now, and we're still gearing up for quite a freaking tale even without that. But I hope you guys enjoyed and are enjoying the series so far, and I will see you guys in part 30. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we are getting into part 30. Holy Jesus, this has been a long-going series, but hey, I teased that for quite a long time now, so to keep saying it over and over again would be moot at this point. But anyways, we're getting into part 30 of What If Dale Survived the Remake, whereas last time we covered the entrance into Alexandria and, little hint, at Dale and his eye, which has become a little bit more noticeable with the red, but not noticeable to our group yet. And we're going to get into a little bit of that today, but mainly some of Alexandria and continuing on to the next part, obviously. But before that, really quick, you should definitely hit that subscribe button, because as I've said over the course of the past few videos, this channel is about to get a whole heck of a lot more epic with laptop edition. I cannot stress that enough, how happy I am, and how you guys have also seemed to like it a little bit more too. So definitely hit that subscribe button for any newbies or people who aren't subscribed, because you definitely will not be disappointed, story and laptop stuff included. Anyway, let's get on to the tale here. So after Dale's whole flash at the end of the last episode with his eye and everything, seeing the dead people and Shane and everything, Reg picks up on this just like Tyrese did and asks him like, hey man, are you alright? Because he notices. Keep in mind, as I've said, Dale's eye and everything, that has not become noticeable yet, even if it is a slightly more red, like barely. They haven't noticed it yet, and Reg just thinks like he's just dazed off and in his own world. But Dale reassures him that he's alright, and frankly just says everyone else is having, gonna have a little bit of a hard time getting used to Alexandria and being in a place that's actually, legit. And he thinks that it's just down to the fact of him dazing off. He already dazed off before he came here, but he just thinks it's down to him getting older. For one thing, that's just a small excuse, and for another, nearly dying like 2 to 3 times. That'll definitely do that to you. And he just thinks that he needs time to chill, especially because he had to get his freaking arm removed and replace it with a shotgun, but that was his choice. But Reg understands, and they both go their separate ways, and that ends the interview thing that they were doing. Meanwhile, Rick would shave his beard just like he did before and meet Jesse, and Jesse would offer him a haircut, and the interaction between them, keep in mind with this, it would go a lot smoother because of Rick finally coming to terms with, losing Shane, Lori, and Carl and everything. Because for one thing, he still has his baby, and like I said in the last episode, he has come to terms with all that, and it definitely makes him a better person. He's even got the hat, which I've barely ever included except in my What If Rick Never Got Shot story. And Jesse would also obviously know at this point about the loss of Rick losing Carl and Lori and everything, and having to care about his baby all by himself. See, it was Rick alone before he got with Michonne in the original story, but there's no Michonne here, and Carl's dead. So that definitely throws a lot more on to what Jesse knows about Rick. And I guarantee she would even tell him, like, hey, you ever need a sitter for your baby, I'm definitely one that can help you out. Because she wouldn't talk about Carl and Ron here because, Carl's bye-bye. So, yeah. We don't get Carl and Ron whole, friend-hate relationship, which will definitely throw a lot into the mix. And Rick would definitely, as I said, be a lot nicer about this and take her up on the offer. Because, for one thing, he's all by himself, and what reason has he not to? He already threw that whole big speech at Deanna during the interview. Why wouldn't he want to take Jesse up on that offer? Meanwhile, this is something I've never really touched upon, but Noah's actually with the group for once, which is I've really never touched upon Noah in any of my stories, ever. So, Glenn, Tara, Noah, and Aiden and Nicholas, that whole beginning arc would happen, episode, more rather, and then Glenn would punch Aiden because, being dumb. And this is the point where we would get everyone's jobs, more or less, because we already got the characters. I'm not gonna explain what the other characters who got their original jobs did, because it was never really a big deal, like Eugene, Rosita, and all them. I'm gonna mention the characters that are important to the story getting the jobs, which is, I've done that regardless, but it's an extra reminder, especially for new people. So Rick would obviously be the first one, and he would be the constable for Alexandria. One thing, the hat just gives it away for Deanna, and Rick would have definitely spilled it over in his huge speech in the last episode. So, if that speech didn't convince Deanna to make him the constable of Alexandria, the hat would. I mean, he wore the hat during the speech, but that's beside the point. So he would be the constable, obviously, but he would be alone this time rather than Shane, Michonne, or anybody being around. So that's a bit different than what I've usually done. Sasha would, I feel, go to be the lookout watcher, but it would definitely be a much nicer request and different approach to Deanna about it, because Tyrese is still alive, making Sasha's character a little bit better. Except Abraham ain't around, so once Tyrese goes, that's it for her. Her character's just the same as it was. Now, as for Glenn, Nicholas, and Noah and all that going to the place where they did, at this point, I originally, usually if like T-Dog or Tyrese or Bob is around, I just have them replace the death of Noah. But here's the thing. For one thing, Bob is not around. And for another, Noah is around and T-Dog is dead. So that throws a lot of like the original story into the mix. And as for Tyrese, you might be wondering about him. I feel that with how they've gone with Tyrese, Dale, and Eastman, that Tyrese would ultimately want to stay back and be a part of the council, because at this point, let's look at the specifics here. This is something I really don't think I've thrown a lot of council members into the mix before. Maybe my What If Madison's Family Joined Rick story I've done this, but let's look at who we've got for the council here and see why it's like this big or important whenever Tyrese decides to stay back. You got Tyrese, Dale, and Eastman as a part of the council, and then you got Maggie, who I definitely feel would be a part of the council still. So, with this many people, you definitely would make Deanna, whatever suspicion or anything she might have felt before Gabriel talked to her, that's like thrown out the window at this point. And he's not even talked to her yet to rant out the group. And like I said, I think my What If Madison's family joined Rick. I've definitely thrown a lot of council members in. But anyway, then we would get a nice moment with Sam getting along with Mika and Megan. And I've had them live in Alexandria before. And this would definitely help Sam's character development. Not often have I made him go with his stupid fate of, crying like a little baby in freaking season 6 and getting himself eaten. So that ain't gonna happen here again in this story, because he's actually, not only because Carol's around, because they haven't even talked yet, but because he has kids around him who have been out there and experienced what happened. That would definitely help his character development. And here's something real we gotta talk about. Speaking of Ron and Carl, since Carl ain't around, that means that Ron and Enid, they're gonna remain a couple. Because with Carl dead, even though Enid was just, an outcast, she didn't really care about the relationship too much outside of small moments and Carl seeing the two of them and Enid helping Ron. It's just something really important that's definitely worth mentioning. That, I've never really not had Carl or Enid talk or not get into a relationship before, so that's definitely a big thing. And then here's the next important thing, which will definitely be important to say. Pete helping Carol and Beth, because remember, Carol, she's half muted with the bullet wound through her vocal cords, her throat. And Beth, the bullet wound through the part of the head, causing her amnesia. And even Pete knows that while he might be able to help them in a kind of decent way, he ain't going to be able to fix them. Not even close. But he has an idea to maybe not fix them fully, especially with Beth, her amnesia, and Carol's mute problem. That's easier to fix. But he still knows that he's going to need help. And this is still we don't know that Pete's crazy yet. So he's an okay guy. You know what I'm saying? So he would enlist help from Denise and Maggie, because that'll obviously be mentioned that Maggie has experience, and Denise, she would only be just getting into the fold of helping out, but it would still help out a lot. With Carol, they would be able to patch the wound through that part of her vocal cords, which, the area around her throat and the bullet wounds and everything, that would heal. But Pete would even say that while he's managed to, with the help of Denise and Maggie, fix her to a somewhat agreeable level, it's still not going to heal her completely. She's going to have to refrain from speaking in big patterns or anything for a decent amount of time, because it's still not healed her completely, but it's definitely going to make her be able to talk again, just as long as she lets it heal and doesn't strain herself, because talking or straining her throat, that could definitely make it worse than it already has been. And Carol would smile and definitely be thankful of Pete's help, because she is not the same Carol that she was whenever she came to Alexandria, and she didn't kill Karen and David, so this is a much different Carol, even if they all had to escape Woodbury and everything. But Beth would be the next one of importance, and she would be harder to assist with the bullet wound and her small amnesia. But with Maggie there especially, I feel, knowing Beth a lot more than Pete and Denise, this would help towards fixing her too, patching the wound, and maybe even performing some sort of surgery that would definitely help her. But she would need to rest and control herself from moving or doing a bunch of things too. So basically the same as Carol, but more serious because of the brain and not the throat. But Carol would notice something as she and Beth begin to leave. something about Pete makes her uncomfortable. Something about him just doesn't seem right. He seems like she knew someone like him. She doesn't know what kind of person that he is, but something about him makes her feel off. But she chalks this up to just her worrying about her pain and the mute, and it just all coming to her head and everything, and her freaking out over nothing. But he pretty much saved her life in a way. Beth's way more than hers, but she just chalks this up to her mind, just playing tricks on her, being too, thinking too much. And she would just go, and her and Beth would go to their homes and relax. Now, Glenn, Nicholas, Noah, and all of them, it would go the exact same as the story, which is definitely something I've never done. Tara would get injured because Aiden and them being stupid. Noah would get killed because, again, stupid. And once they get back to Alexandria and they find out what happened, Tyrese would feel utterly awful about this because he wanted to go. But all because he wanted to stay with the council that got Noah killed. He feels like he is responsible for Noah's death. But he really isn't, and even if he had gone, he would have either taken Noah's death like I've had him in some stories before, or they could have possibly gotten out of there with all of them alive, or it would have ended up with more people dead. That's literally what could have happened. And Sasha would come to him saying, you don't have to blame yourself. No one knows what could have happened if you were there. You could have died just like Noah, if not both of you. And Sasha would also feel upset about Noah's death because even though she didn't say to him in this timeline, because Tyrese was alive, that he would not make it, she would still feel sad about Noah's death because she still cared about him. And it would be definitely a bit more remorse for, not so much remorse, just sadness for Noah's death. And then we'd get Rick, Carol, and Daryl outside the walls. But I feel that the decision for them coming out of the walls and having that discussion that they did, it would almost probably be on Daryl's terms. Or maybe Daryl would sway Carol into going with Rick. It would be more like Daryl, if anything else, and maybe Carol a little bit. But will the decision to control Alexandria or take the guns even occur in this timeline? And if it does, how will Rick feel about it? Will he even want to go along with it? Or will he want to keep the community as being just part of it and not wanting to take over? Is that what we're going to be dealing with this Rick? A very changed Rick? And what will happen between Pete and maybe Rick? And that's where we leave things for the moment. I was going to make this video longer initially, but for one thing, storage, and another, I feel like this is almost a good place to leave off for the moment, because the situation about Rick maybe not wanting to go with the plan to take over, and the possible conflict or lack thereof of Pete and Carol finding out something about Pete which she cannot place yet, I feel like that's a decent enough place to really stop. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode and are enjoying the series, 30 parts, and I'll see you guys next time.
Get yourself in some trouble, partner?
Looky what we have here.
Welcome, people of the Next Topics YouTube channel, to part 31 of Dale's Tale the Remake. That's just a little funny little thing I wanted to add there, but in all honesty, it's just welcome to part 31 of Dale Survived the Remake. I wanted to add more charisma and oomph to this part, even though it's like big, but not like that big. Anyway, we're getting into Rick, Carol, and Daryl's discussion, more on Daryl's terms, and what will happen further down the line with this part. But before that, really quick, you should definitely hit that subscribe button, because as of last week, and kind of 2 weeks ago, this channel has become a finite for even better content than was ever produced in my old videos of my channel with my phone and the new laptop edition, if you guys didn't already get the gist of that in my other, like, 3 to 4 videos. Anyway, with that said, you should definitely hit that subscribe button, and let's get into the tale today. So, Daryl, on his account, wants the discussion outside the walls with Carol and Rick. Carol agreeing, but Rick just coming out just because. They're old friends, obviously. He's gonna go out with them. And Daryl talks about if they should be protected in the walls and, like, possibly take over. He's not as violent about it as Rick and Carol were, but he was one to agree with the decision, just like him and Maggie with Negan. You get what I mean? But Rick says that he doesn't want to spoil what they have. And he just finally wants to be at a place that's legit and just go with it. If that means sucking up to the rules and everything and regulations, that's okay with him. He just wants to be happy after dealing with everything. And now Daryl and Carol would definitely understand this. Daryl, more than Carol, has definitely seen what Rick has been through and seen his craziness. But Carol definitely saw a lot of it too whenever she, Beth, and Dale came back with everybody else. So they agree with this for now, and it's like, alright. They understand that Rick just wants to be happy after all he's lost. He only has his daughter as family now. Now, we get to more of Alexandra's twists, with Abraham not being present for once in the story. And that's going to change a lot, because that means that he is not going to be at the construction crew, and Tobin is going to be the one in charge, which means Francine is going to die here. Now, she had already passed in season 8, so her character was probably more active in the comics, but it's just something worth mentioning that without Abraham, she's dead. And like I just said, that means that without Abraham there, Tobin and the rest of those people are just going to be reckless and stupid on the construction crew for the time being. Not really going to touch upon them much further in the series or at all, but it's worth mentioning that Abraham not being here definitely means a lot more than you might think, obviously. Now, then we get to Gabriel ranting at the group, which I definitely feel he still would. And it's not only Maggie who's listening in. It's Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese. Now, I remember now more, like especially in my What If Madison's Family Joined Rick, that I did have a lot of council members, like Lori, Madison, Maggie, and Dale. I remember now having more council members, so you could call this just a different twist, with Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese being there, along with Maggie listening in. And they all just say, especially Dale, that they're not going to go up and try and bust him or anything, or do anything or say anything. They want to see what Deanna's reaction is to Gabriel's rants. And Deanna responds much more fluently and differently than you might think. Even with Aiden's death and everything, she is still headstrong in the decision to disagree with Gabriel, even after everything he says. Because Rick's speech, I cannot stress enough, Rick's speech along with Morgan's touched her to the point that she is literally on side with them 100,000%. No matter what she has heard or what's happened, Aiden's death and Nicholas and all that has affected her a little bit, just like it did, but way less so because of everything that everyone else has said. So she flat out ignores everything he's just said and says that if he truly knew what they had been through and heard about what happened, he wouldn't be coming here right now. And Gabriel, as much as he wants to disagree with this, she's right. He literally came here just because he was scared. A coward. Just like, he was in the original story and Eugene was. And he simply just says sorry and walks out. Anyways, you guys might be wondering, who's gonna find out about Jesse and Pete and that whole situation? Is it going to be Rick and Carol? Or is it going to be different people in this story, like I've done before in a few other stories? Well, I think that the matter of Pete abusing Jesse and Sam should go to Mika as well as Megan. Why? Because they have gotten close with Sam, being around him and putting him in a much better mental state. And I'm sure, just like with Carol, he would confide in them because he would trust them, especially Mika being the older of the two, and definitely would confide in her and Megan more so, even probably than Carol, because he wouldn't be threatened. So, eventually, after spending a good amount of time with Sam and catching on to what's happened, because Mika was definitely very perceptive, she caught on very quickly with Lizzie, and even if she killed her, it still meant that Mika was not a slouch, she was just a softie. And eventually, this would lead Mika to say to Megan, no, we gotta tell Carol right now, because Mika would still be close with Carol, it just wouldn't be as big as the original story. Not yet. And Mika and Megan would find Carol and inform her of Sam and being around them a lot, and then would come to the fold and say that she and Megan think that Pete's, a bad man. They're still kids, especially Mika, so they wouldn't quote it like truly smart people, but they would be smart enough to, so Carol would know what they're talking about, obviously. Carol ain't stupid. And she would be very, very scared at this, because you remember how I said that Carol thought about something Pete was, something about Pete was wrong, and she doesn't want it to be true. So she asked Mika and Megan, how do they know this, and what clues do they have to support this? Megan would then speak up and say that Sam had been talking to them a lot since he'd been around them, asked for a gun to protect his mom, and had mentioned and they had seen beatings, and just there were too many context clues. Mika figured it out more quickly than Megan. Megan more or less went along with it because they're best friends, they care about Sam, and it was the right thing to do, because who knows what would have happened had they not gone to someone sooner, especially Carol or Tara. Well, Tara's injured right now, but you get my point. And Carol's like, I should have known something was wrong about Pete. That familiar vibe she had was with Ed. And obviously that was the vibe before, but, even more so because how different Carol is in this story. And she knows exactly what she needs to do. She goes to find Rick and puts on all the spiel about what happened, and Mika and Megan coming over to talk to her, and Pete, and that she thinks, but before she can finish her sentence, Rick stops her and's like, I don't want any part in this. I care about Jesse, alright? She helped me out whenever we got here to Alexandria. She was nice. She offered to take care of Judith. That's cool. But if it means jeopardizing, we already talked about this outside the walls with you and Daryl. I do not want to do anything, even if it means an abusive person, that messes up what we have here. And if that's truly what's going to happen or what's needed to happen, count me out. You're going to have to either do it yourself, leave it alone, or find someone else, because I don't want any part in this. Rick would say this very, very truthfully and mean every single word, looking into the eyes of Carol. But Carol would just be like, I'm not asking you to kill him, and I know what you said, but we can't just let him abuse Jesse and Sam either, because what kind of people would we be to just be in this community and just let something like that happen? So He's not saying to kill him, just saying to friggin' detain him and like put him in solitary confinement. Something to not make Jesse and Sam suffer. And like I said, this would be a very different Carol talking about not killing him because of how different she is. And Rick would just be like, alright, we'll see what happens. And Rick would go to Jesse and confront her about the matter, but he obviously wouldn't bring up that Carol came to him because he didn't bring up the fact that Carol came to him in the first place. He went on his own accord and would ask Jesse after greeting her and everything, do you or have you been abused by Pete? Just something along those lines. And Jesse, not knowing how Rick could have known that, except maybe bruise on her head or face or something, wouldn't know how to respond at first to this, but then would give off the impression, and Rick would see that, yeah, it's happened. And Rick is just so surprised that something like this has just been let go, and that nothing has been done about it, and that Jesse's just so flat about it, and doesn't seem to care that she's being hurt, and her kid is being hurt. And honestly, Rick is not coming to Jesse out of love this time, and, you know, being kind of a creep. He's coming to her because, one, Carol kind of almost forced him to, and because he still cares about Jesse. So, after seeing this and figuring it out, Rick is like, he would go on, just like with Deanna, to explain what his Atlanta camp was like, and him meeting people like the governor and Ed and people like that. Pete is just another bad person, an influence to that. And he doesn't want to be reminded of anything of what he had to go through out there. And if Jesse saw the tapes and everything, which I'm pretty sure was confirmed in the show that she did, she would know that Rick was going to eventually, or someone was going to find out eventually, and that this definitely needs to stop. Because if it doesn't stop, they're gonna die. It's just that clear cut of a case. And Jesse would definitely be much more happy about Rick's wording and how he feels. And she would not be, like, apprehensive towards him. It wouldn't feel like he's being a creep or anything like that. Because, like I said, he's not coming to her for love. He still cares about her, obviously, and is thankful for her help and everything, and her being a good person around him. But he's not being a creep towards her, even if their relationship sorta kinda worked. And I've made it work in several stories. It's just much different here, and Jesse actually agrees that since Rick has not said that he's going to kill him, he just wants to detain him. And Jesse would pick up on this and would agree with the decision that, yeah, something definitely needs to be done. And Rick would smile at her and say, you made the right choice. But then Pete steps into the room and we get that sequence. But Pete takes the upper hand almost immediately, just like he did. And Rick doesn't even get to lay a punch, nor wants to, because he came here to settle things peacefully. So Pete just lays into him, punching him over and over again, so much so that Rick's starting to lose his patience. And just like with a similar scene with Tyrese, Rick just snaps. Since that scene didn't happen in the story yet, we can give that here. And Rick just loses it and starts mercilessly beating Pete, going out to the street and having their fight like normal, but kind of more mercilessly because Rick. After that, Rick would just clutch his hand and just stop. He wouldn't know what to think. At first, I don't think that at Tyrese with that fight, he was thinking about how much he did wrong in that. I think he was more or less thinking about how he just almost broke his arm. And, you know, just the scene of it all. But here, he would definitely not be happy with how he just reacted. He had just become the monster that he stopped himself from becoming just because he didn't do anything. he just let Pete attack him. And he feels really bad about this, but he wouldn't show it with sadness or regret. He would just show it with a menacing, sort of regretful look sort of feel, if you guys get what I'm saying. After that, since it went out onto the street like their original fight, Deanna would want to know what just happened, since Rick didn't raise a gun at them or anything. And Jesse would tell Deanna about everything that just happened, and that Rick fought back in defense this time, and Pete is the one who attacked him, and that Rick was just trying to help. It was much more Pete's fault this time. And Deanna, while being upset at this for not being told of anything, and it all just, happening, since she expected better, especially from Rick, sides with him once again because of the speech. I know I keep bringing that into the fold, but it's not only just the speech, but because she knows of the speech what kind of person Rick is. She truly feels on his level, and would definitely agree that she had known about it too, which would definitely upset a lot of people in the group, I feel. And that she is glad, even if she wasn't told about what happened just now, that Rick managed to deal with it, and that it was dealt with in a sort of alright fashion. But she still says that it's not finished yet, and tells Spencer or Eastman or whoever to put him in another house, and her and Rick to go and talk before they talk to the council. Now, there will be no meeting to kick anybody out, but there will be a talk, just like I said just now, between Rick and Deanna about what just happened before Deanna goes to talk to the council. Rick would then gain himself back and say that he's sorry for attacking Pete like that, but he'd known people like that. Deanna should know more about this because he spilled his whole freaking backstory to her, and says that he had just went in there on account of Carol. This is where he would probably talk about Carol and the kids coming to him, and that he felt it right because he cared about Jesse, and she came over to help him cut his hair and everything like that, and offered to base his kid. That he was just trying to help, and that Pete attacked him when he was just going in there to calmly detain him and put him in solitary confinement. They weren't not going to tell Deanna. They were just going to wait until he was in solitary confinement and then explain. And Rick would be very truthful in this, and Deanna would greatly appreciate this amount of honesty coming from Rick. But then would ask, now that this has happened and the fight has gone to this direction, she asks Rick, instead of asking him a sarcastic question like, what happens if he doesn't want to do that? Remember that? She asked this time an honest question. What should we do with Pete now? And this is her coming to him like an actual honest person, like, what should we do from this point before I go to talk to the council and we figure it out? And Rick honestly would not know. He doesn't know where to go from here. But all he can say is that Pete should stay in the house for now, and they'll decide after they gain some time to think, especially him, because he's trying to get rid of the thoughts of him being a monster, like I just mentioned. So he goes to talk to Jesse, like they did, and it's a much better talk and honest talk because Jesse would actually want to be around him. And Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese, along with Maggie, the council, they would have their talk, but as I said, there's not going to be a meeting or convincing to keep Rick in or anything like that, because Rick was not at fault here, because he didn't aim the gun. He didn't pretty much cause more of the fight than he did, even though Pete was the main cause of it still in the show. But you guys get what I'm saying. Anyways, here's something that we're going to end off with, and something important to touch upon as a whole. Glenn. What about Glenn? Well, remember, this is the point where he would see Nicholas climbing outside of the walls and would go after him. Now, what's so important about that? It's because Dale sees him. Because Dale, we all know he was very perceptive, and he cared about Glenn a lot. He tried to keep a close eye on him because of everything that not only they had been through together, but because of the recent occurrences with Nicholas. And once he would see, out of the corner of his eye, in the council, Glenn going outside the walls. I don't think he would see Nicholas, but he would definitely see Glenn leaving. He would tell Deanna about this, and that he wants to go check on Glenn, see what he's up to, or where he's going, and obviously Deanna would most likely know of Dale and Glenn's bond together, and Maggie would vouch for this. Deanna would, of course, say yes, because, honest, she wouldn't break up a bond like that. And Dale would be in slow, silent pursuit of Glenn to see what's going on. Now, what is going to go on for the next episode? Do you think that Dale being there will stop Glenn or Nicholas from doing anything rash to each other? Or do you think that it's actually going to make the situation even worse, ending up with one of them dead? And what do you think's going to happen with Pete now that the situation has been ultimately changed in a way, and yet not so much changed? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode and are enjoying Dale's tale so far. I like that because not only it rhymes, but because it's, you know, cool in a way. I've already said it before, so why not say it more? And yeah, it's definitely been a heck of a ride with 31 parts, and I'm starting to think maybe more and more that it will go to like maybe 38 parts, maybe 40, but I'm thinking that it's still gonna be 40. But I hope that even if it goes to 40, like I have been saying, that you guys have been enjoying the crap out of it nonetheless, especially with the new additions added with the story. With that said, hope you guys enjoyed this part, and I will see you guys in the next one.
Hope you enjoyed the show, assholes!
I like you and your big old massive lady nuts.
Name's Negan.
Cause the world is but a treat when you're on easy street.
Welcome everyone to part 32 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, still can't believe that we're this far into a series, the longest running one of any kind of series on the channel, which I literally teased, so that shouldn't come as a surprise. But last time, we got into much more in-depth Alexandria stuff, along with the confrontation with Pete being much different, especially with how Rick is now, and Dale, out of the corner of his eye, seeing Glenn go out of the gates and climb over the gates, because Dale didn't know it was Nicholas that he was going after. And that's where we resume the story today. But before that, really quick, you guys should definitely hit that subscribe button, because if any of you oldies or newbies haven't noticed, the content on this channel has been spruced up to an absolute 100. Now, all that being said, you should definitely check out all the new movies and stuff that I've added also, and anything that's about to come for the future. So you should definitely hit that subscribe button. Anyway, let's resume the story as of today. So, Dale manages to find where Glenn is because he saw him go out, so Dale goes after. And when he runs into Glenn, he finds him almost being buried and killed by walkers, and manages to save him, even though Glenn saved himself, but Dale this time is just an extra backup. And once he does save him, he asks Glenn, what are you doing out here, for one, and what's going on? He just demands to know why are you out here and what's going on and everything. Glenn, for one thing, didn't expect Dale to be he and Dale obviously have been close since the start, and he didn't, while expecting Dale to maybe follow him, he wasn't expecting it in this case. He thought he was being sneaky, because no one saw him before in the original story. But even though he should have expected this from Dale, he just tells him that he is out here because of Nicholas, because it was Nicholas's fault that Noah died. He was a scaredy cat. He opened the doors whenever he told him not to, and that's what got Noah killed. And because of Aiden and Nicholas's stupidity, that led to Tara getting injured too. And he's out here because Nicholas just won't listen. And he didn't know why he left the walls whenever he told him not to. And then he tried to kill him. Dale says, so basically what you're telling me is that because of this kid Nicholas, Noah is dead, Tara is injured, and he tried to kill you. And Glenn says, yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell. And after that, Dale is like, well, then we gotta do something about this. And Glenn is like, you're not seriously going to think about killing someone finally, are you? And Dale says, no. He's not thinking about that. He suggests to detain him and make sure, like, they can shoot him or something like that, but they're going to basically pull what they did with Rick when he was crazy back at Gabriel's church. They're going to make sure that he is under control for good, and he never leaves, and he finally listens. So what they're going to do is, they're going to make a plan here to find where Nicholas is, and the two of them will act, detain Nicholas, and bring him back to Alexandria. Everybody wins. But it's gonna go a little bit more differently than they might think. So the plan is set in motion. Soon enough, Dale comes across Nicholas running, or like making his way back to Alexandria, kind of running. Dale sees this, and now is the time to strike. He jumps in the way of Nicholas, very surprising to Nicholas. Like, Dale just came out of nowhere, and he asks, what are you doing out here? And he doesn't know if Dale caught onto his plan, but he's just genuinely curious why he's out here. And Dale says, well, I saw Glenn exit the walls back at the council room with Deanna, and I wanted to go check on him and see what was going on, but all I've found so far is you. So, I have no idea where Glenn is, but I know he came out here. So, do you know where Glenn is? And for another thing, you should not be the one asking me if I'm out here. I should be the one asking you why you're out here. And Dale is very clearly trying to deceive Nicholas and lie his way so that Nicholas can confide and maybe they can detain him easier than, like, if Nicholas tried to resist. But Dale is very clearly lying right now. And Nicholas doesn't sense any sarcasm or, like, lies or anything within Dale. Not Dale. And he's about to come up with an excuse or a lie of his own to try and worm his way out of the situation. Now, originally, the plan would have been like such. Dale was going to just talk to him, and then Glenn was going to jump out, attack him, and that way they could detain him and bring him back to Alexandria, right? Nobody gets hurt, right? It was going to be an easy plan. But, however, there's one major big thing. Dale's mind, right at that moment, before Nicholas can even say anything, flashes. And before his eyes, he sees the moment whenever Shane and Otis were at the school. And Shane killed him and had the nerve to lie to everyone about it. And he just lied straight to their faces. And pretty much confirmed it whenever he came out to the woods just for the guns. And what spiked after that moment, the monster that he slowly started to devolve into. He once again sees this before his eyes. Shane, one of the big leads in the group before Rick came back. And once he did, Shane was just too far gone and a monster beyond imaginable belief. And when his mind flashes back this time, Glenn is literally shaking him and trying to get him out of a trance. And this is very different from the two other moments where Dale's mind flashed. Once was a dream, and the other two were like people noticing, that of which being Tyrese and Reg. But this time, Glenn is literally shaking him viciously to get him out of this state. And Dale doesn't even understand why this time, because he's that confused. But when he looks at why Glenn's shaking him, he sees what's just happened. Nicholas is lying dead on the ground with a shotgun bullet wound straight through the center of his neck. And Glenn is literally shaking him not only to see why this happened, but Dale is just like, he doesn't know what Dale's kind of like, he's off in his own world. And Dale wants to know what just happened, because he's just as confused. And Glenn, this makes him even more confused, because he wasn't even there to see what happened. He was hiding and waiting for the moment to get Nicholas. He didn't see the end result. All he heard was the gunshot. And to see Dale be confused, he thought Dale was dead. But whenever Glenn sees what's going on, he tells Dale he killed Nicholas. Dale must have killed Nicholas because he heard a gunshot and he thought that Dale was injured or Dale shot him in the leg, but why did he kill him? We were only supposed to detain him, and this makes Glenn very, 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 very concerned because he didn't expect Dale to do this. He doesn't know what's going on with Dale right now, and he looks so angry whenever he was in his own train of thought. Whenever Glenn was trying to shake him out of that trance, he looks so angry. And Dale's like, Glenn, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, my mind flashed for a moment, but I don't remember killing Nicholas. We said that we were going to detain him. We were talking and then everything just went red. But he said that he didn't kill him. And this makes Glenn even more concerned and confused. But then he sees something very serious and he starts to get closer for a closer look. And what he sees terrifies him. 50% of Dale's right eye is completely blood red. If you guys didn't see the red or pay attention to the red factor before that was slowly starting to consume Dale's eye with each red flash, now it should be undeniably noticeable. Dale's whole half of his eye is now completely blood red. And Glenn, he doesn't know what to think. And Dale, he doesn't even know what's going on either. All he had ever been told is like, hey, are you alright? And now this. He doesn't know what's going on. But Glenn, this just makes him scared, confused. He doesn't know what to think about any of this stuff. And he tries to tell Dale, what is with your eye? What happened? And he starts to like comfort Dale and see what's going on and like see the damage, but just then Dale viciously shoves Glenn to the side very, very aggressively. It's like Dale was just, it's like a moment of Dale just flashed to pure malice. And Glenn getting shoved down, he is beyond confused by this point. He is sad, terrified. What? And he tells Dale, what happened to you, Dale? Your eye shooting Nicholas? Hurting me? What's going on? And now Glenn's even starting to get a little bit angry. And he doesn't want to get angry at Dale, but just then Dale snaps back. And he's like, he just realized what he did. He shoved Glenn, the person besides Andrea and Amy that he cared most about. And he's like, he's immediately apologetic. And he's like, I don't know what came over me. And he's actually like sincere in the fact that he did not mean to do that to Glenn. And Glenn can pick up on this and see that Dale, he honestly has no idea what is going on. But then he remembers something Dale just told him. There might be one way they can figure out what's going on before they head back to Alexandria, because killing Nicholas, there ain't no way back from that. But there might be one way they can find out why Dale's eye is like that. And then he asks Dale, how many times has your mind flashed red? Because you just told me that your mind flashed red. How many times has this happened? And then Dale recalls 3. Once at the hospital, once at Father Gabriel's church, and then once here, whenever they arrived. And then now. So Glenn must have deduced, or he did deduce, that something other than his arm and getting shot, something else must have happened to him. And when they checked all over, maybe Dale's eye just wasn't noticeable enough yet. That's all he can deduce, and Dale's like, he doesn't know what to think, so that's the only logical conclusion that they can come up with. Something else must be going on with Dale, and they gotta go back to Alexandria now. And even if Pete's, like, not really, going to help him because of obvious reasons, they gotta go back now and tell everybody what happened and figure out what the frick's going on with Dale. And they go back to Alexandria to try and figure it out. Speaking of Pete, that's the big next thing. Carol, at this point, has more than enough motive and incentive to go and threaten Pete after what's just happened, just like her canon counterpart. Because of her not catching on to Pete's, attitude and who he was much sooner, whenever she should have known who he was, and for what he's caused Jesse and Sam and all that. So now, just like her canon self, she's come to threaten him and ask for help with Tara. But will it go the same way? At this point, do you think that Pete, he already didn't listen, but what route of not listening or listening do you think it's going to go with this time? Since Pete saved Carol's life with her throat, do you think that it's just going to make Pete kill her and anybody else? Could it lead to more than one death in the community? And what's going on with Dale's eye? Now that it's completely noticeable to Glenn and now going to be to everyone in the group, what's it going to lead to for the rest of the story and the group? And with Dale's eye and Pete being a menace still in the situation, can they even get out of what trouble might be arousing within the next parts? And that's where we leave things for the moment. A very good bit of conflict was arose in this one, even if it was just down to Dale, Nicholas, and Glenn. But I felt that that was good enough, especially now that it ties into sort of more of the mystery of why Dale's eye is red and like what's going to tie into that. I definitely think that it was much needed for an episode just to be featured around that, and then the next episode's going to feature on the conflict with Pete mainly, and then Dale and Glenn making their way back to Alexandria. But I hope you guys enjoyed this part nonetheless and are enjoying the story, because we are slowly but surely wrapping up the story little by little. So hope you guys have enjoyed this huge heck of a ton of a long ride, because we've got plenty more conflict and awesomeness for what the rest of the story will bring. And I'll see you guys next time.
'Cause the world is but a treat when you're on easy street.
Welcome, everybody, to Nick's Topics with the Dale series, part 23 of the remake of the Dale series. And yeah, with 33 parts, we are brooming with this series, and we got into Dale's eye a lot more in the last episode. And now we're getting into Carol and Pete's situation, and what happens with Dale and Glenn returning, and that will be the cliffhanger. Spoiler. Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? But before we do, you should definitely hit that subscribe button, because this channel has got a whole lot more epic with the new laptop and other additions added, especially with the movie what ifs. So for newbies and oldies alike, you definitely don't want to miss anything here on the channel. So I'd hit that subscribe button to stay in tune for the future and the now. So let's get into the episode. Carol threatens Pete, because at this point, she has way more than enough incentive to. Pete, this time, isn't scared. This time, he finds it poetic and foolish and tells Carol that it was awfully foolish of her to come here and threaten him like this. What kind of thank you is that to the man who basically saved her life? Or just saved her from being able to not speak ever again? Carol says that while that might be true, she has way more than enough motive to basically erase Pete's good deeds and deem him a complete and total monster, which is what he is. And that her coming here, she's doing him a favor by threatening him like this. She didn't say that she was going to do anything, but he is really making her want to. But Pete sees the bandage, and it's still healing. Carol isn't fully healed with that gunshot wound. And with this, Pete devilishly smirks at Carol. And Carol, wondering, what could you possibly have to smile about? And says this to Pete. But Pete replies back, I will silence you forever. And right after he says this, he grabs his own blade and spearheads it right into Carol's bandaged wound, opening a gashy mess in her throat, pulling the knife back, and blood spills right on to the surface of where they are. This would be very graphic. And once the wound has been opened up enough, Pete clutches Carol's throat, tears off the bandage, gets his blade in there again, and uses his hand and the blade and tears out Carol's vocal cords right in front of her face. And she is dying, by the way, so she is not all there, but Pete's crazy at this point. He's been given more than enough incentive to do this to Carol. And this is a Bumblebee / Skinner moment for those of you who don't get the context. I more or less copied off that, and because it would be a sick moment. And Pete once again tells her, you made the biggest mistake of your life coming here, threatening me. And unfortunately for you, it was also your last mistake. You should have just been grateful that I saved you. Now, you can feel sorry for yourself while you die. And with that, after literally doing all that, he kicks Carol's lifeless, dying body. And yeah, she is definitely dead. I almost killed her off at Woodbury, but now she is most certainly freaking dead here. She's not Bumblebee and she's not Skinner. Skinner was a normal human in the 101 Dalmatians and Bumblebee was a robot. But the correlation and what's happened to Carol in the story, I'm sorry, but third time is not the charm for this character. It's definitely her time to go. But hey, even though it was a very gruesome death, she did do a great part in saving Beth and do a good bit in her time in the story. Anyway, after this, and knowing that Carol is for 100% dead, Pete begins to devise a plan, since Carol's given him the means to also exact his revenge on Rick and get back in his home. The blood that's on the ground, he fills it up into a bucket now that there's a huge heck of a lot of it. And then with this bucket full of blood, he begins to make a trail outside of his home into the bushes and puts the bucket there. And then he runs back into the home, slamming the door to make sure that no one saw what was happening. Luckily, no one had seen just yet, nor did they hear, because Carol couldn't even scream. She was literally put on that side of circumstances, especially considering it was a throat incident, a very gory one at that. And now, Pete decides that they're gonna either A, see the trail of blood and just get confused for his body, or they'll start to see that Carol's nowhere to be seen and fall right into his trap that he's laid. And now he'll finally get his revenge on Rick and get his standing point back in this community. And he thinks to himself, this is a pretty friggin' good plan. And with that, he just sits back and waits. Soon enough, someone does see what's happened. Mika and Megan are walking by, even starting to wonder where Carol is, Mika mainly. And then Mika and Megan walk past the house, and they see the blood trail, and this makes Mika worried because they don't know what happened to Carol. Maybe she's in there, maybe Pete died. They don't know, they're just kids. But Mika and Megan both agree that even if Carol is not here at the moment, she could just be somewhere else. And they both know Carol, or at least Mika does, to be a very strong woman and not so easily killed. So maybe it's just nothing, and maybe just someone desperately needs help, even Pete. So Mika bravely, with Megan behind her, begins to step up and start to open the door. But Mika says that, especially with the blood trail like this is way more than they might be thinking about. And whether it concerns Carol, Pete, or not, they shouldn't be messing with big stuff like this, especially with the blood and everything. She knew about craziness because of her sister Lizzie, and even though she's worked on braving up a lot since then, she and Megan both agree that they should just get an adult to handle this. This just seems too drastic for kids, and Megan would definitely agree. Soon enough, they do find the nearest two people, Spencer and Rosita, who have just walked out of Spencer's home, or Rosita's home, it really doesn't frickin' matter. And the reason they're walking out is because, they had a little bit of fun time, if you know what I mean. Because without Abraham coming to Alexandria, they definitely would have hooked it up by this point. And Rosita sees the two kids scared and coming towards them and is like, what's wrong? Why are you guys looking so scared? And then, once Mika and Megan both tell Rosita and Spencer that for one thing, they don't know where Carol is, and that there's a blood trail at Pete's home, or what they think is Pete's home, they really don't know because they're kids. This definitely would sit with Rosita as being like, yeah, this is a 0 to 100 moment, like, right away. And she does not want to believe that Pete or Carol killed Pete or Pete killed Carol. She doesn't want to believe that. So she's just like, we need to check this out now. And thank you for telling us. And she would definitely be thankful to the kids for telling them. So Rosita and Spencer arm themselves up with like maybe 2 guns, a few knives, because they definitely want to be careful. And with that, Rosita steps up to the door, kicks it down in a huge heap, and what they see before them, Rosita, Spencer, Mika, and Megan stare straight in front of them. Straight in the middle of the hallway. Straight looking back at them. They will never be able to take their eyes off of what they're looking at. It terrifies them. Carol's lifeless body is strung up on a coat hanger right in front of their faces, staring right at them, right in the middle of the hallway. Her throat and her whole body gushing down remains of blood. And it looks like she was opened up from her throat. And this would be a Casey Becker moment, bet you guys are thinking. And it is the picture, but it's definitely different because she wasn't gutted. She was just, her throat is what caused her death. I know I already said that, but it's just clarification. But it would be terrifying. Pete takes his opening from right behind all of them and slashes Rosita's arm, with all of them looking on in disbelief. But Rosita snaps out of her trance, spin karate kicks Pete against the wall, clashing his knife to the ground, and with this, they all take initiative and rush to take care of this, with Rosita patching down Pete onto the ground, and with this, Rosita's like, nah, this has gone too far now, and she begins to mercilessly pound Pete, like punch him to death, not the pound. I know you guys probably know what I meant. But anyways, she begins to mercilessly beat down on Pete over and over again, punching him consistently. And all Rosita can think about is Carol's lifeless body sitting right in front of them, and this brings her back to something that she had been trying to forget since she had gotten here with everybody else and had talked over with Deanna, but now it's been brought back to the fold. Abraham's death. Now, how does Abraham's death correlate to this exactly? Well, you gotta think. Someone close to everyone, and Carol definitely would be, just died. So this would remind Rosita of the close person, Abraham, that had just died. So, you gotta think they would definitely come up while she is mercilessly beating Pete to death. And it's only getting worse, with Rosita getting angrier and angrier and angrier and punching harder and harder and harder and harder until her arm is like Rick's was in the comics, where it was literally broken and you could see the bones and everything, and like it was in the show whenever Rick kept beating Tyrese to death. Except this time, it would almost be worse, except maybe not so much with Rosita being the one. But at the end of it all, Pete, still alive, very, 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 very barely. It was just on the ground, and his whole face, especially his cheeks, his part of his eyes, and around the areas of his neck is just covered in blood. His face looks like a scarred, bloody, deep mess. It looks like a freaking deep dish pizza. And I know this episode's been really graphic so far, but I definitely think that it would be an awesome, killer, sick moment to witness. And we haven't even gotten into the big stuff besides this yet. So this is just showing more clarification that we're 33 parts in, and we're far from being over with sick moments and sick freaking plot twists. And Spencer just looks at her and Pete while after all this happened and whenever it's finally done, and is just like, I am so glad that I was not on the receiving end of that, for one thing, and he just cannot believe that Rosita went that deep into freaking beating Pete to death. And after it's all over, Mika gains her composure, closes her eyes, goes to Carol's lifeless body, which is soon about to reanimate, and shoots her straight in the head, preventing her from turning into a walker. Because even though this would terrify the frick out of Mika, seeing this has not made her weaker. It's actually gave her strength to, if she had just walked in there, she would have literally been dead by Pete's hand. She wouldn't have been able to do what she just did with Carol. So ultimately, this is just the way it had to be, and Carol would want her to do this for her. And after this has definitely opened up more people to noticing what the fricks happened. Rick, Deanna, and Eastman being the main three. Because you gotta think, the gunshots, the yelling, the beating, the screaming, everything would have attracted definitely more than 5 people in the entirety of Alexandria. And Rosita would tell them all about what just happened and show them Carol, and yeah, it would definitely be a very gruesome sight to behold. And Spencer would say to his mom, Deanna, that even though Pete had to die and everything, he killed Carol, the kids told them about a blood trail, and it's ultimately what he even thinks. Knowing Spencer, this is a definite change for him. It's just what had to be done. And this is a far cry from the other Spencer, who thought that they should have made a deal with the Saviors. So yeah, definitely a big changer-upper. Now, Deanna, she definitely doesn't know what to think after all this, because for one thing, Carol's body, Pete being beat to death, hearing everything, seeing everything, it is, this is a definite change, and Deanna's character's starting to twist over in the form of Rick's group now, especially after Pete's situation. But anyways, she looks at Rick to see what he thinks, but Rick ain't paying attention right now. He's just looking down. Because seeing Carol's lifeless corpse straight in front of them, with her throat all torn up and dead and all that, just brings him back to bad memories. Specifically, the governor. I should have been a dead giveaway. It just brings him back to the governor, shooting everybody in Woodbury, thinking that he had lost everybody, and then them all pretty much coming back except, Herschel and the other two prisoners and the rest of the people, and Carol living then and actually dying now, along with Laurie's death flashing once again before him, because, yeah, with Rick, that would definitely freaking come up. It's a big moment, especially with Carol, especially how gruesome it is once again, and then Carl's death. But Rick's not gonna go crazy again. This does deter him and make him very, very, very upset, but it doesn't make him go crazy, shoot, or get mad or anything like that. It just makes him severely freaking broken. Because Carol was a great character, especially in the story, but he just regains his composure and says they ultimately, even if they had gotten here sooner, Carol did what she did, Pete did what he did. It's ultimately, he doesn't feel like they could have done anything even if they tried. One of them could have possibly been put in the very same situation. And he just feels that it's really wrong and sad that Carol was saved just to end up getting freaking brutally murdered right in front of all their faces, pretty much. And just says the best thing to do, since it looks like Pete is dead, is just leave Pete to stew in his own house and die there, not care about him at all, and whether he's dead or not, it doesn't matter. He's ultimately not going to be able to move anymore with how much Rosita beat him, and they should just bury Carol, leave Pete to rot in his own freaking home, and move on. But before they can actually move on, Maggie and Reg run in, see everything, and they have to gain themselves for a second because they'd seen everybody run off. But right whenever they did run off, Dale and Glenn, according to Maggie and Reg, had returned to Alexandria with big, big news about what happened out there, and that they need to all go see and deal with this at the same time. But while all of this is going on, and with so many things to figure out, what group is going to go and actually get into the fold of introducing the wolves? Because Morgan has been with us since basically the season 3 canon point, and he's here, and everything has changed so much. So will there even be a Daryl and Aaron group? And ultimately, if there is, who all will go? And how will they figure everything out here at Alexandria with so many big things happening? And gruesome things happening. I cannot stress that enough. And that's where we leave things for the moment. I bet you guys at the end of all this are going to say that this will probably go down in the books as my darkest, gruesomest, freaking goriest episode of not only the Dale story, but my entire freaking channel as a whole. And that is ultimately the point, to make it that big, not only because it shows what a game changer this point in the story is going further, but to show how far this channel's come, and I am not afraid to introduce gruesome moments, gory moments, and freaking epic moments. And I bet you guys will definitely not disagree. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed the frick out of this episode. And with that said, stay tuned for the next one, and I will see you guys next time.
Welcome to a brand new beginning, you sorry shits.
Welcome, everyone, to part 34 of Dale's Tale the Remake. I really like calling it that. But anyways, last time we got into some heavy stuff with Carol, Pete, and the whole deal with Daryl and Aaron and their group being the cliffhanger, and Dale and Glenn returning to Alexandria, which we will touch upon later because Dale, Glenn, and everything, Dale's going to be the main issue of this episode. So just be aware of that. But first, let's get into Daryl and Aaron's group and the intro to the episode. Now, before we do that, you guys should definitely hit that subscribe button because, especially with this series and going forward, this channel has gotten 1,000 more times epic, and I don't plan on letting it die down below that, if I haven't said that enough already. So you should definitely hit that subscribe button. Anyways, let's get into the story. Now, I left off with the cliffhanger to what Daryl and Aaron's group would be like with Morgan with the group. Now, Daryl and Aaron are still going to go out on their run, except Morgan is already there, and he actually, by this point, knows Aikido. And now, you might be asking yourselves, why and how would he learn this? You didn't say. Well, I think that ever since Rick snapped Morgan out of his clear mode, and ever since Rick started acting even crazier than Morgan ever was, and by the point of reaching Alexandria and that whole deal being brought about, I feel at this point Morgan would gain a better understanding of who he truly is and like what he wants to do and what he plans to do for his future. So that would go a long way towards him learning Aikido in a much different fashion than his original counterparts. And it's not just because Eastman taught him this time, it's actually him doing it because he wants to change, like for the better, and prove that he is better than he was. So, he's learned Aikido and is going with Daryl and Aaron. So it's much different. Meanwhile, before they go, Daryl and Beth have a heart-to-heart conversation, and Daryl is trying to get Beth to remember who she is. Not only who she is, but who everybody else is. Because remember, they don't know if Beth is fully recovered from her temporary amnesia or if it's gotten worse. So this is just the best way of checking. After not getting a response, and Beth seemingly not understanding, Daryl just looks down, sad, that he had started to get a tiny little bit of a relationship back at Woodbury, and now it's just like, but before he can even continue his own thoughts and just get sadder, Beth just smiles and says that, no, she remembers who Daryl is. And it was more or less kind of a test and joke for Daryl. It's kind of a twisted joke, in my opinion, to put that here, but with Beth and Daryl, especially them getting a little bit of a relationship before the whole Woodbury crisis, I feel that them rekindling it in a surprise fashion here is actually the best way to make their relationship in this story official, if you guys get what I mean. I feel like it's a good way to do it. And she says that she remembers everybody else, and it's just taken her time to regain her thoughts again after coming here and getting patched up and everything. And she'd heard about Carol and everything. It's a lot to take in, which is why she needed time to be on her own and recover. So the whole group goes to the place to find the guy with the red poncho who inevitably ended up dying anyway, is Daryl, Morgan, Aaron, and Beth. Morgan actually being around for once and not going to help the group, just out of nowhere. So definitely a big change up. And I'm pretty sure I've had Beth go before, and Alicia and other characters, but that's beside the point. Whenever they find the trucks with the heads and the W's, and basically the true entrance to the wolves, because Morgan and Eastman, or just Morgan, wasn't out there to meet them, Morgan and Beth help Daryl and Aaron fight off all the walkers so they don't have to hide and they don't die. So, definitely a much bigger opening to the wolves. I mean, it was already teased at Noah's hometown, especially in this story since I actually brought it up. But here we get a bigger grasp on it, because it wouldn't be so much a big deal even in the original at Noah's hometown. Meanwhile, Tyrese and Sasha see Glenn and Dale approaching, looking kind of bloody and very, very uneasy. Maggie and Reg, that's what they were coming to Rick and everybody at Pete's home to tell them, is that Glenn and Dale had come back. And this is where the story fully functions and shifts over to Dale, mainly. Glenn and Dale, once seeing everything that's happened with Pete and everything, tell the group about what happened, and they're not going to hide it like Glenn did with Nicholas, and they all get to see Dale's half of his eye, which is still red, by the way, and this is where the moment and key plot point of Dale's eye fully comes into the fold with the entire group. Now, it's not just Glenn that knows, now everybody's gonna know, and Tyrese and Reg, this definitely opens up there as to why Dale was like that, and it's a definite shock for the entirety of the group. Especially Rick, who is like, but I thought that you guys all checked him. Didn't you all check each other and figure everything out while I was, off crazy and everything? Rick asks everybody, you guys checked, right? So why was this never found out? And Rick wouldn't be angry, but he definitely would not be thrilled that ultimately it was left at a point where they didn't really, I think, in his eyes, check good enough. But Eastman says no, they checked everybody, and Tyrese was there with Dale, so they checked everybody. So the fact that they didn't see this, he feels like it happened like just over time. It was an over time sort of thing with Dale. And Maggie says, well, now we gotta figure out two things. Number one, how did this happen? And why is Dale's eye like this? And two, why did it cause him to slowly become dark to the point of accidentally killing Nicholas, affect his brain, make him see things, and push Glenn? They gotta check, like, specifically his eye this time to see what happened. That's the main issue. And Maggie, Denise, and everyone involved look all around his eye, and with careful pinpointing and precision and very, very surprising revelation in the moment, they find shards and almost the complete version of a bullet stuck in the very corner of Dale's eye. And they have to surgically remove it because the eye was the main concern. And they have to be very careful not to cut Dale's eye out also. And this would definitely shock Rick, because even though it was a clear-cut given that this was an eye problem, he wasn't expecting the thing half a ways to be a bullet. But this does explain how he has gotten to where he is, and how Dale's eye eventually turned red. The effects of the bullet getting lodged in the eye must have just not come right away. It must have been a buildup from the bullet and the shards being stuck in the eye for too long. But Maggie doesn't agree with this. And I mean, she agrees with it, but there's still one issue. They don't know how the bullet got there, how deep it was in Dale, and how it caused him to be slowly becoming darker. They need to figure out how this happened and whatever could have made that bullet get stuck there and how it affected Dale and everything and didn't kill him, you know? So now they have to figure out this, because especially with what just happened out there, they can't have that happen again. If Dale loses his lid again, his life force depends on what his shotgun is, and if he gets dark, he could literally end up killing himself on accident. So now they gotta figure this out, and Glenn is taking all this in, trying to figure out something, but then he comes up with something, and something of which Dale and him noticed and saw out there. And Glenn is like, it's on the tip of his tongue what he's thinking, but he doesn't want to throw out false, wild claims or sorts if they're not sure that that's actually the case. And what am I talking about? Well, he brings it up to the rest of the group, and then specifically Dale. And he is like, Dale, we need you to think back, way back, to whatever could have made that bullet get stuck in your eye. And he's not asking Dale to, like, remember, like, how it's affecting his brain or whatever. He is merely asking, how did the bullet get there? And then they can figure it out and try and work off of it, you know? So all that he is asking of Dale to do is try to think back, way back, to whatever could have made that bullet get stuck there. And then they can figure out a game plan from that, you know? And Dale, he hasn't thought about this or even like processed it until just now. So this is like all spur of the moment for him, you know? But he does agree that if he loses his lid again, that could mean bad news for the entirety of the group. So yeah, he agrees to definitely help figure this crap out. So he thinks for a moment, and then he realizes something that he didn't think mattered that much in the long run, but now it actually all makes sense. And he tells everybody, and we get a flashback of Woodbury once again, but don't worry, this isn't going to be a big one, of the first shot that was fired in the town. Morgan shooting his gun straight at the governor. And Dale, he was in the way of that shot. He moved, but now he recalls pain a little ways in the corner of his face, but he didn't think anything of it because it was all spur of the moment. He just saw the governor duck, Morgan shoot the gun, and him feel slight bit of pain, and then the governor and everybody in the town went freaking crazy. So he didn't think anything of it and just thought that it was maybe just him losing his utter mind like everybody else. But now it all makes sense now. The governor didn't have to duck the gunshot because the bullet went into Dale's eye. And that actually makes sense. The governor didn't have to dodge it or duck it because Dale was in the way. And he tells everybody that he didn't think anything of it because of everything crazy that happened in the town. But now, it makes utter, complete sense. He was in the way. And he's lucky to be alive after getting shot twice, losing his arm, and now figuring out this. he is surprised as everybody that he didn't die much sooner. But he guesses he just got lucky. And Glenn is definitely shocked at this revelation and very glad that Dale did not die, but the ramifications they still gotta figure out. And Rick's like, once again, this makes sense. No wonder. But he, as well as Glenn and everybody else, including Dale, they all agree that Dale is like not just 100% lucky that he lived, but he is like 1,000% lucky that he lived. Because if there were someone like Herschel or one of the old prisoners or someone like that, then they definitely probably would have died from such events. But Dale is like beyond lucky. But Maggie still says they gotta figure out one more thing. Now that they know how the bullet got there, and that it must have gotten like wedged deeper the more Dale traveled, now they gotta figure out how that made him darker. But then she and everybody else comes to a realization. The bullet must have only gotten wedged into the corner of his eye for the meantime, but got stuck. And then it got like pushed some ways into his brain, which is why these flashes and his dark moments didn't come so very often, because the bullet wasn't in enough to his brain to affect him in the long run like it did with Beth, for example. More as it just affected him some ways, and here was like he could have very well turned completely dark or died if they had not noticed this whenever Glenn did. This was the tipping point that they needed to figure out, and everybody's very happy to hear about this. But Eastman is like, no, we got the bullet out, but we gotta make sure that Dale is like good to go this time. Because if we let him out and he somehow turns dark again, who knows what damage the bullet's done, even if we got it out. We gotta keep him here and patch him up to the absolute 100% of our abilities, because if we let him out and he turns dark again, he will not only risk killing himself accidentally, but he could accidentally kill others just like he did with Nicholas, because that was a mistake. They were only supposed to detain him, and Dale and Glenn both agreed that yeah, that was the plan, and Glenn was just as shocked as everyone else whenever they found out that Dale did this accidentally. Well, before they figured out the whole bullet thing, obviously. They would have told him about that first. And Dale would definitely agree with this, because the last thing that he wants is the weapon that he wanted on him to be used for bad and end up killing the people that he cares about and loves. Especially after wanting the arm and wanting to keep his morals. This new eye thing, it could definitely spell trouble for them. So now he definitely agrees they need to fix him pronto, and he's all in for it, because he doesn't want himself or anyone to die, especially after they've gotten this far. No way. So they relax Dale and they mend him, his eye, and everything else that they can to the absolute best of their ability. And soon enough, recovery starts to show. Dale's half of his eye begins to deform from being blood red into the normal color that it was. Because getting the bullet out and patching him and fixing him, the damage that was done to his brain is definitely going to take a long time to heal, because it's the brain. And Beth, she was just lucky. But with Dale, it's a different case, because he's an older individual and the bullet was put into Dale's being much different than it was Beth's being. You get what I'm saying? So eventually Dale's eye returns to its normal color and he awakens, once again having to awaken from something big, and he smiles at the irony of it, but he also smiles because they were able to figure it out and get him back to the way that he should be. I mean, the shotgun arm, that's never going away, but he wanted that. But you guys get what I mean. Now he is back to normal, seemingly, But like I said, whatever damage is done to his brain, that's going to stay forever. And that's going to come into major ramifications later on regarding that little detail. But I ain't going to spoil it, obviously, because it's freaking major. And it revolves around Dale's character to the absolute 110. And Rick and everybody else is glad, too, to see Dale back and good, even if he still has the shotgun arm. But once again, he wanted that. But anyways, after all is said and done, Pete's left in his own home to die because he was literally very close to death after Rosita. He's left in his own house to die. They bury Carol, and they figure everything else out. Deanna confronts Rick about something very important that she wishes to speak to him about. She wants him to lead Alexandria. Because after Carol and Pete, and after Aiden, and after everything, and seeing what Rick and everybody have said to her, and how they've demonstrated themselves in the community, they definitely fit the role for leaders much more than she and Reg ever did. Especially what's happened to them. It's way more than she's ever heard another individual speak, because once again, I cannot stress this enough, and forgive me for being a broken record. Were it not for Rick's speech and Morgan's, especially when they came here, she would have definitely reconsidered talking to Rick about being the leader, especially like now. Because she talked to him around this time, like into the season 6 territory, but it was much different context because of Pete killing Reg. But here, it's much, much different Rick getting into the leadership role, which I've done before, but in this story, it's so much different because of how Rick and everybody else have demonstrated themselves and what's happened to them. And Rick, this definitely takes him a minute to consider because he didn't want to rob Deanna of the role and just wanted a place that was finally legit for him, his daughter, and everyone else to live and just be happy. But here, with Deanna pretty much begging for Rick to take the role and everybody else, Rick is like, well, at least we're being given the role and not doing what Daryl initially wanted and taking the role. So he's definitely happy about that. This definitely will change Alexandria, but he's not going to take it over and demand things of other people. He's just going to help them, unlike his canon counterpart. So, ultimately, Rick is now the leader of Alexandria and puts a better hold on the Alexandria residents and everything else, especially the construction crew, which got Francine killed and, you know, that whole thing without Abraham. But it's going to be much better now because of a much, much different Rick Grimes and a different holding into Rick becoming the leader and everything else. And this is the point where we get into season 6 territory. Now, what did you guys think of this episode and everything with Dale's revelation finally coming into the fold? Do you think that Dale's, whatever damage was done to his brain, will mend over time? Or do you think that it will actually make him darker without anybody realizing until it's too late? And what about the wolves, the saviors, and future threats looming down the line with everything that's happened? Do you think that they'll be muddled? Or do you think that the context in this story will actually make one or more of those groups even more of a threat than their original counterparts? And with that, this is a pretty dang long episode, but it definitely needed to be for Dale specifically. It's the perfect place for us to leave off for the moment. I know that this series has been full of twists, turns, dark moments, bloody gore, and everything like that, but I definitely think that it is 110% worth it in the long run. And we still got a good bit left of this story. We might be 34 parts in, but we still got a good little trail ahead of us. And hey, this still going for 40 parts, if not maybe 1 or 2 parts over. But other than that, I hope you guys have enjoyed the story for what it's been, no matter how long or short that it is, because I definitely have. This is probably my favorite and most worked on story of all time, if you guys couldn't figure that out. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time.
Today was a productive damn day.
Welcome, everybody, to part 35 of Dale's Tale, the remake. I literally am surprised that I'm calling it that every episode now, but it literally rhymes, it's funny, and it works. But anyways, last time we got into a lot. Dale's eye, Carol's unfortunate demise, Pete being left to die in his own house supposedly, and the entrance into Season 6 with Deanna wanting Rick to lead Alexandria. And that's where we resume the story. But before that, you guys should definitely hit that subscribe button, because this channel has gotten a whole lot more epic, and you guys definitely are not going to want to miss out on the stuff that I've already posted and future stuff that is to come for the channel. With that said, let's get into today's episode. Now, with survivors, we have Dale, Eastman, Tyrese, Mika, Megan, and Beth. Those are all the survivors that we got. And for Carl, Carol, Michonne, and Abraham, that's the big twist, because all of them are dead. Being very important characters and such, they are all dead, and that puts us at tough spots with those character roles, but still allowing us to move forward with the story. Now, we also got Rosita and Ron, who Ron is now going to hate Rosita in this story because she's the one who killed Pete. But he was left to die in his house, and he's very, 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 very injured. So no one knows if he eventually is going to die or if he's, like, somehow gonna survive. Now, the next step we gotta get into is relationships and who's with who. Now, first two, Rick and Jesse, because Michonne ain't around here, and around this time, Rick and Jesse were getting closer, so no Michonne, it's Rick and Jesse. Spencer and Rosita are obviously a couple from the last episode, and the one before that. And since Abraham is dead, that means that we ain't gonna get Sasha and Abraham being a couple in this story. That means that Sasha's gonna pretty much be with nobody, and she's just gonna not be with Tyrese, obviously, because they're siblings, but they're just going to be, she's gonna stick around with him, basically. You guys get what I'm saying? Ron and Enid are also still a couple because of no Carl, but Enid being who she is, and Ron being who he is, wanting to get revenge and everything against the likes of Rosita, that relationship's not really gonna go anywhere. It didn't before, it won't now. So, yeah. But Ron's gonna focus all of his attention on finding a way to kill Rosita, while Enid just pretty much runs off and is stupid. You know? That whole deal. But with that said, now we get into other relationships. Tara and Denise, because around that time they were starting to get into a relationship, so they obviously would here. Now with all that out of the way, now we gotta talk about something that's really big and a really big problem. And that results in the leadership rule and everything else. Because I've done this before, and with Rick being the leader later than he was, sort of, that means and since he became a leader in a much different way, they ain't gonna go out to the quarry horde and take care of it like they did. Because the way Rick has acted in this story, and the way that he was brought into leadership with Alexandria, that means that no one's gonna go out and get the horde taken care of like they did, which is gonna have big ramifications later on. But before that, we need to touch upon something else that's really important. Dwight, Sherry, and Tina. Because if no one goes out to get them, that means that they're just going to be out on their own. And also, that means two things that's going to be very important for the rest of the story. For one thing, Tina's alive. And for another, Negan captures them. Without any Daryl or anybody to go out to the woods and find them and talk to them and do all that, that means that Negan is just going to capture them like way easier and have a bigger stronghold on them. But that's not the big part. Oh no. And it's not only just because Tina's alive. No. That means that since Negan captured them almost effortlessly with no help from Daryl or anybody else, that means that Negan is going to kill someone whose death was teased when Negan talked to Daryl in Season 7. Dwight. With no Daryl and no one else to meet, Dwight, he would put himself in the position to get Lucille'd by Negan. Because, and that also means with Tina alive and no one else, and it would just come down to this happening because it was teased in the original show, and Dwight would die here. And Sherry and Tina, they wouldn't know what to do. But Negan would tell them, he gave them warnings, and this had to happen. And Sherry looks like she's about to literally pounce on Negan and kill him for the death of Dwight. But at that moment, Tina makes the ultimate decision to save them both. She agrees that her and Sherry will become Negan's wives if they get to live. Dwight, oh, they can't bargain with him now. They tried that. But now, it's the best thing that they can do. And Sherry's looking over at Tina like, dude, are you serious right now? This guy just butchered and beat Dwight to death. And you're just gonna go along with him? But they don't really have another choice. And it's either they do this or they end up dead. Literally. So, this is literally the best course of action that they can take to survive. And with that, very, 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 very reluctantly, Sherry and Tina become Negan's wives in a much different way, and Dwight is dead. So, yeah. But that's enough of the saviors for quite a while. Meanwhile at Alexandria, Eastman teaches the likes of Morgan, who already pretty much knew Aikido, and Aaron Aikido. And when the wolves eventually do invade, Dale, Tyrese, Spencer, Sasha, and Rosita are all there on guard duty, or watch duty, whatever the frick you want to call it, and they manage to stop the truck before it rams into the tower. So the wolves are still going to invade, but they're not going to get as big of an advantage. The truck this time wasn't as much of a distraction because it was stopped easier and it didn't ram into the tower, which means the clock tower is not going to fall over. So the wolves don't have as big of an advantage here, and only Carter dies. But let's be honest, nobody cared about him anyway, so really, this is a blessing for his character. He died around this time anyway, it's just in a different way. So who really cares? And unfortunately, with no Carl, no Glenn, no Nicholas, no one at all to stop her or get her back. Enid is going to stay out in the woods all by herself and be all on her own. So when that quarry herd comes and breaks from the quarry, because like I just mentioned earlier, that means that Enid's going to get devoured alive. And yeah, unfortunately, without any Carl or anybody, Enid would literally die here without anybody to rescue her. So, sad for her, but it's what was gonna happen. And Morgan and Aaron also encounter the second in command of the wolves and the rest of them and tell them that they should go, except it'd be in a much different way because of everything the characters had been through. And they wouldn't go out to get shot to death by Rick, but rather they would get eaten to death, which I've had happen before. So, sorry for that, I guess, but hey, let's be honest, Enid was definitely more memorable in this situation. And Owen would also be encountered by either Eastman, Morgan, Aaron, it doesn't matter. He would still come across them, but this would be a first time meeting, and he would get captured, but it's in a much different way because more people would see to his capture, him being the leader and everything. And yeah, it would be definitely much different him getting captured. And speaking of, what story will Morgan tell Owen this time? Because he's not going to tell him the story about him and Eastman. He's going to tell him a different story because of him being around for so dang long, since the original canon season 3 in Woodbury and such. And if he tells whatever story, will it make Owen change? Especially if he tells him about Woodbury and everything. And will more people agree with Morgan and everybody else? Will Owen's ultimate, survival mean more consciousness for the group? Or do you think that the wolves are just meant to be out of the picture? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hope you guys like this episode and are enjoying the Dale story so far, because 35 parts in and approaching the Saviors and everything, that's going to be the tipping point going into the Whisperers, and meaning that this series, slowly but surely, approaching the end game. But I hope you guys have enjoyed nonetheless and are enjoying everything else that I've been doing on here, and I will see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome to part 36 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Didn't do Dale's Tale this time because I'm kind of evening it out, even if it is funny and stuff. Gotta still try to keep it somewhat professional for my own sake. But anyways, last time we got into the entrance of the wolves, and now we're going to get into the different story that Morgan is going to be telling Owen, and how it will be much different, and what will happen next. So, let's get into it. But before we do, you guys should definitely hit that subscribe button, or even the bell. It honestly doesn't matter. I ain't gonna be picky about the bell icon, never have been, but subscribe nonetheless, because this story is full of new topics, awesomeness, and better quality content than ever before, and I'm sure that oldies and newbies alike are not gonna want to miss the stuff that appears here on Nick's Topics. So I definitely hit that subscribe button. Anyways, let's get into the tale. So Morgan and his story to Owen, since he's been with the group for pretty much since season 3's canon storyline, whenever Rick went to find him and everything, well, or ironically find him, his story is going to be much different. He would go on to talk about, like, maybe being on his own and some of that stuff, but the story would consist of what happened after Rick went from Woodbury to find him and everything that happened afterward. Like, every single big part, including, like, leading up to now. But he wouldn't be doing this alone, because Aaron, Eastman, Rick, Dale, and Tyrese would all back him up. And it's the far cry for most of the people in the original, pretty much everyone in the original, and half of my stories where the Wolves leader here was not wanted in any way, shape, or form. But here, literally with Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese especially, changing people is literally the end goal. It always has been, especially since I started the Dale and Eastman what ifs. That would definitely come up here. And with both their influence plus Tyrese and that council, you cannot deny that this would definitely be how it goes. And they would all together explain everything that had happened since Woodbury and how they got here today, Dale's arm, and every single major plot point. And surprisingly, more than Morgan's original story about him and Eastman, Owen is actually listening, and not mockingly or like anything like that. He's legit listening to every single word and taking it all in. And after they're all done, he admits that, okay, now everyone is like confused what he means by this, but he says he understands. He understands what everybody is saying and what they're trying to do, redeem him, and he gets it. He understands and everything, and he's not going to do anything bad, and his wolves, they're dead, that's their own fault. But him, he gets it. Now, does that mean that he's willing to sucker into their lifestyle just yet? No, and he says this himself. But he does admit that they have told him an amazing story. And an amazing story like what they just told him definitely does not make him want to do any more bad stuff. But it doesn't mean that he wants to be a little goody two-shoes like the rest of them. Even though literally they're still listening to them and everything. They're not all goody two-shoes, but they all get what he means. And even though he says this and he's not ready to like get into what they're doing just yet, you gotta admit, Morgan, Eastman, everybody else, including Rick, they would be very proud of this. Because of the council with Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese, and Maggie and everything, especially moving into Alexandria and trying to change people, and Dale literally doing the shotgun arm and trying to keep that whole thing, this would definitely go a long ways to proving that the philosophy of changing people still works. And this would be a great moment to witness that even if the guy's not completely on their side and his wolf men are all dead, at least something good did come out of it, and only one person, Carter, who really no one cares about, is the only one that died. But while they're celebrating this little moment, they hear a loud crashing noise at the gates outside of where they are down in the cellar, and they hear a loud crash and bang noise. It sounds like a literal building collapsing, because barely anyone is outside this time because of the changing moments and everything like that. Now you guys might be asking, what is the noise? It's the clock tower. But wait, Nick, wait. You said that the truck didn't crash into the clock tower and that people were there to stop it. Well, just like the plot twist with everyone surviving mainly from Woodbury, I lied, because it makes for a better moment in the story, and I'm sure you all can agree. They were able to stop the guy much better than Spencer did, and they were able to kill the driver, obviously, but they didn't destroy the truck. The truck didn't blow up, the truck didn't stop. it still crashed into the clock tower, but this time it took longer to fall down. Like, a little bit longer than the original, not by too much. So that big horde from the quarry, which also killed Enid, that's now fully coming into Alexandria. So that whole horde, literally the entire thing, because of the leadership changes and everything, the whole horde is coming into Alexandria, which is a major big moment, which is why I lied. So, sorry yet not sorry. But yeah, the whole horde is in Alexandria, and this is definitely something to worry about, but not entirely, because mainly everybody at this point is not outside, or they are perched up in a way so the walkers can't get them, aside from small nobodies that we never got any character development with, like the ladies that Carol talked to and really unimportant characters. That's all I'm gonna say, but mainly everyone is okay. And right here, this is where Rick's leadership and everything is fully taken into effect. He was already named the leader, like he was in season 6 and everything, but with how he's been in the story and everything, it's been different to how his leadership role was put into Alexandria. So, right now is where the leadership role for Rick Grimes in Alexandria is fully put into effect. So, he makes the plan to burst out of the doors with everybody, and they gotta lead the horde away, because even though they could fight the horde, that doesn't mean that they should, because even if they still have plenty of good ammo and guns and everything else, they would likely run out and take out like 70% of the horde. Then they're dry on ammo and guns. And what if they need them for later? Which he kind of blames himself for this, because they should have looked into stuff like this, but Rick was just sucking up the lifestyle, and honestly, he's not going to get into a full rant on himself about this. He just says now they have a chance to right that wrong and do this right. They could fight it, and they don't have to do just guns, because they did take out the whole horde in the original with just melee weapons and like Daryl and everything, but that's beside the point. He just says that this is the better method to not only save more people, but save more resources overall. So that way they have that stuff for later usage, especially considering the fact that one of those guns is Dale's gun, and we all know what happens if he overshoots his shotgun. He goes bye-bye, die-die. Anyways, the ones to lure away the horde are going to be Daryl, Sasha, Beth, and Tyrese, because there is no Abraham, and Beth would likely be included, and I have included her in many situations like this, if not almost all of my stories revolving around this point. Either that or like Alicia or something like that. It really doesn't matter. But anyways, Rick says to everybody if they're ready, and now they gotta make their move. He busts open the door, and everybody who's there and around the area gets their weapons ready, and boom, 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 they shoot all the walkers that are in front of them, so that way they can make a trail to the vehicles and everything to lure the horde away. So Daryl gets on his bike with Beth in tow, and after that, Tyrese and Sasha follow in the vehicle that Sasha and Abraham used, and with that, they begin to slowly but surely lure the horde away. That was a bit of a weird way to say that. I couldn't properly say that for a sec. Now, it does take some time to fully get the horde away. Honking, gunshots, stuff like that. But after annoyingly some amount of time, they drive a long ways out. This would probably take quite a while. And they manage to, at Daryl's notice, lure the herd away far enough from Alexandria so that they never have to see it again. Or if they do come back again, they'll be way more ready for this. So, with that said, the horde is lured away from Alexandria and just goes to parts unknown. Now, whether or not it comes in contact with Alpha, I've done that before. But I'm not really going to bring that up now, because at this point in the production, I didn't know whether to put it in Alpha Sword. But hey, if you see that sooner or later in the coming episodes, then we'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. I just don't remember. LOL. Anyways, this means that Carter is the only victim, Deanna and Ridge are both alive, and Owen is still around, with much different character development, and obviously I've had him turn good most of the time around this point, either that or just a bit after, but it's just noticeable that he is around at this given point. And we also get a very key moment, Rosita and Spencer making their way towards the Anderson residence, that of which being obviously Jesse and Sam and whatnot, and throw Ron onto the porch, which alerts Jesse because she and Rick and everybody were around, obviously, to start the plan. So, Rosita, mainly her, she throws Ron literally, forcefully onto the porch of the residence, and Jesse is like, what the frick just happened? She can't tell what happened, obviously, but Rosita basically says, your little brat tried to kill me, but I showed him his place, and I can't tell if it's because I beat his father pretty much to death, or if he's just a stupid kid, but I think you need to control your kid a little bit better if he's going to go ahead and just kill the people that he lives with. Rosita would definitely say this in around this tone, and it would definitely be an awesome moment besides her beating Pete to literal death. Still unconfirmed if he's really dead. We just know that he's left to die because he was beaten literally to death, but I'm just going to leave that up in the air for now. But that's going to still come back later, trust me. And Jesse is like, she's looking at Ron after Rosita says this, and she's like, Ron, is this true? And Ron just looks at her and is like, he doesn't care. He tells her, she killed my dad. Or do you not care about him? That Ron would definitely say it around that way. And when he says these exact words, he gets punched in the face by Daryl. They would have been back around this time, obviously. And the reason he did this, out of the pretty much nowhere, is because Pete was the one who killed Carol, and obviously Daryl and Carol were still close in this story. I just didn't give it too many moments of which it was like that. But obviously they would be. There wasn't anything to stop that, per se. So, yeah. Daryl would definitely say, your brat deserved it. And if Rosita's beating didn't teach him a lesson, that punch surely did the right amount of freaking, thought process of what he has tried to do to Rosita and to everybody else. You need to control your kid. Basically siding with Rosita. Ron definitely deserved it. And Jesse's just looking at Ron dumbfounded to how he could do this because of Pete? Pete? Are you serious? And she's like, if Ron could have seen what she saw and what everybody else saw with Carol and everything, he probably wouldn't have done this. But we all know Ron very well could have seen it and still did it. Who knows? It really doesn't matter. And then Rick comes up and is like, you don't fully know what your father was, what he did, and how much of a maniac, menace, and monster he was, and every other M word that could describe how bad he was. We have all lost someone or bunches of people. You need to grow up and understand you're not the only one with loss. And Ron just opens his big, dumb, stupid mouth to Rick and just tells him, what could you possibly understand about loss? And he says this to Rick because, for one thing, he just thinks Rick is just an idiot for opening his mouth randomly, and because he beat up his dad before Rosita ended up killing him, presumably. And Rick just looks at Ron after this and is like, what did you say? Now, he doesn't say this, and I guarantee he might, but he would definitely give the look that, like, yeah, Why? What are you saying? And he just can't understand, just like with everybody else, how Ron could have just listened to everything. He just got beat up by Rosita, punched by Daryl, lectured by his mom, and then lectured by Rick, and he's still going with the mouth. And Rick is just dumbfounded, just like with everybody else. And even Jessie is like, at this point, she wants to stop her kid, but she's already tried, and he just keeps on going and going and going. And she is literally raising her voice to Ron at this point, like, Ron, you need to shut your mouth. Like, you've been lectured and beat up and everything. Stop talking. Just stop talking. But Ron, he's just like, why should I? Why should I shut my mouth? I want to know what this man understands about loss. What could he possibly understand about losing somebody? My dad is dead because of what? Just a random lady? What did that random lady have to offer the community? Huh? And this guy is just as bad as that chick Rosita who killed my dad in the first place, and he's the one who beat him up previously. He is just as bad, if not worse, than that chick Rosita. So I want to know what this Rick fella, who seems to be so high on the Deanna list that he suckered everybody here into his little freaking bench of happiness, what could this man have to understand about loss compared to someone like me and you and everyone else in this community? And at this point, everyone is staring directly at Ron with blank expressions. Like, dude, how could you say that? And everyone is holding themselves back from just punching the frick out of Ron right now, because Daryl and Rosita pretty much already did that. And he's still going, and everyone's just staring at him motionless. They don't know what to say until the long silence and ignorance of the moment is broken by Rick looking down, closing his eyes, and getting straight into Ron's face. Like he was already right up to his face, lecturing him. And now he is literally staring at him so closely that he's almost making Ron about to fall down from how close he is to him. And then he opens his eyes, opens his mouth, and throws an angry rant and begins to himself, for the first time since he fought Pete at Alexandria, get frustrated. And he tells him, and I quote, "Let me tell you something, you snot-nosed, upstart, insubordinate, ruffianic kid. You're the one who doesn't understand loss. Now, you gotta admit, even though Ron kind of dug a hole here, getting Rick and pretty much everyone else mad because Daryl punched him and Rosita obviously beat him up beforehand and Jessie got mad at him, you can't deny the fact that at this point, Ron is asking to be roasted within 1,000 freaking miles of Rick Grimes. He is asking for this to happen to him. So, after he says all of this to Ron, he begins to name all the people very close to him that he lost, saying that he himself had to kill his best friend, who he had been with since before the start of the apocalypse and into it, and then had to watch his son, his wife, and almost every other person close to him die. He is lucky to have the people around him right now who have survived through freaking hell and back. And that's, yeah, he does understand about loss, probably more than this kid will ever understand. Probably more than pretty much 90% of the people in Alexandria. And, you know, the entire world at this point. And Dale is even like, to Jessie and Ron, like, he agrees with this and is like, to Jessie, we need to stop him right now. He is opening his mouth way too freaking much, and even says to Ron, Rick has got you there. Like, you need to be quiet at this point. And after this, Jesse is like, well, he's proved you wrong there, Ron. And she's calm at this point because of Rick ranting like this. She feels that no more needs to be done other than telling Ron, like, everyone agrees that Rick kind of got you there. There's not really too much that you could say that will be able to make you bounce back from the freaking 1,000-mile roast and rant that Rick just delivered your way. That's pretty much what everyone is indicating to Ron. And Ron just looks down at this point. He's not agreeing with this by any means because he's freaking Ron. He's stupid. But he isn't in a position, like everybody's saying, that he could do something about it. Like, he can't kill anybody. He can't say anything back. And he can't do anything. He can't do anything. So, at this point, he just shuts his mouth and looks down and is like, you know what? Frick this. And after this, and the threat of the wolves and the horde being over, Rick and Jesse would get into a full-on relationship here. This is where it fully takes into effect, because once again, no Michonne and no one to take the spot for Rick being in a relationship. So, Rick's leadership of Alexandria is fully taken into effect here. But Deanna and Reg are still around, and we have a lot of changes, big moments, and big reveals and everything lining up for the Savior arc, which is going to start next episode. So what did you guys think of this episode? Do you think that Ron will be able to live with this? What is actually going to happen with the house that Pete resides in, or did reside in? Do you think that he's actually been left there to die? Or do you think somehow, some way, he is recovering very slowly, but is still alive? And what about the threat of the Saviors and the looming episodes to come? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Now, this was sort of a big episode, yet not like really, besides Rick and pretty much everyone there beating and roasting Ron half to death, and basically proving him to be a little snot-nosed brat. But with that said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this episode, action or not, because let's be honest, even though they've all not been like action or dark moments, this is probably gonna go down, like I've been saying, as your guys' pretty much favorite series of all time. I guarantee you. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode, because within the next 5 to 6 parts, this baby's coming to a wrap. So with that, I'll see you guys next time. Welcome, everybody, to part 37 of What If Dale Survived the Remake, and boy oh do we got a big episode today. This was not intentional to make this big to rush the rest of the series, but this is a major episode to get into the introduction of the Saviors for Rick's group, Rick being the leader, and a very, very big twist near the end of the episode, which you guys are definitely, you can't miss this. So let's get into it. But before that, really quick, you guys should definitely hit that subscribe button. Not only because of this series, but how much this channel has improved this past month or whatever. You guys, old fans and new fans alike, you guys are definitely not going to want to miss the stuff and new system for the Next Topics YouTube channel. So I would definitely hit that subscribe button so you don't miss that. And also I've upgraded to Pro on CapCut, just like I had it with Power Director, so you can get cooler transitions. Anyway, I'll shut my mouth here and we'll get right into the story. So the entrance into meeting Jesus and everything with Rick and Daryl, that pretty much goes the same. We get into that after Rick's officially become the leader and everything. That goes the same. Now you might be thinking, the interaction is going to go the exact same way. Jesus is going to cause trouble over the truck, and they're going to lose the truck, and it's pretty much going to lead into the whole spiel with the saviors the exact same way. Well, if I did it that way, we wouldn't have a 40-minute episode, would we? So, we get Jesus being utterly cornered. First, by Beth, and then Morgan from another corner, Eastman from another corner, Dale from the next, and Owen, along with Rick and Daryl standing straight in front of Jesus after he ran into them. It was that moment that Jesus was screwed. So, yeah, whatever thing that Jesus was gonna do, try to steal the truck, whatever he was attempting, yeah, that's not gonna happen here. Jesus is utterly and completely screwed. They're keeping the truck, which is something that I've done with What If Eastman Survived, which I'll bring up here in a minute. But yeah, it's more important to note the fact that with this much changes and development with the group and everything and all these different people, yeah, they would definitely have a system set up like this, unlike people just accompanying Rick and Daryl or something like that, or Shane meeting Jesus. It's much different here with a unified effort. Now, to get on with the truck, it's not that big a deal getting it, even though there is a heck of a lot of stuff on it, which I stressed a lot in What If Eastman Survived. But it was more important in that story because they had way less to go with whenever it was in that story. But here, they have a fair amount. So having this just means that they have a whole lot more. It doesn't mean that they're like in desperate need of it. So it's just a very big upgrade. Jesus would later apologize for this after being brought into Alexandria, reluctantly to only a few people, because you gotta think about how the group is. And he would admit that he was trying to take the truck because his community and his people need it. He wouldn't get into too much, but all he asks for is help to find his people, Dr. Carson and them and such, and to go to his community, and maybe they can work out a deal or trade with the leader Gregory. And along with everybody else, since the group is much different here, Rick would agree with this, and everybody else would too. Because if they're dealing with another group just like they had to deal with one now, Rick is more open to finally stepping out of the comfort zone of Alexandria and dealing with people that are threats to them, even if they're meeting new communities they don't know might be a threat to them also. It's different now. You get what I'm saying? But anyways, Rick and everybody else are up for it. So, we get into the entrance of Hilltop. Now, you guys might be asking yourselves, in the original, the group consisted of such: Rick, Jesus, Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, Michonne, and Abraham. Well, since Michonne is dead, and Abraham is dead, who goes in the place of them, and with a much different group, who swaps out whose roles, and who goes to Hilltop as a whole? Now, this particular part of production took a minute to think about, because I wanted it to be good around this part, just for this part specifically. It's not going to do much, but it still matters. The group would consist of Rick, Daryl, which those would be the only two, ones from the original who went, and the additions and swap outs would be Eastman, Dale, Morgan, and Beth. Eastman and Dale because, once again, high council members, and they've been around since pretty much near the beginning / entrance into the middle of the story. Morgan, obviously, because he's had a dramatic role in this story, and Beth to show that she's recovering more and being with Daryl and such. Now, when we get into the Ethan situation, that's dealt with really smoothly. Rick just knocks Ethan to the ground with one of his weapons and makes sure to hold him there at gunpoint so he can't move. and Eastman would just one-tap Andy, the other dude, so that way he can't get involved. So that situation is dealt with handily, resulting in neither one of them dying or getting severely hurt. So, after that, the deal with Gregory is the next case that we need to talk about. Gregory would obviously not hit on Maggie here because she's not here. So, the question is, what kind of deal or conversation would be had? Because I'm pretty sure I had Eastman and Gregory, or maybe just Maggie and Gregory like I did with Eastman's story. But here, I really feel that this is an opportunative moment for Dale to speak out to another community besides Alexandria and Woodbury. So, he would talk to Gregory about the plan that they have. Specifically, he wants to know about the Saviors, specifically. He wants to know about them and what they did to this community to make them so deprived, and their people and such. And he says that if Gregory can tell him about the Saviors, maybe their leader, just some specifics to work off of, maybe they can go from there and help the communities out. So that way they have extra people at their disposal and they don't have to lose anybody here at the community, along with the resources which they can see are growing very slim. So, after Dale says this, Gregory is obviously not convinced, being a jerk, and he decides to say, what can an older person like you offer me? And this would be kind of an insult. I don't think Gregory would say this specifically, but he would basically insinuate that because of Dale's age that he's pretty much acting like a coot. You get what I'm saying? This is something like Gregory style, and he's not convinced that Dale is like speaking to him in a manner that's convincing to help his side, and thinks that him and whatever communities, they're just working for themselves. And Dale said that if he was a true leader and understood other people, not paying attention to his insults, because he's heard worse and seen worse. Look at him. He says that if he was a true leader and such, he would take any help that he could get to end whatever threat is going on. Especially, and he lowers his tone, with some of the people here having very obvious conditions. And he would hold up his arm slightly, because remember, if he holds it up all the way, it shoots. He holds up slightly to make it noticeable enough his shotgun arm in very finite condition. And Gregory, at this point, whatever ill manner that he thought of Dale or anything, that's thrown out the window, but he's still keeping up his impression because he's, Gregory. And after this, Dale, feeling like he's made some headway here, continues. He begins to say, or continues to say rather, that if the Saviors are a really big threat, they can deal with them, but it doesn't have to end in a war, is what he's trying to say. Because from what he has seen and heard, they're not like any other... They're no different than any other bad group that they've come across, especially the freaking governor. And he feels like they could deal with them pretty easily, all things considered. Or at least make a deal with them. He does not want to kill them. Don't get me wrong here. That is not Dale's intent. Okay? I cannot stress that enough because, because of who he is, obviously. And it's more or less just him wanting to try and avoid killing them as much as humanly possible. And to try and make a deal with them of sorts to help Hilltop, maybe help their side, and to save Alexandria from a future problem. It's pretty much a guarantee for everyone to come out on top. You get what I'm saying? But Gregory, being himself, he is more convinced now, and definitely a little bit more on board with this, but he feels that the overall end game should be to stop them. But even he finds this preposterous, to try and either make a deal with them or even kill them. Like, either sounds like preposterous, and he brings this up with Dale and is like, he appreciates who Dale is and what they've come here to try and do for them, but he just does not find killing the saviors or trying to reason with them, he does not find either situation reasonable. I mean, in this situation, Gregory would actually be very right, because I cannot stress enough the groups in the original Walking Dead that could not be reasoned with, especially in this story. And Dale would definitely agree with this also, because, yeah, the things that they had been through just to try and keep humanity. He had to lose a freaking arm and had a freaking bullet stuck in his eye, almost turning him into a freaking dark monster. So yeah, he understands, but he insists on Gregory listening to him, because they have been through, as he can most likely see, pointing to his arm again, and pointing out a little bit of what happened to his eye, because I'm sure there would still be like a mark there or a scar, that they have been through enough that this group should not be a problem. And if they are a problem, they'll deal with it. Dale is open to conflict in some fashion, but he miles it down to trying to resort to it as the last possible solution. You get what I'm saying? So, after that, Gregory would just say, all right, do whatever you think is best or whatever, and he just walks away. And after Rick hears about this and they all return to Alexandria, Rick is open to the idea too, because this is a much different Rick. And he agrees with conflict as the, last possible thing. Because they haven't had to resort to conflict besides the wolves and Pete. And it's been pretty mild. And besides Carol, obviously. Rest in peace. And he admits that, yeah, this is a pretty clear-cut plan. They just have to go about it the right way. But now, here comes the big thing. The big thing that they need to worry about. Who is going to go to either A, make the Saviors surrender, or shoot them, or both, or whatever. It doesn't matter what the end result is. It matters as to who gets the job done, because not everybody's going to want to do this. He's got to keep that in mind, and he is more open to that here. So, who goes? Rick obviously is number one. Dale would be the second one. Following Owen, Morgan is actually going this time, like I've had in several stories. Daryl and Glenn, along with Beth, would actually tell Maggie to stay behind, because obviously her pregnancy would be known at this point, very luckily that they've survived this long, for Maggie to get pregnant, because Woodbury, cannot stress enough, and Maggie would then fight on to Beth just recovering her memory, and she should be staying behind too. But Beth says that she's all right, and that Maggie is the main concern right now, because she has a freaking kid growing in her belly. And if Shell, that other savior chick that was on Paula's side, almost cut Maggie by the stomach in the original, think of what could happen under different circumstances. And funny enough, that's actually teased for a future story. I just gave away a plot for a future story. Jesus, Rosita, Spencer, Tara, Heath, Mika, along with Megan, and Tyrese and Sasha would also go. Sam is actually going to be going here. I never really included him. And then we get to the last one on the list, or the one that you would think would be on the list, not even. Ron. And yeah, Rick and Jesse. Rick fully, co-parenting and, on the level of parenting with Jesse on the fields of Sam and Ron. They both agree that Ron going would be an absolute worst idea. Last episode and recently, because they can't break the fourth wall. I don't know why I'm getting into that, but still. Anyway, they know that they had to fight the freak out of Ron to not kill Rick or Rosita for what happened with Pete. So him going, that would be an awful idea. And Jesse would agree with this, and Rick would also say, she should stay behind too. And Jesse actually agrees with this also, very much to Rick's surprise. Not only to keep Ron from doing anything bad, but so that Rick can watch over Sam whenever they go, and it just feels better as a whole. Rick feels like she's holding something else back, like there's something else she's hiding from him as to why she's not going, but before he can figure out what that is, or before he can pry Jesse for information, or Jesse possibly admit what else she might be hiding, they both hear a noise in the house, a small stumble from in the next room. They both turn their heads, and out of the corner, behind the wall, Pete emerges, bloody, but stronger than ever, and alive. He pushes and slams Rick against the wall, strangling him and punching him repeatedly, time after time. And Rick and Jesse, one, being off guard, and two, not expecting Pete to be back from the freaking dead, supposedly, because they thought he died in the freaking house. Rosita beat the life out of him. But, yeah, he's alive, strangling Rick, Jesse staring back in utter fear and awe that Pete is alive. Pete is just strangling and punching Rick repeatedly, time after time, angrily. He shouts out to Rick in a voice that would make Pete, like you guys have said, a true horror movie villain. You really thought that leaving me in that house was a good idea? No. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now, I'm going to kill every one of you! Starting with you, Rick Grimes! And he continues to strangle and choke the frick out of Rick, punching him and kicking him repeatedly too. He is utterly, completely destroying Rick. And then, while he's doing this, he cockingly turns his head while he's doing this, and in a very cocky and very upright tone says to Rick, "Leaving me alive was the last mistake you and everyone else in this community is ever going to make. After you, I'm going to kill that chick Rosita for beating me half to death. And then everyone in this community, including your daughter, will bow to me. They will listen and utterly kneel to me." And this would make Pete the darkest I have ever made him in any story. And I bet you guys will all agree on this. Jesse, finally snapping to her senses, grabs onto Pete's shoulder and arm, trying to rip him away from Rick, but Pete is just merciless. And once Jesse has tried too much, become too annoying, and just can't seem to budge Pete away, Pete doesn't just freaking slap her to the side. No. He shoots a gun straight in to the direction of Jesse, thinking that it was her head, and for all we know, it could be her head. He was just trying to get her away, and he just shot the gun straight into the direction of which he thought her face was, not really caring about her. And while he's still staring bloody and furiously at Rick, he just says, turning his eyes just a little, "If I can't have you, nobody can. You are not even worth thinking about to anyone in this community anymore, let alone me." And with that, any attention that he was giving to Jesse in that moment just goes square back to Rick. And yeah, this is a very, very serious and shocking moment. And Rick, trying to struggle and squirm his way out of Pete's grasp, sees this, but before he can even grasp what's happening, Pete knows he's about to get angry, obviously. And just like Merle did in Destinies, he had managed, while beating the frick out of Rick and choking him, to get his cuffs. And he stops his attack and gets the cuffs and cuffs both of Rick's arms and kicks him down to the ground. And at that point, Rick is so bloody and like he needs to actually catch his breath, and he's so bloody and injured he can't even think straight right now, because besides Woodbury, because Father Gabriel's church ain't got nothing on this, besides Woodbury, this is the most he's ever been injured. And Pete says, this could have all been avoided had you people just minded your own dang business. Had you just left this Anderson family to ourselves. But no, you people had to put your noses where they didn't belong. And then your little friend Carol had to pay the price. And now, after all of this, now my own wife had to pay the price, whom you stole from me along with my children. That's why your little friend Carol had to die and my own wife had to die. But I know that my son Ron is loyal to me, and once Sam sees all this, he'll have to be suckered into the fold too. You will be last on my list to die, Rick Grimes. First, I'm gonna get that chick Rosita for nearly beating me to death, and I'll do the same thing to her that I did with your little gal pal Carol. And then every other person is going to watch as I rip the life away from you. And then this community is all mine. I think I did a pretty freaking scary Pete impression there, huh? And Rick, he isn't listening to Pete. Oh, he's listening, but he's not taking it in. All he can think about is Jesse's lifeless body that is sitting across the hallway. He's staring straight at it. He's not even looking at Pete. And he's also injured, and he's gotta catch his breath from being strangled and beat half to death. And coming to terms with the fact his handcuffs were stolen, and he was just cuffed. So, he is far from listening to anything that Pete's saying. But little does Pete know, killing Jesse was the last thing that he should have done. Because now Rick's getting a little bit of, PTSD from everything that he had been through. Jesse's death flashes before him, getting into a relationship with her finally, and a good one. And then Lori and her death right in front of his eyes at Woodbury, along with his own son, Carl's death, which he caused and didn't even mean to. And the boom of that rocket launcher, and everything that transpired afterwards, almost making him leave everyone who had come back seemingly alive. Except Carol, who ended up dying, but that's beside the point. And Shane, who had become from a friend into a foe. And how he and Dale had to work together, mainly him, to end his best friend's life. All of that flashes before him, and in a big twist, the old Rick, the monster that had seemingly died down after he had finally come to terms with everything, has finally come back. Pete doing this was the last thing he should have done, and the biggest mistake, as you are about to see in a big minute, and why the episode is so long. Rick is now focused on only one thing: pure, unbridled rage. And he's starting to get angry, coming to terms with all of this, and he is gritting his teeth and telling Pete that he is going to mercilessly, completely, and unadulteratingly kill him. And Pete, after seeing Rick snap back out of whatever trance he was in and getting injured and all that, what he just did to him, he's like, no, Rick, you're not going to kill me. You are bloody, beaten, broken, and you are cuffed. You can't do anything to me. And even if you were able to, You don't have the superiority that you once did when you got here and under Deanna's little wing, her little monkey puppet. You are a shell of your former self. I don't care if you think that you're going to kill me or if you want to somehow make peace with me. Any transitioning and talking we once had is done. And if you keep it up, we'll go out to the streets right now while your friends are getting ready for whatever little escapade they have going on, and you can die right in front of them along with Rosita. And he stares at Rick menacingly while he does this, but whatever big moment that Pete had here, that's slowly dying down because nothing can prepare him for what Rick does next. Rick goes from saying he's going to kill Pete and gritting his teeth and getting angry to yelling to the high heavens. He yells out in the same voice, that same voice even bigger than what he had back at the Woodbury town when everybody had gotten shot. He yells out in rage and is just yelling profanities and just yelling in general. And Pete, he isn't amused. He just knows that Rick's throwing a hissy fit and that he can't do anything. He's cuffed and bloody and broken. And not even he could move for some time whenever he was bloody and almost beat to death in that house. What could Rick do in this situation? Oh, he should really have reconsidered that thought process. Because after yelling for a good moment, Rick just stops and he looks straight into the eyes of Pete. His eyes, after a very long moment of yelling, turn blood red. And this is like whenever someone says they get so angry they see red, this is turning the phrase literal, turning the eyes red, just like at Father Gabriel's church. And this actually scares Pete. And with this, Rick doesn't just yell after this, he roars. He actually roars. And this actually terrifies Pete beyond belief. And with this, Rick begins to forcefully and completely, with superhuman strength, mess with his cuffs and begins to stand up and move his cuffs, and with a mighty heave and a forceful pull with his arms, he snaps the cuffs off. And this would be an incomprehensible level of superhuman strength. Because, yeah, it would take a power of superhuman and above to break a pair of handcuffs off, especially ones that are like big and intended for the user not to be able to escape them. And Pete, he cannot process what he is just witnessing. Not only did he see Rick just go from being utterly broken and bloody to doing this, but his eyes, those eyes looking straight at him, that blood-curdling rage that he had just had, that was nothing. And the fact that he broke the cuffs, Pete, he is frozen in fear. And Rick grabs the closest weapon to him and in his belt, the machete. And with this, whatever strength that he had just lost, Rick is invigorated 1,000-fold. No, frick that. 1,000,000-fold. This is angry Rick, but to a freaking... I cannot explain how much angrier Rick is than any other version of him in any story and moment in this story. And with this, Rick gets his machete and mercilessly chops away at Pete. His head, his body, his freaking legs, it doesn't matter. He chops at Pete everywhere and doesn't stop. He keeps on going, just like with Gareth in the original story. But unlike that, he doesn't stop until Pete is not moving anymore, literally. He's making dead sure that Pete is actually going to die here. If beating him to death wasn't enough from Rosita, he's gonna make freaking sure that Pete dies here. Cutting every single piece of him up, off, it doesn't matter. Rick doesn't care. All he can think about is blood-curdling rage and killing Pete. And after seeing Pete not move anymore, slicing skin and clothes and parts and everything off that he could think of, and just everything in general, oh, Rick doesn't stop there. You thought that was enough? Oh, he doesn't freaking stop. He pulls out his Colt Python and begins shooting rapidly at every mangled, bloody, and freaking messed up part of Pete that you could imagine which would be at this time, and doesn't stop. He doesn't care if Pete is most certainly might be dead after this. He's making dead sure that every single part of him looks like just nothing. Like, it looks incomprehensible to the point that Pete is left as a bloody freaking nothing, basically. And only then does Rick stop and come out of the house. Now, Dale, Morgan, Tyrese, Eastman, and Aaron, along with everybody else in the community, they would have heard the commotion in the house and everything else, along with Daryl, especially wondering what was happening, and they were literally about to go to the house, Rick and Jesse's house, to see what the frick was going on, because it sounded like a lot. There was roaring and screaming and shooting, and like, what was going on in there? And Daryl is the first one mainly to question Rick on this. Like, what the freak happened in there? And they, like I said, they were about to go and like see what was going on, but Rick stepped out right at the first opportunity. But Rick doesn't answer for a long moment, and everyone can see Rick is looking a mess, and he is looking unrecognizable and furious to the point where he can't even think straight anymore. He is just pure on angry, even after killing Pete. But he finally regains his composure and says that leaving Pete in that house was their biggest mistake. He came back, and he doesn't blame Rosita for this. At least he's trying not to. But he says that leaving Pete alive was literally the worst mistake they could have made. Pete came back, and as they can see what they did to him, but that's not the big part, Jessie was shot. He doesn't know if she's dead in there, but he shot towards her freaking head. He saw that, and he can only presume that she's gone. And Sam obviously is very broken about this, and Ron, he doesn't know what to think about this. On one hand, cool, his father's back, because we all know how Ron was freaking on his side all the time and was a freaking brat about it. But hearing that his mom died over this conflict and everything, and Rick killed him, oh, Pete doesn't care if his father was the main culprit. All he can think about is that Rick was the cause now. Screw Rosita. He's now going to kill Rick and Rosita. Basically, his dad. And he is just as much of a jerk. We all knew that, right? And he goes over, gun in hand, and boom! He doesn't shoot Rick, but Rick shoots Ron. Because at this point, Rick doesn't care anymore. Ron and Pete signed their own freaking destitutes. He gave Ron opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, and Pete didn't deserve one, and now Ron didn't deserve one either. He sees that now. Because of Jessie, because of Carol, because of Rosita, not, well, she didn't die, obviously, but because of everything that had just happened, he knows that he should have killed Ron along with making sure that Pete was dead. If so, Carol maybe somehow, some way wouldn't have died. Maybe freaking Jesse would still be alive. And he says to Ron's lifeless corpse, I should have killed you along with your father when I had the chance. Had I done it, your mother would still be alive. And Sam, he would just be utterly crying at this point, and everyone would try to hold back or stop Rick, but because of the conflict and everything that had just happened, they ain't gonna stop this man. Especially knowing what he had just lost and knowing what he lost out there. And after this, Rick looks to everybody and shouts to them all, playtime is officially over. Whatever deal that they were going to have sparing the Saviors, that's done now. They're going to kill them all. If this didn't teach people that people are maniacs, that they are monsters, they don't know anything. And if they want to do this, they have to kill them all. And with this monstrously insane, unrecognizable Rick back in the fold, a million times worse than he was, how will this go into the conflict with the Saviors? Can he even be controlled like he was? Will he ever find happiness? And is Jessie actually dead? Or did she somehow, someway miraculously, like Pete, somehow survive because of the circumstances? Will Sam ever recover? And will everybody else be able to control Rick and maybe stop him from killing, since he's pretty much the only one who wants to kill them all? Or is this the actual end of the nice Rick Grimes as a character? Now, I truly 110% above beyond belief hope that you freaking guys enjoyed this episode. And now I think you guys understand why it had to be this big. It's not to rush the series, oh no. It was to show that this is a big, pivotal moment. Because it literally came out of nowhere. Not only is this the entrance into the Saviors in a very dramatic tense, but we don't know what happened with Jessie. She could be dead or alive for all we know. Pete came back, which you guys probably could have inferred, because I did kind of tease it. I know I've been giving obvious teasers, but it's kind of the point for half of these parts. And there's literally no telling if anyone's going to be able to stop Rick, or if there's any coming back from, like, this point in Rick's character development. But I hope you guys truly enjoy this. I mean, how could you not? And stay tuned for the next episode.
Shall consume the future. The dead shall consume the living. And chaos shall reign supreme!
Welcome, everybody, to part 38 of What If Dale Survived the Remake, where in the last episode we had a huge episode, especially revolving around Rick and Pete coming back from the brink, and Jessie getting shot in the face area, but we don't know if she was shot in the head or if she somehow is going to live. And we're getting into the introduction of the Savior arc, truthfully, with Rick wanting to kill them all. And that's where we resume the story starting today. But first, really quick, you guys should definitely hit that subscribe button on the channel. And I hope you guys like the new subscribe logo and thing here. Forgive it's going to be long each time. I made each thing for the subscribe a separate project, 45 seconds with this, so I could put the thing and make my own subscribe gif and whatnot, so I didn't have to keep finding them off the internet, because I was running kind of dry there, I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, you guys should definitely hit the subscribe button because we have been through a lot on this channel and it only keeps getting better with each new project and accomplishment. So you definitely should hit that sub button and check out old and new projects alike. With that, let's get into it. Now Dale, after hearing Rick wanting to kill all the saviors, and even him and everybody else knowing what just happened in there, and they didn't see it, but they heard it. And what Rick's saying, Dale understands it, but like, he's telling Rick to snap out of this. He's beginning to go down that darker path before they came to Alexandria. What was the point in bringing himself back from that moment just to have it taken away the second that he loses another love interest? Or supposedly loses another love interest. Dale doesn't know. And to be honest, Rick doesn't either. He just assumed that Jessie was dead, and for all we know, she could be. And anyways, Dale tells Rick that if he goes more down the dark path like he did before, he might not be able to come back. He, like, literally will devolve truly into darkness. And he doesn't want that for Rick. He's known him since the beginning. They've been through hell and back with the governor, and with the wolves, with every single major group in the story. And the last thing that Dale wants, especially after losing his arm, almost losing his eye and his mind, he knows what this is doing to Rick. But he's telling Rick that he has to simmer it down. They wanted conflict as the last possible option. They can still find a way to reason with these people. They haven't done anything out of sorts like the governor did, and he was the main one that infected their lives. But Rick says he can't believe Dale, and this throws Dale for the loop, and he asks, "What do you mean you can't believe me?" Rick goes on to say, "I can't believe that you would literally still side with bad people in this world. The governor, look at what happened to him. He took away everyone, almost. He took away your arm. He took away my son. He took away my wife, Andrea. He took away almost everything. And as for Shane, he was dang near close to robbing both you and me out of existence. And even now, to this day, even when Pete comes back from the dead after Rosita seemingly killed him, he killed Jessie. And now Sam is alone, and you still want to side with people who are the enemy? What kind of moral compass are you? What kind of moral compass do we have if we keep letting the bad in, not knowing if they'll turn on us? Not seeing that, not wanting to take action first, is exactly what got almost every single person that we've ever been around killed. And it got everyone else killed that we know about. And he just walks away. Dale is just completely shocked by this, that Rick has literally devolved into 1,000 times more of a monster than he was, and his Shane is really starting to show. And don't get me wrong, Dale understands what this is doing to Rick, but he also knows that the darker that he gets, he won't even want to care about anyone he's still with. And he knows that the best course of action is for the council and every other person who's going to the satellite outposts to confront the saviors. They need to do everything in their power to halt Rick from killing as many saviors as possible without him possibly trying to kill one of them. Because they all know how that went back at Father Gabriel's church. So what they need to do is try and save as many saviors as possible and make a deal while stopping Rick from killing as many as possible. And he also needs to pay attention to the fact that since Rick is in no state of mind to do so, someone needs to keep an eye on Sam. because he doesn't have a brother, he doesn't have a father, and he seemingly doesn't have a mother. And Rick, being with Jesse for a good amount of time, he was the next in line to be like a dad to Sam. And with him running Crazy Town, he ain't in no position to even take care of his baby daughter. So taking care of Sam is almost out of the question. Dale has to accept the mantle, and Sam's going anyway. Once they get there, the introduction would play out as you would expect. But afterwards, once they get inside, Rick doesn't even bother to kill them quietly in their sleep. He utterly, completely tears into the satellite outpost, shooting, knifing, slicing, anything you can imagine that Rick would do at his disposal at this level of rage and malice. He doesn't care. He is beyond reasoning. And he is just tearing through the entire outpost to kill them all. Now Dale, Morgan, Tyrese, Eastman, and Aaron, the main five of the council and the moral compasses with the Aikido and just in general, you guys know what I'm talking about. They try to halt Rick from killing as many saviors as possible, even though it's starting to make the saviors retaliate, obviously. They're trying to make sure that Rick doesn't lose all of what's left in him. And Morgan and Daryl especially know this, because Daryl has been around with him for a long time. He was there, and Morgan, he was snapped out of clear mode because of Rick and him devolving into darkness. And him doing it again here, now, Morgan's just... it's just making him remember more of what he was, and that his clear mode pales in comparison to Rick's monstrosity nature that he has gotten into. And everyone trying to stop him, or at least halt him from killing as many saviors as possible that they can, Rick acknowledges that they are talking to him and listens to the fact that they don't want him to lose all sense of himself and try to keep himself from killing, like, you know, as many saviors as possible. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but still. He still acknowledges this and hears them, but he pays no mind to this. All Rick can think about is just getting his rage out. Killing Pete, slicing him, shooting him, and mangling him to death, literally beyond death, that wasn't enough. Rick's rage and malice is still clicking in his mind, and he only has one objective: kill any bad guy in his path. And as much as Eastman, Dale, and Tyrese, everybody want to stop him, they can only stop him just barely. But they need to make sure that they protect themselves and also stop Rick from going too far that he begins to get reckless and accidentally gets himself killed. Because anger makes you stupid. Just ask Vegeta. Anyways, yeah, they try to hold him as much as humanly possible while making sure he doesn't make any reckless moves and protecting themselves. Now, they don't spare too much. They don't even get the chance to, except one, Primo. But right whenever this happens, Paula and the other saviors there act. Megan, Sam, and Mika, the three that are by the truck this time instead of Carol and Maggie, because Maggie's not there and Carol is dead. These three are by the van instead to protect it. Because they still came along, but they ain't gonna do much in the satellite outpost. Not yet. Even though I've had Mika participate before. But that's beside the point. Owen sees that the saviors are cornering the children around the van. So, Owen thinks fast and begins to attack, coming out of seemingly nowhere in Paula and the saviors' eyes, and begins to help the kids fight off these saviors. But they're still outnumbered, kind of. Morgan is the next one to see the commotion, or at least hear it. And once he gets all the way there, everyone's still alive, and Morgan tries to plead with Paula and the other saviors that they don't have to do this. One of their group members is in a psychotic rage. And if they don't leave or surrender now, they're gonna die. And he doesn't want that. He knows that they can make a deal, or at least not have to kill any more than have already been killed. And keep in mind, these are the first saviors to die by Rick's group's hands at this point. But Paula just smiles wickedly and just tells Morgan, no, that's not gonna happen. And with that, she shoots her gun, bang, and the gunshot rings out into Owen. Now, this isn't the first time that I've killed him around this point, but let's be real here, they were still outmanned, and it was more or less Morgan's fault for trying to plead with them, and this should have been the obvious result that this was going to happen. And at that moment, Morgan, with his stick in one hand and Michonne's blade in the other, because remember, he still has that. With both of them in hand, to every savior, specifically Paula, he strikes with the stick, then slices with the blade. Strikes, slices, over and over again in a very cool dual-wielding manner that would honestly be really cool for to see from Morgan. I haven't had this happen yet, and I did say earlier on that we would get very sick moments with Morgan and Michonne's blade, because I definitely think that it suits him getting an axe later in Fear, after all. Dale, after they all get through with Primo and everything, he sees this and is very shocked at Morgan for doing this, but Morgan simply tells him that he had to. Owen was killed, and if he had just let them kill the kids and him, they would have been down very important people, including himself, and he wasn't going to take that. But his justification is much better than Rick's, because Rick was just going in psychotic rage from Jesse. But Morgan, he was just stopping anybody else from dying in the only way he knew how. And he justifies this very good to Dale and everybody else. And Eastman, knowing Morgan for longer than Dale and Tyrese, he would definitely agree that this was like the only way that they could have realistically saved not only Morgan, but the kids. So honestly, he doesn't blame Morgan for doing this, and at least they tried to spare the saviors, but it ultimately meant nothing in the end. Once they return to Alexandria, this is the moment where Rick's rage has seemingly subsided. Oh, don't get me wrong, he's still dark. He ain't recovered because, you know, what's happened and obvious, like, stuff like that. But he is recovered to the point where he begins to feel sorry of how dark he got once again. And even with the likes of Sam, he's sorry that he's like the only one around that can realistically like watch him and was taking up the duty of a dad, like I said. And he feels really bad that he literally almost put Sam in mortal danger just because he wanted to kill the saviors. And says to Sam that he's really sorry for that, and the fact that what happened with Pete and his mom and brother and everything. But Sam, at this point, Sam has matured a lot more than you might think, and is a lot braver, and doesn't blame Rick for what he did or why he acted the way he did. He knew that his dad and Ron were just bad. They deserved to get what was coming to them. They dug their own holes. He understands that. He's still sad about it, but he understands that his mom died because of his father and kind of brother. So he does not blame Rick in the slightest for this. Then Denise meets them at the gates and says they need to see something very important. And when she says this, she specifically eyes herself towards Rick and Sam whenever saying this, and says that it's really important and they need to get into the gates now. And immediately after saying this, and Denise eyeing Rick and Sam specifically. Rick catches on to this and begins speeding it right into the gates, inferring what could possibly be said about what's inside. But what is inside? What is Denise talking about? Do you think that Jesse is actually alive and that's why Rick's booking it in? Was Alexandria attacked by the Saviors early? Or do you think that Denise unfortunately has to break the news that Jesse is indeed dead? Because I'm not going to bring back Pete after everything like that because he's freaking mangled, cut up, shot, and everything. But yeah, those are the three best conclusions that I bet you guys can infer for the next episode. And that's where we're going to be leaving things for the moment. So, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. We have 38 parts in, and we are into the Savior arc. After the Savior arc truly starts, like, getting into Negan and stuff next time, we will only have about 2 to 3 parts left of the tale. Meaning that this story is almost completely wrapped up. I did say it would be 40 to like a bit over 40 parts, and I think I did pretty good with that estimation. I'm pretty good with numbers and calculations and stuff like that. But anyways, I hope you guys have enjoyed this long freaking tale for what it's been, and how epic that it's still going to get, because trust me, we ain't through with the freaking epicness of this tale just yet. But regardless, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode, and I will see you guys in the next one.
One shall stand, and one shall fall. I'm back, and so am I. Nobody cares. Sorry, he really bugged me.
That's quite alright, Vegeta. I'm sure Gargamel would bother any of us. But, anyways, welcome to the next episode of Dale's Tale, the remake, part 39. And this is going to be another big one because we're going to be wrapping it up here with 42 to possibly 41 parts. It really depends. But, we're on to part 39 of this massive tale, and we resume the story now. Now, Rick runs towards Alexandria after being told by Denise there's something there, with Sam right behind him to see by their doorstep Jesse Anderson, who is still alive. But something they notice right away about her that's different is that she's alive for one thing, and doesn't have a bullet mark near her head, but an eye patch clearly indicating that the shot must have gone to her eye. But before asking questions, Rick and Sam run right up to the house and grab Jessie and twirl her in a bear hug because they're just so overcome with happiness and just surprise at the fact that she's alive. Rick especially, because look at who he's become in this story. Rick, he just cannot describe how happy and like sad he is that Jesse is alive, and is asking so many questions as the fact that, how did you manage to live? I saw you get shot near the head. But Jesse says that honestly, she thought that she was dead too. But whenever she came to, she was in the room with Denise, and she said that she was able to save her life, but the bullet did hit her eye. So in this story, I gave Jesse Carl's eye takeout. Except, you know, it happened under way different circumstances than Carl losing his eye in the original. But yeah, just pointing that out there. And she is happy to see that Rick and Sam are so happy to see her alive, she says jokingly, and is really happy that they are here, and doesn't ask about Ron specifically, which definitely confuses Rick and Sam, but she also smiles, saying that there's another reason why she's very happy to be alive. And Rick picks up on this and is like, yeah, that's right. you were going to tell me something, or at least I think you were hiding something before Pete showed up and everything happened. And now, since we've taken care of everything at the satellite outpost with the saviors, now I want to know, what were you keeping from me before that? And Jesse says, you got me. I was keeping something from you. And it was a reason why I didn't want to go with you guys to the satellite outpost to deal with the saviors. Not only because I knew you could handle Ron, and because I knew you all could handle it as a whole, but there's another specific reason as to why I didn't want to go with you guys. And it's because, and she pauses for a sec, it's because I'm pregnant. And turns away smiling. Rick is first at shock and disbelief, and it turns to utter excitement and overjoy. And Jesse goes to Sam after this, and Rick enjoys himself, like, cheering for this moment and everything. And Jesse goes to Sam and is like, hey Sam, now you're gonna have a baby brother or sister here pretty soon. Hopefully we can spark our new family here better than it was before with Ron and Pete. And once again, now she mentions Ron, but she still doesn't ask where he is. And even though Rick wants to know why she's doing this, he just lets her talk to Sam, and they enjoy the moment and everything about this. You know what I'm saying? And Sam is definitely happy about this. He doesn't wish to think about Ron and Pete because obvious reasons, but he is very happy to hear this revelation and see his mother alive. You know how a little kid would react in that moment, or at least I think you guys would. And then Jesse turns to Rick and is like, I bet you're wondering why I have not talked about Ron or anything like that. And it's because I heard about what happened while I was out, and I don't blame you for what you did. Ron, even though he was my son, he had it coming just like Pete. And I'm sure we couldn't have stopped him anymore if we tried to. We all did our best. That's why I'm hoping we can start over with this new family and this baby. And Rick says he couldn't agree more. Now, for the Eugene and Abraham trip, Abraham's obviously dead, so Spencer and Rosita are taking the place with Eugene to go to the bullet factory. And Eugene and Rosita wouldn't argue here like Eugene and Abraham, because Abraham is the one who punched him, and we've had so much change in the story. So, they ain't gonna fight here. They're more or less gonna talk about the past and how to help here with the bullet factory and what to do. And they just talk about what's happened, and they're tired of losing people, and how they both sympathize with each other for who Abraham was, how he ultimately did get himself killed, and why it was sad that it had to end up that way, even if it had to end up that way, and how they're just both trying to keep going on, honestly. That's pretty much the best that they could talk about. And like I said, they're not going to fight here because there's not really a reason for them to fight. And Spencer is there because, for one thing, they're in a relationship, Spencer and Rosita, obviously. And for another, he's there just as an extra person to help out on this journey, because walkers, different people, I don't know why I'm explaining this small moment, but it's just justification on why he's even here. And Daryl and Beth would take Rosita's spot in going with Denise on the run. And this time, Denise is shot in the head and not crossbowed in the head, because Daryl was never kidnapped and Dwight is dead. So who in the crap shot Denise? Well, little Timmy and his brigade are the ones who shot Denise, because they never met them yet and they're still alive. This is a later development with little Timmy and his brigade, to my knowledge at least. But, yeah, this is where they come into play. With Spencer, Rosita, and Eugene all capture. Not just Eugene this time. So this time, the Saviors have more leverage. So, yeah, this is a definitive big moment for little Timmy and the brigade. And the leader's like, you guys screwed up. Shouldn't have killed all those people back at that satellite outpost. Really thought you were done with us, huh? Well, now we're done with you. Time for you guys to drop all your stuff and lead us to wherever it is you call home. Or these 3 people on the ground die, and then you, and then whoever we want back at your little complex. And let's be honest, that's how they would be in that situation. They were a bunch of jerks. But just then, someone tells them to stop. And this is Dale, who I bet a lot of you weren't expecting to appear in these circumstances, but he showed up as extra insurance on his own accord, not because someone told him to, but because he was just we all know how perceptive Dale was. Like, let's be real here. And with how perceptive he's been, especially in this story. So the knowledge that Saviors could still be around, even though it seemingly looked like they vanquished all of them, it would definitely cross Dale's mind. And the leader is just irritated that this happened, because now he feels that Dale showing up has just given him more incentive to literally kill every single person here, along with Dale, and even more people back at Alexandria. Because, once again, that's how they would be here. But this also gives Eugene the opening to beat the leader's, private area, since Dwight isn't here to take that unfortunate, little moment. It's gotta be the leader of Little Timmy and his brigade, which I always thought was Little Timmy. Some call him Bud, some call him Little Timmy. Who the frick cares? It's the leader, alright? But this moment, and Dale showing up, also provide the opportunity for Spencer and Rosita to get back their weapons and get back into the fold, with Daryl and Beth getting their own crossbows and getting everyone to turn their weapons straight at the Saviors. So Dale ultimately created a good moment to get their leverage back. And Dale's like looking at them all now, like, now do you guys want to listen and, not do anything stupid like all your other Savior friends? Because now would be a very good opportunity. Now, I'm sure he would word it like that, but I don't think he would say that specifically. But we all know he most likely word it like that. And either that or he would give, a look that would indicate, exactly those, sentiments. But the leader, he ain't gonna apply. If anything, he just whacks Eugene to the side, disregarding the fact that what just happened. And with that, guns Spencer to kingdom come. Literally shooting him with every bullet in both of his guns. And yeah, this should have been a dead giveaway that the second he whacked Eugene down, stuff was gonna get bad. And Dale cannot believe what he is just seeing. Not only did the Saviors show little regard to being completely, their advantage taken away, not only are these guys so heartless to do this to Spencer, but they just show little regard for, anything. And Dale is just getting, you cannot imagine the PTSD and just everything he's feeling in this moment towards them. And Rosita, after this, you can obviously imagine what she's gonna do after Spencer gets blown to Kingdom Come. Rosita and everybody else, specifically Rosita, gun the Saviors, and little Timmy and his brigade are wasted right then and there, because they wouldn't be as lucky as Dwight and them were to escape because of circumstances and who they were. And Dale just feels utterly, completely remorseful and sorry for Rosita. She's lost 2 lovers, and one was shot even more mercilessly than Abraham. And Rosita, she can sense that Dale probably thinks that this is his fault because, you know, he came in and that spurred the whole thing, but he honestly saved their lives. And while not saving Spencer's in the end, he meant good intentions, and he always has. So she, by no means, shape, or form, blames him for what just happened. If anything, she thanks him because he saved the rest of them, even if Spencer died. Because if he hadn't shown up, they would have all died. But she does break down crying, though, because after losing 2 lovers, especially Abraham way earlier on, she's just sick and tired of losing people, and the way that Spencer and Abraham were taken out, it just really messes with Rosita, like, under character. And Dale would hug her and be like, yeah, I'm sure we're all sick and tired of losing people. And this would be a good moment for the both of them to really, like, not get together, obviously, or like a Dale and Andrea moment from the comics or the show, but just for the both of them to, like, air out their grievances. Like, or not grievances, but feelings. You get what I'm saying? I know I probably wasn't making much sense in that moment, but just clarification. Anyway, moving on. Deanna and Rick would have another talk. And this would not have been the thing since Deanna and Rick had the talk before Rick was properly anointed as the leader. But she wants to know what Rick is planning to do now, since Spencer has just paid the price. She has no living children, and Reg is the only family member of hers left, and the Saviors are still around. What does Rick plan to do? And Rick only has one genuine, honest answer for her. They tried being reasonable, and they tried not being reasonable. There's only one thing that they can do, and it ain't to give up. War. It means that he doesn't care how many of them there are. And this is a far cry from the Rick who knew nothing about the Saviors. But here, he is way more likely to detect the threat that they're in, but does not want to back down. He wants to go to utter war with them. And that is when Maggie's pregnancy advances to the point where she's got to be taken to Hilltop because Pete's dead and Denise is dead. I don't know why I'm explaining that, but the fact that nobody is here this time means that they got to go to Hilltop here and go regardless. So they were already going to go out to the Saviors and everything, but now they got to go out regardless. And I feel that the pregnancy would be, like, figured out in a different way, and Maggie might have even still had long hair at this point because Enid's not there to cut it. She might have had someone else cut it, but I feel like in this sense, it would be different as to how the pregnancy is, like, figured out, and Maggie might still have long hair. As for who drives, who else is it going to be but Dale? Which Glenn definitely would take up with him, because how close they are together, Glenn and Maggie, he brings this up with Dale, but Dale don't need to tell him twice. Of course he'll drive. He has been close with Glenn and Maggie since the start, and to not do this for them, even with the shotgun arm and it makes it harder to drive the RV, he don't give a crap. He will still do this for Glenn especially. So, they all get ready. And even though Dale's not the fondest of wanting to take out the Saviors, he agrees with Rick. Something needs to be done here along with taking Maggie. So Dale and Glenn go, obviously, along with Rick, Daryl, Beth, and as for Morgan, he's gonna go too. Because no one's gonna leave like Carol did for the Kingdom or whatever, or just on her own. But with Morgan, here's a catch. Because of the character that Morgan's been since Rick snapped him out of that clear mode, and how different of a character he's been, it took him forever to want to even learn Aikido until into Alexandria. So, with going into a bout with the Saviors, knowing what's happened and everything, and killing Paula and the rest because of the death of Owen, that means that he's gonna go hardcore into making sure that the weapon that he manifests kills the Saviors. Like, does it to the point just like he did with that horde back in Woodbury. And this is where the crafting of his axe comes into play. Granted, it's not a Meal's axe, but it is a sick axe nonetheless, merged with his stick. Next is Tyrese and Sasha, Eastman, and As for Eugene and Rosita, they're both going to stay behind. Because, for one thing, Rosita just lost another lover very recently. She's not going to be in any kind of mood. One would think that she'd want to go to avenge the death of Spencer and everything, but Rick and everybody else thinks that she definitely needs to stay behind to, like, you know, recover herself. And if the Saviors invade Alexandria, she needs to be here to defend it with the rest who stay. And Eugene offers to stay too because his smarts could help out and maybe devising traps, or just because he doesn't want to go. It really wouldn't matter. And Aaron, that's all that goes. And with that, the group sets off, not only to go Hilltop to get Maggie there this time, but for a final bout, or so they think, with the Saviors. And after they leave, soon after, the gates of Alexandria are meeting by the group of Saviors that confronted Carol on the road. Hero, Roman, and all those other, you know, little brand of merry men. And they show up, they spill their whole spiel about taking the stuff and wanting to get in and everything. And this isn't the first time I've included them coming to Alexandria, so yeah. Rosita being here, even though she's not going to go to confront the Saviors outright, she is not going to waste any time with the Saviors that are here, gunning them all down mercilessly the second that they get there, and they don't even get a chance to, like, say why they're there or spill their whole crap. They just all get gunned down instantly. But Roman and Hero, like they survived before, survive again here, and Reg is killed by their gunshots. So by this point, it's not Spencer who's the last Monroe family member living, it's actually Deanna who's the last Monroe family member remaining. Which is, I've made Deanna survive to long points at the end before, but I've never really had her be the only Monroe left, I feel. So that's definitely a big twist there. And once Reg hits the ground and the two Saviors make themselves known to surviving, Jesse pulling out all the stops along with Rosita, they both take out both of the Saviors in a quick flurry of gunfire right whenever this happens, and with that, the Saviors at Alexandria, their threat is no more. And yeah, pretty much wraps up nicely with Reg being the only victim and the Monroe family being affected differently. Meanwhile, the RV with everyone in it going to Hilltop and the Saviors, Dale sees something that he expected to see, and yet not in this way. Simon and a few of the other Saviors blocking the road with a beat-up person right by them. And Rick's like, well, now they get to settle things once and for all. Starting with these people. Rick and whoever would come out, I'm pretty sure probably everybody, or, you know, like, not the same crowd, obviously, but just enough people would surround him with guns and say, this is where this ends. And Simon's like, I couldn't agree more. And they would all say to hand over their stuff, and that they're willing to still work out maybe a nice negotiation, but if they push things or try to kill any of them, the business that they are going to start or pretty much demand off of Rick's group is going to go harder than they want it to be. And Rick's like, they tried being nice, and they tried being not nice. He sees that you people don't listen. And any deal that he wanted to make is through. But he is willing to say one thing on the side of no more blood loss. Don't kill any more of your people. This is the last chance that he's going to give the Saviors. Shut up, turn around, drive your vehicles away, and you won't have to lose any more of your people than you already have. And that would be a smart decision that your men didn't make. Unless, cocks his head, unless you want more people to die. But then again, knowing your frickin' people, I'd say that you people don't care about any of yourselves or your family or friends or whatever you want to call yourselves. And Simon just lets him talk. Afterwards, seems a little agitated, but he actually listens to Rick, but he doesn't listen in the way you might think. He just smirks and says, "You know what? Very well. You really want to go ahead and have a talk? We ain't surrendering, but I'll let you talk to the boss. That's really what you want, and you don't want this to end right here, right now, without meeting him? Well, then we're just going to have to, let you talk to him, right? Well, you get your wish." And then he points out the directions in which Negan is and says, "That's the way you want it. I won't stop you. But just know what you're getting yourself into, because there might be no getting out." And he just leaves that to the imagination of everybody there. And with that, the group takes the RV to the directions in which Simon gave to go find Negan and talk to him, and none of them suspect a dang thing. That is, until it's too late, and by too late I mean they get exactly to the point of which Simon specified that they were going to see Negan, and then they get cornered. This is a sort of Eastman twist on itself, and I'm pretty sure I've done it in a few other stories, maybe like one or two. But yeah, Simon and a bunch of other saviors corner him at every pass, and is like, "You really fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. And since you didn't want to do things the easy way, and you wanted to make it difficult with your little dumb ends and peacemaking and all that, now we're going to do things the hard way." And at that moment, Dale, Morgan, Tyrese, Eastman, and Aaron all try to calm the situation down, unified and together, aimed right at Simon, and basically to Simon and some of the saviors around, mainly Simon, to get the point across fully, to calm it down, with Rick speaking out, and then Dale taking up the head and showing a real character progression moment from Dale Horvath, saying that, why fight when there's no need to? Every single person in the entirety of the world has lost so much already. When it comes to family, friends, the world being overrun by the dead and they kill each other to live? Why should that be the way anymore? Both groups, he's thinking more than them, but he's trying to make the moment appease Simon. They've all been maimed, hurt, tortured. They've lost people. They've freaking had people get eaten. Why kill in a world that's already being killed? They need to freaking work out a deal or just leave each other alone. Why make the situation worse? Why subjugate people in this rule? Why not work with each other in a unified front? And Simon admits that he kind of likes Dale and what he's saying, but he ain't gonna listen. Not really. Because it really isn't his call to make. And like he even said, they ain't getting out of talking with Negan. That ain't happening. But whatever happens to their little group or whatever is completely up to Negan. But he likes Dale and what he said. But he ain't gonna agree with it, and he doesn't think Negan is either. So, Negan's entrance begins, with him beginning his speech up until the point where he asks where the leader is. And while he's beginning his entrance, a mysterious masked figure from across the woods unbeknownst to any savior, any of Rick's group, and anyone at all, is just watching them. A masked lady looking at the saviors and Negan specifically. But no one knows that she's even there and what her intentions are. While that's going on, and Negan is beginning his speech up until the point, like I said, where he asks about which one of them's the leader, Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese speak out, saying that they ain't the leaders, but they're the high council of the group. And they tell Negan that they can work something out without having to put people under rule of another forefront in this time of need. They should be pulling together, pulling their resources as one, not putting more people down or killing them. And Negan's like, he is very surprised. One, that all three of them stood up to him at the exact same time. Number two, because they're the high council of the group. That's fancy to Negan's standards. And for number three, that they had the nerve to stand up to him, knowing what's gotten them into this point in the first place, but not fully knowing what they've gotten into. But after a long silence, Negan says no. For one thing, they shouldn't have stood up to him. Number two, shouldn't have killed his people. Maybe he could call it even. Number three, he really doesn't give a crap what they think. As The Rock would put it, it doesn't matter what you think. I should have even played the quote. But anyways, Negan's like, you step up again, might be the last time you do step up. And Negan just ignores them, brushes them aside, and goes back to what he was saying, asking which one of them really is the leader. And goes to Rick, introduces himself, and does his whole speech, along with the fact that he and none of his men want this, but they did kind of cross the line killing the people at the satellite outpost. And this time, Rick's group is actually more to blame here, because they didn't kill the people on the road this time first. So, it's kind of Rick's group's fault more here. And Negan says for that, they gotta pay the price. Deals can be made, and whatever else, but they're his deals to make, and they still gotta pay. And with that, he says that one of them has got to meet Lucille, his bat, and unfortunately, it's going to be a one-time meeting. And yeah, we all know where it goes from here. Negan begins to pick the victim of Lucille, and Dale tries to sit up again, but they sit him down, but Negan just lets him talk or whatever, but says that his patience will run thin if he yabs for too long. Dale is just like, you can't do this. The world already belongs to the dead. Why forefront yourself above others and not work with more people together? When the world belongs to the dead, we should unite against the dead, not against each other. And this group here, and he guarantees their group too, have already had to deal with groups of people, showing that they should freaking work together. They shouldn't be killing each other over a world that's overrun. And I know I'm making him sound repetitive and sounding repetitive myself, but gotta think of how Dale would talk to Negan here. And Negan's like, he listens once again, but is like, once again, no. And says that he even likes Dale's appendage, which he sees from a little corner of his eye. That doesn't mean he's gonna listen to him. And with Eastman, he listened. But with Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese at the forefront, he ain't gonna listen to 3 people yammering him at once. No way. One, that was different. But here, yeah, no, he ain't gonna listen. And says that to him and everyone else in the group, don't any of you sit up, stand up, retaliate, or do anything to show your authority towards me again, because I will shut that SHIT down, no exceptions, basically that thing. And says that if they do it again, the first person he kills, there's going to be a victim after. And then he does his eeny, meeny, miny, mo thing, picking the victim. And here, it's going to be Tyrese. Now, the only time I've ever made Tyrese the victim of the lineup is in What If Shane Killed Rick. I've really never included him in the lineup before. I really don't think I have, at least. And this would disappoint and sadden and terrify Dale and Sasha. Dale on the level of how long he's known Tyrese since Woodbury. Number 2, him being a high council member with him even before they went to Alexandria and living through the governor's hell and freaking masquerade at Woodbury. And Sasha, because why the frick wouldn't she? He's her freaking brother. I don't really need to explain that. And because she doesn't have anyone else after Tyrese, because Abraham's, bye-bye, die-die. And yeah, Negan says that he originally was planning on picking someone else. It was a tough call, though, but with him, he picked him on 2 occasions. He even openly admits this. He picked him because him and the other 2 ran their mouths too much. But him, Tyrese, he seemed like the most threatening and not a true moral authority or someone who could pull some kind of humanity in him like the other 2 were. He seemed like he could have been more of a brute and a threat to Negan in the future. And he openly admits this, kind of getting on some people's levels like, you really were going to kill him because you thought he was a threat? He didn't admit this about Abraham, but people knew. But with here, he has actually, ground to stand on to admit it, along with the fact that, yeah, Dale Eastman and Tyrese ran their mouths too much. And that's why he's picking him. And says to everybody, they gotta sit down, and what he said before. And that you can breathe, blink, and cry, and that you're all gonna be doing that. But he isn't gonna mention Carl here, because Carl's dead, which is definitely a game changer. And with that, Negan takes the first strike, and wha-bang! He hits Tyrese square in the head. But Tyrese's last words aren't "suck my nuts" like Abraham. Instead, he grits his teeth in utter rage, sits up and says, "Now, you've crossed the line." And before Negan can even care or register to what Tyrese means, and before he gets the second strike down on him, Tyrese power tackles Negan to the ground. And this one throws Negan off and puts him on the ground and surprises everyone around him, Savior and Rick's group. Because not only did Tyrese have enough strength after that first blow to do this to Negan, but he proved his point that he could have been a threat. He's literally proving Negan right. And Tyrese, holding a bloody head, says that very injuredly, and not even that, you can't very well speak the way he could because he has a freaking bruised head now from the first strike, saying that now you're the one who's going to pay. Negan is just utterly furious after being power tackled, but then evilly smirks and says to Tyrese, "No, you're the one who's gonna pay. Because not only did you prove me right, and not only are you proving me right now, but you just made the biggest mistake of your life. You attacked the wrong guy." And wha-bang! He hits Tyrese square across the face, and yeah, Tyrese is dead here. I was originally going to come up with a different line, but I got a very epic line for Dale in the next episode, and felt that it should have just fit for that, and not here, not the time yet. But Tyrese gets a comic-like death like he did with the governor, except it is from Negan's bat and in a much more different twist of fate. Now, this would be a very sad moment coming from Dale and Sasha specifically, but everyone in turn, because of how much Tyrese meant a lot more in this story than most of my others, honestly. I've made him mean a lot in some of my other stories, but not really to this extent. And Dale, specifically, would be affected because of how much Tyrese meant to him, like I said. And sadness would not be the only thought that courses through his mind. It would be a mix of feelings, all at once. Sadness would definitely be top on the list, but what would follow would be shock, confusion, bewilderment as to how a person like this, aside from the governor, could just exist in this world, power people on top of power himself above others, and have no regard for killing. And then anger begins to surface in Dale's mind, a feeling that he barely ever felt, but something that was once in his mind. And unfortunately, because of what's just happened and feeling anger, something begins to stir in Dale's mind. It doesn't flash and make his eye red like before, because that's over with because of him getting the bullet and stuff out of his eye. But the part of his brain that was affected by the bullet's fragments, that still triggered his mind when he just experienced all these feelings at once. That triggered his mind to not flash at that moment, but flash and spark. It begins to circulate through his mind, and his eye turns a full-on blood red. Not a quarter red, not a little bit more than a quarter red, not half red, but full-on red. And now, he is only focused on one thing: pure, unadulterated malice. And he's not thinking clearly, once again, because of the eye. How will this go into the confrontation with what he will do with Negan? What will happen? How will everyone else react? And if Dale reacts more than he should, will this mean the end for him, with his life force possibly waning on how far he goes here? And how will Tyrese's death further impact with Dale specifically? Find out next time.
Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do,
Welcome, guys, to part 40 of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Now, last time, we got into the Savior arc fully and completely with the entrance of Negan and Dale, Eastman, and Tyrese's and everyone else's efforts to try and sway Negan being utterly thrown to the side. And today, Dale's eye has fully turned blood red. And we're gonna see what ramifications that has on his life and everyone else involved today. Because trust me, you guys are not gonna want to miss this, or any of the episodes before this. So, let's get into it. Dale's eye has shifted into a blood red, fully. Not half, not a quarter, but fully. Now, any compassion or side of Dale that he could control, the rage that he unknowingly used to kill Nicholas and push Glenn, now that's out in the open completely. he's not in control of his actions, nor does he know what he's doing, and that's gonna really put him in effect. But before we get into what that might entail, after this happens, and a few people taking notice of this, before anyone can fully react to why Dale's like turning his head and mixing in feelings of emotions or whatever, he sits up, almost standing up, raises his shotgun arm, and pow! It goes off straight into Negan's stomach, pushing him to the ground, him dropping his bat. Now this didn't hit his head, but he is in no means, shape, or form alive to the point where, he could survive this for long. Like, he's alive right now, but that's a shotgun blast to the stomach. So, he ain't exactly in the greatest of, health right now, if you get what I mean. And the masked figure who had been watching all of this, and I mentioned in the last episode, emotions begin to show somewhat on the face of the mask of this mysterious woman. And she knows that sooner or later, she's going to have to step in and go down there herself. But before that, after shooting Negan, Dale stands up, rage completely flowing through his body, and his eye glowing red to everyone around. And he says to everyone in the area, "I'm going to effing kill you all! And if you guys on the ground don't want to get in the way, then get up and do something right effing now!" Now, I know I didn't really get the lines that I typed there, down in point, but I kind of summed it up that Dale is, beyond himself right now. And everyone is so confused and scared, including the saviors, specifically Simon and the rest, because they just saw this old man go from a compassionate moral compass with those other dudes, trying to convince Negan not to kill one of them, and it's like the minute that one of them goes, everything goes to crap. Literally, he turns into a frigging demon and shoots Negan. But Rick knows that even if Dale is not even close to himself right now, this might be their only chance to get the upper hand, because if Dale does this all on his own, he could expel his life force, and they could at least stop him from doing that as much as possible and get the upper hand the right way. So, Rick knows that while they gotta steer clear from Dale while helping him out to make sure they don't die while keeping him alive, they gotta get the upper hand now. Rick yells, "Now!" And everyone jumps up, gets their weapons from the saviors, kills them, and begins shooting every other savior in the area. This was the opening, thanks to Dale creating it, that they needed. Even though it took a minute because of Dale's obvious big turnaround, Dale doing this ultimately meant leaps and bounds for them to get the advantage on the saviors. And Dale, his anger is showing beyond fully and completely. And he is yelling out that he's throwing profanities and gunshots and shootings and everything this way and that at every savior he sees. He can't even control himself. He almost shoots several of the group accidentally, and they gotta duck out of the way and put saviors in the way of the shots. Because Dale is almost doing all the killing by himself, raising his shotgun hand over and over. And he doesn't even recognize that he's losing his life force because he's just beyond listening to anyone at this point or even recognizing his condition. But everyone tries to kill as many saviors as possible to stop Dale from, expelling more from him than he should or can. And while this is going on, Negan tries to get back up on his feet, but that shotgun blast to the stomach, especially after being power tackled by Tyrese very good beforehand, you gotta admit that he ain't even barely able to stand after this. And then he sees everything that's going on. First, before he looked at everything, he was like, okay, now this old man's gotta die too. Definitely. But once he sees everything that's going on, and sees that that specific old man who shot him and everyone else is on their feet and killing his men, tries to get his bat back and gain control, but he can barely freaking move at the moment until he sees someone from behind him say his name and step towards him. The masked woman is who it is. And it's Sherry. Let's be honest, if the picture didn't tell you guys who the frick it was, then I don't know what other indicators I could have given. Yep, it's Sherry. Now you guys might be wondering, why the frick is Sherry there? Well, you're gonna see here in a minute. And Negan seeing this is like, what are you doing here? And he can barely even speak, but he still manages to get out like, what are you doing here? And Sherry's like, I came here to protect you. And once I saw that man shoot you, I knew I had to save my lover. And if this doesn't prove that I love you, I don't know what does. And very surprisingly, Negan did not expect this turnaround from Sherry, but he likes it and says, thank you. And with that, they get into a kiss, only for Sherry to plunge a knife straight into Negan's neck, showing that this was a trap. And she says in tears and anger, there is no way in HE double hockey sticks that I would ever love you, you tyrannically power-hungry monster. And then she kicks Negan straight in his shot stomach to the ground, making him sit there now, like, for good. Grabs his bat Lucille and says now she's going to do exactly what he did to that guy over there, Tyrese, and most importantly of all, what he did to Dwight. And Negan's dying moments, he's like, he knows that that's truly what she came here for. But Dale steps in front of her and says that if there is anyone that is killing Negan, it's going to be him. He is the one who shot him, and he meant to kill him. And if there's anyone who has the right to kill this monster, it's him. He wants him to suffer, like he should have made every other villain suffer before. And now, he's going to take his sweet time and kill Negan personally. And this is the rage of Dale spilling out to the surface. But Sherry says, no, Negan needs to pay by her hand. He killed her boyfriend slash husband, or however they were in freaking love. I really don't know. But anyway, she says that Negan's death deserves to be by her hand, for Dwight. She understands and saw the whole thing, but she also knows she won't live with herself if she doesn't do this personally. Dale says he doesn't care. This villain encapsulates every single villain that he ever met before him. And he wants to put all of his pain, his anger, his malice, his sadness, and just utter and complete feelings into killing Negan, like he should have done with every other villain that ever came across them. And this isn't Dale talking, this is his demon side, like I said. And we get to see an awesome pic. This is where the pic of Dale that I showed in those previews and the community posts finally come into play, showing that Dale has truly evolved into a merciless killer, unbeknownst to even himself. And it was all because of that gunshot to his head, or eye, you know what I mean. and he says that if he doesn't get to kill Negan, no one will. Eastman, after they all killed the Saviors and everything, he's telling Dale to stop. Tyrese, he wouldn't want this. And even though, yeah, he did tackle him and everything, and he pretty much was getting ready to kill Negan himself in his dying moments, he's trying to calm Dale down because he knows that this isn't him. No one... He shouldn't want to see... He doesn't want to see Dale like this. He knows Dale's not like this. It's going against everything that he stood for. And he needs to come back from this. No one needs to kill Negan. He looks dead enough already, and they could still save him. But Dale and Sherry now both tag team around on Eastman, saying that no, they're both going to kill Negan. Both insinuating either the kill for both of them or just alone. It doesn't matter. They don't want to let this moment go. And they ain't budging, and they ain't buying what Eastman's selling. But then Glenn steps up and is like, Dale, this isn't you. What happened to the Dale that tried to save us from killing Randall? The Dale that told us about Shane? The Dale back at the prison and Woodbury? This isn't you. You're letting that rage and the eye and everything get to you. And who knows how much life force you've lost from shooting so much. You have to stop. The war is over. We don't need to fight anymore. But Dale, he isn't listening at all. And he sees Glenn as another pest. No part of Dale recognizes Glenn as a pretty much like the role that Dale and Glenn played, you know. And Dale teaching him and everything, he doesn't see him as anything but a nuisance now, and tells Glenn to back the HE double hockey sticks off. Everyone needs to learn now. What just occurred with Negan doing this and these saviors, they should have put the finishing kills on every villain that ever fell before them. The Wolves, the Governor, Randall, Shane. They should have killed them all when they had the chance. Had they done that, Tyrese would still be alive. And everyone would still be alive. Andrea, Amy, and he is going off the lid until while he's doing this, his brain starts to bleed profusely and flash. And then Dale falls to the ground, clutching his eye and screaming out in pain. And his eye now is starting to bleed out profusely. That everything that just happened, it was too much for Dale's mind and his eye, his mainly brain, to take. Because of that part of his brain getting affected by the bullets, if Dale, even had he not shot that much, this would have still happened. And everyone is just so confused to see what's happening to Dale now. Until after a good long moment of this, Dale falls to the ground, motionless. And he's just lying there. After all that, he just falls down, now is just lying there. Nobody knows what to think. Rick doesn't know what to think. 1 minute, Dale just saved their lives while almost killing many of them. Negan he was tortured half to death with a shotgun blast, power tackle, and a knife to the neck. Who knows what's still going on with him over there. And now Dale, whatever just happened with him. And they can all infer what's just happened with Dale, but none of them can think properly right now. Until Rick finally regains his thoughts and is like, no, we gotta get Dale and Maggie now both to Hilltop. We need to go there now. The war with the Saviors, it's over. This conflict is over. And everyone recognizes that, yeah, Dale isn't moving and this is bad. And Maggie needs to go to Hilltop pronto as well. They all need to go now. And they're all starting to get worried and remember about Dale and everything. And Glenn is very worried at this because I don't even need to mention how much Glenn and Dale cared about each other, so me mentioning it again would be kind of beyond a repeat, if I do say so myself. So, yeah, Glenn is like, now he's got two people to worry about. Now he's got his pregnant wife that they gotta get to Hilltop to worry about, and Dale, who's lying motionless on the ground, not knowing if he's freaking dead or unconscious. And Eastman, before they leave, he's like, alright, well, we know we gotta get these two to Hilltop, but what about Negan over there? Can we save him? And at least, like, try to do what we were just talking about before Dale fell to the ground and everything? Because who knows if there's more saviors and we can almost use them as leverage, or maybe try to make him finally change sides after what just happened to him. Rick says that's completely out of the question. If Dale or other people were around him too long and Dale wakes up, they'll just kill him anyway. But then they all look over and say, and notice, because of the shotgun blast and the knife to the neck, while this was all happening, after Dale stopped Sherry, Negan was just bleeding out and dying on the ground. So by this point, he would have already been dead and slowly start to turn into a walker. So yeah, while they were all busy dealing with Dale and Sherry and Dale being motionless and now having to leave, Negan had just died without any of them knowing it. So any thoughts of sparing him pretty much went right out the frickin' window. So yeah, kind of pointless, but hey. Sherry says, none of them gotta worry about Negan. Not now. She will take care of him, or, you know, what was him, personally. They need to get to Hilltop and take care of Dale and Maggie, or whoever her name was. She will take care of Negan's bat and his role at the sanctuary. There are more saviors, she admits. But her having the bat and claiming that she killed Negan, because it was her that landed the knife, so technically she did land the finishing blow. She says that as long as she covers it up with killing Negan and getting the bat and everything, they should have to listen to her. There's no Simon anymore. And as for Gavin and the other leaders there, they might just have no choice. And she'll tell them to back off on ruling other communities, and they will stay out of Rick and them's way. But if they do need help in the future, and if Dale awakens, she will be there to lead the saviors to help them. But she says for now, they gotta focus on what's right, and she's gotta get the saviors in line. Like, literally, all of them in line. And she would thank Rick and everybody else for their help in killing Negan, because she originally was just going to come and do it herself. She had no idea about Rick's people or Dale or anything until it happened, and says that if it weren't for them, she might have got killed trying to do it. So ultimately it's thanks to them that she was able to avenge Dwight, and they were able to get here. And she surely and very hopefully hopes Dale will come back alive. And Rick smiles and says thank you to her too for her help. And yeah, Dale might have created the opening, but she landed the finishing blow. So ultimately, it was thanks to Dale and Sherry that this whole ordeal was figured out in the first place. So they both get a frickin' thumbs up or nod of approval, if you will. But anyways, with thanks and like future stuff and talking about that stuff out of the way, they know they gotta take care of this stuff pronto, because the saviors will be expecting Negan, and people at Hilltop and Alexandria are gonna wonder where they went. And Dale, we don't know if he's dead or not, and Maggie's gotta get to Hilltop. So they rush off in the RV to Hilltop, and Sherry takes Negan's role with the vest and the bat, and takes Negan's walker as visible proof, and goes to the sanctuary. Now the only leader types, technically, are Laura, Gavin, and Regina. And once they see Sherry with Negan's attire and Negan's walker, they all aim their guns. But Sherry says she's the one who killed Negan for Dwight, and that she and Dwight just wanted to be alone, especially with Tina, because she's still around. But now they're going to do things a different way. She will lead the Saviors into a new age. And once she has led them to a good enough standpoint, they're going to help out the enemy, or who they proclaim the enemy, whenever she says. And with that, we cut off to her beginning her rule with the Saviors. Back at Hilltop, Gregory sees everyone rushing into the RV and wants to know what happened with the Saviors, but everyone just explains to Gregory quickly and almost brushes him off. And it's like, they don't really care about him at the moment. And they do mention that Negan's dead and the Saviors are dealt with. So, I mean, that would sit well with Gregory. But then he wants to know what happened with Dale and the deal that they had. But once he sees that Dale is being carried in along with Maggie, he just finds it best in this point, the one point that I really think that Gregory would actually listen, and shuts his mouth. Because he can clearly see that Dale looks like he is on death's door, and they got a freaking pregnant Maggie to deal with Dr. Carson. So I think he would find it best and in his best interest to just shut his mouth. Maggie is taken care of easily, obviously, because it's really not that big a deal. As for Dale, Glenn talks with Dr. Carson immediately after and asks him what's going on with Dale. And a lot of them already know about Dale's eye. They know about the brain thing. They just want to hear it from a doctor, like how he's doing, if he's going to make it out, and like specifics, you know? Because it's been a minute since they were around like a doctor since Grady Memorial, really. Dr. Carson says that he's never experienced a situation like Dale before, and he notices that Dale is not responding at all at the moment, and it will take some time to even get him up, but then he's going to try and figure out like what's going on and if there's anything that he can do, but it will take a good amount of time. After 20 minutes, which is not really that good amount of time, but enough, he comes out and says that he's got bad news. Very bad news. Dale is awake and no longer hostile as they proclaimed, but the situation with him isn't exactly peaches and butterflies. He says that whatever life he had in him, that eye and his brain activity have halted his life. And he noticed that his brainwave activity and just his movements in general, along with the showcasing of his eye still bleeding a good bit, he ain't got that much longer left to live. And he thinks that it's all due to some kind of repeated action that might have overstimulated his brainwave activity and messed with his life. And Glenn and everybody knows what he's talking about. It was his shotgun. He did shoot too much. And Tyrese's death, that must have been like the anger-inducing overstimulation that ultimately moved Dale to shoot and then didn't stop. That was the moment that he just became to a point a person that you cannot stop any longer. And that was his last gasp of strength or anger. And he still asks, isn't there anything you can do? Dr. Carson looks down for a moment and says, no, there isn't anything we can do. I tried a bunch of things, but there's just nothing to really help with Dale's situation, his eye, his brainwave activity. His life is almost completely over. He hasn't got that much left in him. But he did say, and he knows, or at least was told about all of what happened. And he does say that before he goes, which he thinks will be soon, he wants to say goodbye to everyone, apologize, and truly talk to them fully before he goes. And yeah, he just says sorry once again, and there's nothing we can do. And with this would be a heartbreaking moment. A very, very heartbreaking moment. Especially for how Dale has been in this story. Living to this point, doing this much, and him to go out like this. Rick, especially along with Glenn, will be utterly trounced with heartbreaking feelings. But everyone involved goes into the room where Dale is. He is indeed conscious. His eye is still blood red, and he barely seems able to move, let alone look at them, but he does with the last little bit of his strength that he has. Along with his old age, his brain activity, his eye, and his overusage of his shotgun. I did tell you guys it would come into massive effect later, and here, that was that tiebreaker moment. And once Dale awoke, he knew, especially with Dr. Carson, that he didn't have much left. So now, he looks over to all of them and gives a big last speech that he will ever make. He says to all of them, "You all gave me a life in this apocalypse. You helped me live through hell and back. Even though I should have died several times over, I'm glad I didn't, because then I wouldn't have met most of you that I did now." Eastman, Tyrese, who he looks down and slowly starts to weak cry for his loss. He laments everyone that they did lose. Andrea, Amy, everyone that they loved, and says that he's glad that they are all still here and honor him and everyone. And he tells them all to never forget about him. Never forget Tyrese, and for Eastman to carry the moral code. Because even though a side of him showed that he wanted to throw all that away, that wasn't him. That was a part of him that he didn't want to show. But he couldn't control it, and says that he's sorry for putting them all in danger. And he's truly sorry he couldn't have been with them until the end. And that he loves all of them, and hopes that they can make it through the rest of this nightmare, keeping their humanity intact. And after this, Dale gives a very sad smile, and he passes. And that's the end of Dale Horvath. He is dead. Now I know, one might think that this is the end of the story, right? Wrong! You didn't think that I was gonna end the story just because Dale died, did you? No! I mean, sure, it's a very sad moment, but the last 1 to 2 parts here of the story, they're going to sum up everything beyond what you just saw. And the ending is going to shock you all beyond belief, especially with this. But with Dale gone, how will the rest of the group keep their humanity? Will they even be able to? Will Sherry and the Saviors come through in the future? What about the Whisperers, the Reapers, and the Commonwealth? What do you think will happen without Dale, the main character, at the fold? See you guys next time. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're getting into part 41, the semi-final part of What If Dale Survived the Remake. Yes, we are finally approaching the final 2 parts of this story, which has gone on longer than any piece of work of mine ever. And I hope you guys have enjoyed it beyond a shadow of a doubt, because definitely I have. And we got into the saviors ultimately being dealt with Sherry leading them, and Dale's unfortunate demise finally in the last episode. Now we see the entrance into the Whisperers, spoiler, and what happens after. Now, Dale has just passed, living not as long as I've made him sometimes. I made him live long in What If Madison's Family Joined Rick up until season 10 or 11's canon storyline. But here, I think that he went out, and I think you can all agree on this, in the most awesome way that we could honor his character. Dr. Carson, after Dale is unmoving and responding, trying to hold back immense tears himself after Dale's speech, sadly has to tell everybody in the group that he's sorry to all of them, but Dale's gone. Really was nothing that they could do. His brainwave activity in his eye, he just cost his own life force, and now he's gone. And the entire group is bawling tears. This would be a very sad moment. Glenn especially. How long Dale had been around him, how much he meant to him. He was like a father to Glenn. And living longer, in any one of my stories, Glenn would care for him more highly. But this one, him being featured the most, Glenn would be utterly destroyed by this. They had lived through everything, even the governor together. And for him to go out like this, it's just too much for him. It really, really breaks Glenn's heart. And as for Rick, he doesn't know what to think. He doesn't know whether to be sad, angry, confused. He doesn't know. Rick is so full of emotion. Because it was because of Dale and everyone seemingly being dead that Rick devolved into a monster. And his son was killed because of him in that moment. And to see Dale live through getting almost killed by a walker in the original and here, because remember, I don't know, you guys obviously remember this, but he was almost killed by that walker. And here, we're putting in the storyline, but if you guys haven't paid attention, that they saved him from the walker instead of it never happening. I know I didn't really disclose that maybe enough, but we're doing that. And to think, at first, he was almost killed by a single walker, but they were able to save his life. And then Shane, how he and Dale had to team up against Shane and stop him. He could have killed both of them. And then for him to live onwards, he meant so much. And then came the tipping point, part 13, where Dale, Glenn, Maggie, Tyrese, Sasha, Carol, Beth, all of them were thought to be dead. And Herschel, Oscar, and Axel, and all of them, they did die. And many others. And Carol ended up dying later too. But Dale, most of all, probably, and did, because it's in his name of the series, he meant the most living. And the person he became, it was one thing for him to get a shotgun arm. It was another thing for him to have to wire it into his own life force, but to later find out about the bullet and that it had fragged his mind. They should have caught on sooner that he wasn't just lucky that that didn't kill him. It was prolonged damage done to his brain that they didn't even know about. And until it was too late. And Maggie knows that Rick, Glenn, and everybody else, she knows more than anyone else also that they cannot devolve into heartless people. Because that's not what Dale would want. Because of Dale's influence, Maggie especially wouldn't be dark, because Glenn's still around, and yeah, she's not a dark person, especially like the rest of them. She says that they need to honor Dale and do what he said and never devolve into monsters like they did. And Eastman, he's going to bring this onwards too. They need to honor not only Dale, but Tyrese, the council, and the formation of what they were trying to build. And Jesus said, also in order to do that, since Sherry is now leading the Saviors and they're on their own, not having any contact with any of the groups, and like all the other groups are free from control, Jesus needs to talk to all the other communities, meaning the kingdom and Alexandria mainly, like those specific two, and they need to get them up to speed and tell them that the threat is over. So they do go to the kingdom, and they meet Ezekiel, and they talk to them about that. As for Tara and Heath, that story would go the same. Heath would be kidnapped by Jadis in the CRM. We never know what happened to him. Even now, we still don't. And when Tara returns, she unfortunately has to learn the news about Denise's killing at the hands of little Timmy and his brigade, who were killed, so she's not going to have that little revenge plot. And she would hear about Tyrese and Dale, and that Negan was killed, and Sherry's the leader of the Saviors, and so on. Tara would definitely be broken about this too, for how much Dale meant, like, seeing him around and everything like that, being around him for not as long as everyone else by a long shot, but still knowing plenty about him and like what he did for the course of the group. And Tyrese would mean a lot too. So, and losing Denise, obviously, even though she's not going to have a revenge plot, it's not like she's going to forget that. I wouldn't expect her to. As for Jadis and her people, they would pretty much live on their own. Nobody would know about them. And I know that I've had them miraculously meet before and they were already in cahoots with Negan, but that's a side mistake that I've often gotten wrong. So they're pretty much just going to be on their own. No one's ever going to know about them. No one's ever going to talk to them. They're pretty much just going to be on their own. And they're not going to go with the CRM because they have no need to. Jadis has her people, so she's still going to be that trash person that she was. So, yeah. As for Jessie, she, like I said before, has replaced Carl's eye loss thing, except Carl did lose his eye whenever he was accidentally killed by Rick, along being impaled, but that's beside the point. She'd remain with the eye patch, with the one eye, and the baby that they were expecting from Jessie would finally, over this time, be born. And the baby would be a boy. And I think, for all intents and purposes, that the baby should be named Carl Jr. to honor Carl, who Rick accidentally killed once again, and to honor Rick's family legacy, and to start a new legacy with Rick and Jesse and Sam. Because Jesse and Sam are the only Andersons left, and Rick and Judith are the only Grimes left, so they ultimately want to forge it together. It's almost like Rick and Michonne's relationship, except way more twisted in this story. You guys get what I'm saying? So, yeah. As for Glenn and Maggie's baby, Glenn would actually be around to be the dad, like I've had in many, many stories. But, one hand, you guys might think, oh, it's just going to be Herschel, and it's going to be like this, that, and the other thing, and we're not really going to get anything different there, right? Wrong! Because I think that even though Maggie would think about naming the baby Herschel, her and Glenn would come to an agreement as to what the baby's name really should be. and keeping up with Carl Jr., honoring Carl, who was lost, I think that they would name the baby Dale Jr. to honor Dale. So, ultimately, it would still be the same person, but Herschel Jr., that name wouldn't exist. Instead, his name would just be Dale Jr. I know I'm throwing, like, characters' names out there and then putting Jr. there, but you gotta think about how Carl and Dale went in the story, and think about how much they meant. Dale probably way more. Actually, yeah, Dale way more, because Carl was lost, like, way freaking sooner than his original counterpart. So, yeah. It would just be to honor them, which I don't know why I have to explain. It's just for those who don't get the reason. As for Daryl and Beth, they're gonna be still together like how they have been since Beth recovered for her temporary amnesia, and they're gonna have a kid too. But it's not gonna be Katniss and that other stupid crap that I've done with them before, because let's be honest, I could have done way better with that and looked into much different research and done more to say what their kid would, could, or should have been called, or whether it'd be a boy or girl or not. So, we're gonna get that here, and actually get a good name that would be fit for Daryl and Beth if they had a child. And for all intents and purposes, child is going to be a girl, but instead, her name is going to be Cassandra. Because honestly, I feel that it's a good name between Daryl and Beth. It's not a mix of really both of them. It's just a name that I think that Daryl and Beth would both agree on. And let's be honest, we're not going to name them like Merlina or Merly or something like Merle, because that would just be freaking silly. Anyways, Eastman would also still be around and playing much of the part that he did in What If Eastman Survived, trying to honor Dale. So honestly, since he's still around, you could consider this up for the last few parts here, today's and the next ones, What If Eastman Survived. But way different, because Eastman's not the main plot here, Dale was. Eastman's just taking up the mantle with everybody else to honor him, if that makes sense. Now, Tara and Olivia, I feel, would actually get into a relationship here, because they wouldn't disclose Oceanside because they'd have no need to. So I honestly think that's the best decision. And then, I think I'm going to throw Ezekiel and Sasha together. Now, why am I doing this? Well, Carol is dead. There's no Abraham. And Glenn is still with Maggie, so Glenn and Sasha can't be together like my What If Negan Killed Maggie. So, I think that the communities being united and them seeing each other a lot more and uniting after the Saviors and everything, and Dale, I think that Ezekiel and Sasha would honestly fit in a way. You guys can put that up any way you want to, but to me, especially when I was writing this, it definitely seemed like this was a good relationship idea. I still think it is. Aaron and Eric would still be together, and Deanna would be the only Monroe left, which is rare. I've really never done that before. Usually I've made like Spencer be the only one left or something like that, but never Deanna, I feel. But anyways, she wouldn't mind this. She would miss the frick out of her husband and her kids, obviously. But seeing everyone honor Dale and what it meant to them, and everyone changing their ways, and Rick and everybody getting back to like not being dark anymore and devolving, and having kids honoring people that they lost, it would really, really make her happy. And glad that she put the leadership trust into Rick and everybody else. She's still an advisor, because she was the first one who made this place, you know what I'm saying? But she's obviously not the leader. If that, you know, you guys already knew that. As for Sadiq, he would still be rescued by the likes of Aaron and Eric, but sadly, Eric would get bitten here and he would die. And now this would be around like season 8's canon storyline. So honestly, I'm not really crutching Eric or making him live longer. I'm honestly killing him around the same exact time, to be honest. So it's not like I'm doing worse or better by his character. I've made him live like long points before. Sometimes I think to the end, if I'm being completely honest. Anyway, we would then get that whole confusing Gabriel, Sadiq, and Rosita relationship thing, which, yeah, I bet a lot of us are still to this day confused about that little thing. Anyway, yeah, we would eventually get that, but Sadiq would honestly have to obviously get, like, with Rosita, you know? So, yeah. And as for more, Sam would actually get one in the form of Mika, which I've really never paired Sam with anybody before, but Mika I have, I think. I think I have. And you would think that Megan, since they were all friends, the three of them, would be hurt by this, or something like that, because they were all friends, and it's weird Sam being friends with two girls, because I had Glenn get with Rosita and Sasha in my first ever What If Negan Killed Maggie. You'd think that I'd do something stupid like that here, or crazy. But I think that Megan honestly wouldn't mind, and would treat Sam more of a friend before, like, Sam and Mika would get into a relationship. So honestly, when the time would come for Sam and Mika to get into a relationship, I don't think that Megan would mind here, and would instead still be their friend and be happy for them overall. So honestly, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And moving on, we get into more people, more communities, and more alignments showing how much Dale meant for him. Just like when Eastman died, they are honoring Dale fully and completely. Because I cannot stress enough how much more Dale meant in this story probably than any one of my stories. Because I wanted to make Dale mean something more than he did in my original, and mean something overall, like more than Eastman, and because he was a very vital character, which I don't think enough people recognize, you know? But yeah, they would continue to honor him and build the communities up and be themselves and keep their humanity just like he wanted. Meanwhile, Sherry would still continue to lead the Saviors into leaving the communities alone and building up the prosperity and growth of the sanctuary. And it would work. It would be hard listening to Sherry at first, because at first, Sherry, Tina, and Dwight, they were all misfits that were just brought in by Negan's hand. But overall, I think that they would literally have no choice, because Sherry herself kind of did kill Negan, and this is the best way to go. As for Richard, Ezekiel would have to, because I know it's weird me mentioning Richard, he would have to explain to everybody, and the communities would have to explain to everybody, that since Sherry's leading, Negan's dead, Sherry literally promised and told them that it was all about Negan. So now that it's not, she can lead the sanctuary into leaving all the communities alone. So Richard's not going to want to get all stupid and make the plan and everything and be a martyr. So the leaving alone of the Saviors works out on all ends, not just the Savior side. You know what I'm saying? Gabriel would also keep his sight, because he would never be exposed to the Walker blood and the guts, which I've done in a constant multitude of stories. And yeah, it's just a small little plot thing, because it really didn't hinder Gabriel too much. It did a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But not too much. Anyways, then we talk about the leadership of Hilltop. Jesus and Gregory would have the voting quarrel. And even though Jesus was Gregory's right hand at the time, and Gregory had understood more about Dale and everything else, I feel that over time he would just get more overconfident, rude, pompous, arrogant, and every other word that you could use to describe Gregory. And Jesus would ultimately be chosen as the candidate to lead, and if Gregory did try to kill him, Jesus would utterly, completely destroy him with his combat abilities and put him in his place. Not kill him. As for the bridge, even though the saviors aren't around, since all the communities didn't lose like almost no one, and we have way more survivors, as I've done in a multitude of stories, the bridge is successfully built. So, yeah, no one leaving here or blowing up the bridge. So, yeah. And going onwards from that point, Glenn, Maggie, and Dale Jr., not Herschel Jr., would go with Georgie to start the community because, forgot to mention, she would still be present here in the story. She would just show up in the interval between everything happening and the kids and, like, building up the communities and everything. But yeah, Glenn, Maggie, and Dale Jr. would all go with Georgie to start the communities and get into that eventual storyline, but you will not see them again until the next part in the finale, which you can't miss it. As for Yumiko's group, they would be rescued following a 6-year time skip, because, yeah, we're already getting into that like I do in a bunch of stories, but yeah, there isn't too much else to talk about besides this. Judith would most likely be the one to rescue them. If not, maybe like a few side people, probably a bunch of side people, but I'm just throwing Judith's original meeting of them in the situation because it's a good moment for her to finally like show her character like she did in the original story, you know, after Rick left. Yeah. Then we're actually going to get something that stays the same. Rosita and Eugene know Spencer, which means that the both of them have to hide, and that means that Rosita is going to be all on her own. Eugene's going to be hidden off in the barn, and Rosita's going to be all off on her own to try and get back to Alexandria. And the entrance into the Whisperers is beginning to unfold. And it's been a minute, or probably the first time, since I've ever made this part of the story stay the same, I think. So, yeah. As for people going, Jesus would be number 1, and Tara, I feel, in his stead, would take up the lead for Hilltop and make sure that Gregory doesn't try to usurp control. Because, let's be honest, even though Jesus can for sure put him in his place, it's not like anybody trusts him to make good decisions. Aaron would be the next one, obviously, and Daryl and Beth would go alongside, Yumiko and Magna, and last but not least, Rick. And with that, we get into them finding Eugene at the barn for once, and him talking about the walkers talking and most likely advancing, and what happened with him, Rosita, etc. And this is where the entrance to the Whisperers officially starts. With that, we get into the group heading to the cemetery, a much different group, mind you, obviously, and Jesus beginning to fight off the walkers one by one to try and help them get away, and so on. Now, one would think, because I kept that little side part the same, that Jesus would fight the walkers here and instantly get swarmed, killed, and yeah, that's literally how his death would go, the exact same way. But not so. Before he's killed by the one Whisperer, Eastman and Morgan pop out of seemingly nowhere, the cavalry arriving to help and kill the Whisperers around Jesus. And Morgan says they had to come and help. Morgan is tired of losing people, as is Eastman and everybody, especially after Dale and Tyrese and Owen and remembering everybody. For this long, they haven't survived this long to keep losing people so cruelly. And whatever these walkers or people or whatever they are, Morgan doesn't care. They're going to show them that they mean business and that nobody else is going to die. Little does he know, that is far from the truth. But I ain't going to spoil anything. But he says that they're here to help and they ain't ever going away. And with that, after they kill the two Whisperers by Jesus, or at least the one, more begin to surround them. But Morgan shows his true, unbridled character development by wielding the axe that I talked about that he would forge. Not Emil's axe, but his own. That would be crafted with a stick and an axe. But it wouldn't be Emil's. It's just to tell you guys the main difference. And Michonne's sword. So, now he has even cooler freaking weapon add-ons with the axe included instead of the stick and the sword. You know what I'm saying? After he literally blows through all them, they meet the Whisperers on the bridge and unmask Lydia. Eastman would then say, honestly, even though these people did try to kill them and they're hiding with the walkers, they still should bring at least one of them in, mainly this girl, so that way they could find out what they are, why they're doing this with the walkers and everything and the masks, and possibly try to stop any incoming conflict before it happens. Because let's face it, people blending in with walkers, that's going to become a problem if they don't at least capture one of them and try and find out what's going on. He would explain more, but Rick pretty much gets the rest of what he's talking about, and sparing people and trying to, you know, keep humanity and everything, but they ain't going to talk too much more right now, because who knows how many more walkers or people are out there, you know? So they just capture Lydia and hurry back to Hilltop, not losing anybody, which, yeah, I've done before. And once Lydia is captured and held in the cell at Hilltop, Eastman says that, yeah, even though the main reason of capturing her is to make sure that they have some leverage against whatever kind of group this is, but it's also to keep the memory of Dale still burning bright, because like his What If Eastman Survived counterpart, he would not want to kill this girl who's literally pleading for her life, because people begging for their lives that are actually sincere, even if they're hiding among dead frickin' walkers and everything, is not right. And if this girl is being dragged along, like, unwillingly with these people, then it's definitely even more wrong to put her down here. And Dale would most definitely agree with this. And yeah, I know I'm mentioning Dale like a lot, but hey, he is the main part of the story. And you gotta think that Eastman would bring up Tyrese and Dale, and they would definitely have way more than enough reasons to keep Lydia alive here. For not only their sake, but making sure they have leverage in case, like, the Whisperers, who we obviously know, come and find them. Now, Lydia would not know what to think of all this and all this, like, preaching and good talk, but they ain't doing anything to her, like killing her or torturing her or anything. They're just trying to get information, and they're not going to be rough about it because nobody died. So, you know, it's not going to be as big because no Jesus died and everything like that, you know? But they almost did try to kill, so they are harsh on her, but they're not going to be, like, rough like Daryl was. You know what I'm saying? So overall, over time, Lydia begins to feel, you know, better about staying here and not so, like, misunderstood about the whole thing. And eventually, she does come across Benjamin. Because, once again, Benjamin being alive means that Henry wouldn't act like a fool, and he would actually meet Lydia instead of Henry. And with that, we officially get into Alpha and the Whisperers appearing at Hilltop. And this is where we end the semi-final episode of Dale's story here. Now, I hope you guys enjoyed the semi-final part, because trust me, the finale, you cannot miss it. It's going to be big. I'm talking part 13, part 37, and tomorrow, or whenever's finale, because it's obviously not going to be tomorrow, but you cannot miss the finale. I'm telling you guys right now. If there's any part of the story that you cannot miss, it's that. As a matter of fact, I would check out almost the whole story if you haven't, or any major part of the story, like, before you watch the finale, because trust me when I tell you guys, you cannot miss what happens in the finale. Like, it's literally going to blow your minds. I'd explain more, but I'm going to talk to you guys tomorrow or whenever in the freaking finale. Hope you guys enjoyed the semifinal episode, and I'll see you guys later. Welcome, guys, to the finale of What If Dale Survived, the remake. My god, 42 frickin' parts later. I will not lie when I said that this is probably my most worked on, ambitious, complicated yet awesome, and most in-depth project that I've ever worked on regarding topics or anything in the history of ever. And I really hope that you guys have enjoyed, and you guys definitely do not want to miss this finale. So hit that subscribe button and pack yourselves in for a long frickin' finale. Now, we ended off the semi-final episode with Alpha and the Whisperers appearing at Hilltop to get Lydia back after that whole thing transpired, and Eastman and Rick wanting to save Lydia for Dale and Tyrese's sake, and what Maggie said about keeping their humanity still and everything. But Benjamin and Henry both say that giving over Lydia is the last thing that they should do. Benjamin would do it way more than Henry, because, like I said, Benjamin would actually be the one, like in another story of mine, that would get into a relationship with her in the first place. But Henry would still side. And Rick, he would go along with it, pointing his gun at the gates of Hilltop and saying to Alpha, "You're not getting your daughter," he would quote-unquote her, "back. Never. We know what you've done with her. We know who you are. You are never getting her back. Leave Hilltop and never return, or there's going to be problems." Alpha will not take no for an answer, and she says if she was them, they'd reconsider, and pulls out Luke from the crowd with the Whisperers holding him hostage. Just Luke this time, not obviously no saviors, because they ain't here, but they're alive. Yumiko and Magna, even though it's just Luke and everything, they would still do this regardless, obviously, like they did in the original story, but they obviously don't want to risk Luke's well-being for a girl with this tribe of killers that wear the masks of the walkers and everything. And Rick's like, that can be arranged. And a bunch of guards at Hilltop throw a bunch of spears and bullets and kill every Whisperer in the vicinity, and precisely and within a few seconds aim their guns square at Alpha. So yeah, within the span of a few seconds, Alpha is the only Whisperer left in the area. And she is significantly and completely outgunned and outnumbered, with no Whisperers to back her up. And now, Rick's the one saying that she should reconsider, because now she ain't got nobody to hold hostage because Luke's saved, and she has no one around her to protect her. So, yeah, she isn't getting anywhere. And with this, Alpha, she was crazy, obviously, but she wasn't stupid. So she's obviously not going to stay or try to rebel whenever she is outmanned and outgunned. So for now, with whatever walkers are in the area, she just puts back on her mask and leaves, but not before saying that they just made the biggest mistake of their life. Ironically, the same thing that Negan said before Dale and Tyrese ended up biting the dust. So, yeah, ominous. And Lydia, Alpha is not dead here, and she's not going back. But she isn't going to be the most upset. She's going to be upset that her mother didn't see sense and just, like, give up peacefully. Now she's actually going to try and seek war. And obviously Lydia is going to be back and forth with her emotions. Now we're going to fast forward a little bit here because few major things. Number one, for obvious thing, we are entering a similar plot with my stories. Alpha doesn't get Lydia, which I've done in a handful of stories. I've sort of mix-matched my stories, whether she gets Lydia and they go and fight Beta and do that whole thing, or they end up killing Alpha and all the Whisperers, and then Beta just shows up at the Horde and then that happens. I've done literally handfuls, like, through and through. But it's different now because of one simple thing. Lydia is not taken, but Alpha is alive, and she goes back to see Beta and everybody else, which means that Alpha is going to think of this smart. Instead of Beta rushing in like all my other stories and ultimately, yes, getting a good handful of kills. What if Amy survived specifically? And yeah, that whole deal, even in the original, whenever he became the quote-unquote Alpha. And with that, Alpha says they're going to get Lydia back, but they're going to do it smart. They'll never see him coming. And with that, Ezekiel, the kingdom, the fair, and all that stuff plays out with a much better kingdom, a much better hilltop, and much better communities because of the lessened threat of the saviors, which, again, I've covered before. So, we just get a much more better planned out fair. Everything, and the highwaymen and all that goes the same, for the most part, with a lot of changes. But then we get to Alpha disguising herself with one particular big change. Sasha and Ezekiel being together means that Sasha's gonna be around, and whenever Alpha disguises herself and talks to Ezekiel, Sasha's gonna pick up on the fact that she seems very familiar. I don't know if Sasha would be at Hilltop at the time. It really doesn't matter, all things considered. But Sasha, I know, would feel that something's not right about her. But that thought would pass for the moment. And the people who would get kidnapped by Alpha and the Whisperers and everything leading up to the Pike scene, which is gonna be very, very big, is Rick, Morgan, Daryl, and Yumiko. So, Daryl and Yumiko are the only originals, people from that specific scene, and Rick and Morgan are the extras. And we get a Rick and Alpha dialogue, or beginning up to dialogue, with Alpha taking Rick, specifically, because he's the one who drove her away and killed all her men at the gates, to see her humongous horde. And I once again left it undecided that the horde that they led away in the story from Alexandria would meet Alphas or not, which again really doesn't matter for how I planned the story, but it will make things very interesting if the horde were to get there. And Alpha would basically just say what she said to Rick in the comics and what she said to Daryl in the show. So honestly, nothing really differs here, you know? It would just be the same old Alpha bullcrap. And Rick, I feel, that there would be differences specifically with him because he is a much different Rick. I don't know if I really have to say that, but yeah, he is way different. So the dialogue that he would present towards Alpha in this small moment would be different, but overall the conversation and how Alpha feels and the whole dynamic there, it really wouldn't change at all. Like, at all. So there really isn't too much to talk about here. Alpha preaches her gospel whisperer crap, and Rick just tries to stay cool, calm, and composed because of who he is in the story and in general. And Alpha says that they should have given her Lydia when they had the chance. This is what had to happen, but she leaves that to the imaginations of Rick and everybody else and tells them to go and tells them about the border to the north and about the land and everything. They meet Sadiq by the specific border, and this is where we see the infamous Pike scene, which I said was going to be big. Now, the Pike scene, the last victim, I'm just going to warn you guys, is a little bit of a nod back to my last story. But I'm not going to bring up any further details until we get into the victims, and then I'll explain when we get to the last victim. But overall, the victims as a whole, you guys are going to want to pay attention to. Ken, Adeline, or Addie, Roddy, or Rodney, or however you say his name, Jesus, Richard, Tobin, Deanna, don't think I've ever made her a Pike victim, Olivia, Luke, which I've never really killed past season 11, or ever, probably, Megan, Gregory, who I've never had as a Pike victim, and last but not least, Eastman. Now, this is probably the shortest Pike roster that I've had here, but because of the lessened impact besides the Whisperers killed at the gates and no beta quarrel, the roster, even though we have big characters here, Eastman specifically, from What If Eastman Survived, it's a major moment and turning points because of what's about to happen next. And this is why I said you guys do not want to miss this finale. And at this point, Rick is beyond tired of losing people. Everyone that they've lost and everything like that, this has gone beyond the pale. The Saviors and Dale and everything, that was one thing to turn them all. And what happened with Dale and all that? He tried and tried to just ignore them and keep moving forward, like keep himself in a position where he doesn't have to be a monster. But it's just happened over and over again and again, even getting his own son killed, which again, I feel like a broken record when I say that, but it is a really big moment. But now he says that if those Whisperers want a war, oh, they're going to definitely get one. And now they got to assemble everyone and anyone and literally everyone under the sun for an all-out war with the Whisperers. And the first team that they go to look for is Sherry and the Saviors, who by this point, Sherry has more than gotten the Saviors under her control. If she didn't at first, she definitely would now. And after hearing about Dale's unfortunate demise, that he didn't make it, and then Eastman and everyone with the Whisperers, she does feel very, very upset about this, especially what she did to protect them from the Saviors and everything like that, and how her and Dale both wanted Negan dead and everything. But she did promise Rick and them that she would come to their aid regardless if they ever needed it. And it has been, by this point, over 6 years since they crossed paths. So, yeah, Sherry's definitely not going to say no to this. And with it, the Saviors, literally pretty much all of them, except obviously Simon and Negan are going to join the fight. And Tara, after over 6 years, goes to Oceanside to try and recruit them. Now, Tanya doesn't really like the idea of possibly being teamed up with the Saviors, obviously, even if Negan is dead. And these Whisperers, they don't sound too much better from the looks of things. And after so long, over 6 years of peace, finally getting Oceanside back together, why do they want to jeopardize that now? But Cindy would wholeheartedly disagree with this, because this piece has given them time to learn that the pain and everything in this world now, it doesn't go away, which is what Rick literally just finally learned. And Tara kept her promise for a long time. And she feels that if Tara can honor her promise, they should honor her and fight for her. So it's ultimately like a give to get sort of situation, if you guys get what I mean. So with that, Oceanside has the incentive and the goal to help out Alexandria and everybody else against the Whispers. So now we got all the communities along with the Saviors and Oceanside at their helm. Now with Morgan, we're going to touch upon something very important, which is where this finale takes a big, big, big turn. Morgan, we've seen him with what he's been throughout the entirety of the series. Then he gets to learn Aikido. Then he gets Michonne's sword. He already had that before Aikido. Then he gets the stick and the sword, and then axe and the sword. But here, with Eastman's death and everything finally making Morgan evolve into a true warrior and killer after Eastman, specifically, he actually cuts off the part of his stick, except a small portion, breaks off the entire handle of Michonne's sword, and with this, we now have an axe sword. So it's literally Morgan's renified axe in this series with Michonne's tip of the blade at the end of it. So this is literally the best weapon or combination of weapons that you could give Morgan Jones. So yeah, we're gonna get him really revved up for this finale. And since the Saviors are getting into the fold of this means that Morales is finally going to meet Rick and everybody else again after over pretty much 7 years, to be completely frank with you, because they didn't meet when they did in the original, because Sherry left herself to take care of the Saviors. So Rick and them didn't even know about Morales, and he would hear about Dale and everything else, and it would honestly be a touching moment for Morales to come back and everything. It would be much more nice. And as for the Kingdom, Ezekiel, he wouldn't be broken to fight the Whisperers, but any insecurities or doubt he would feel, Sasha would put to rest, because for one thing, they're together, and for another, Sasha feels that the Kingdom definitely needs to step up, not just for who they've lost and what everybody's fought for, but because she freaking knew that Alpha was, like, she knew that she was bad. She knew that the disguise, that person was bad news. And if she'd known who it specifically was, she would have sniped her straight in the face, problem solved. But she just couldn't trust her gut. She couldn't trust it. Then we get a time skip, we get into training day, and the satellite crash and the fire, which would be significantly undermined, and a similar scene with Rick and Morgan going out to try and find Alpha. But it's not Rick tracking down Morgan like in my What If Rick Exiled Shane the remake, but it's both of them tracking down Alpha. So, we have a much more significant moment here. Now, I feel like I maybe did this twist in one other story, but I feel like it was just What If Rick exiled Shane the remake and the two of them just fought. You could correct me in the comments if you please. But what they don't know is that a dark, big, and merciless shadow is haunting them, or more specifically, hunting them. And they don't even know about it until it's too late. Whenever they're going to the cliff where the Whisperer's camp is, and Alpha would step out, Rick gets stabbed by one of Beta's knives straight in the gut. Morgan whirls around to see this and is very surprised and taken back and goes over to help, but Rick says no. And they would actually know who Beta is here, not because they met him back at the building, because remember, that didn't happen, or even at Hilltop. They would have met him at the camp when they were kidnapped. But Rick knows that this guy is probably Alpha's best fighter. They have to know that by this point. And say that if he's here, Alpha and her army cannot be far behind. And this satellite crash and everything, it's all building up to this moment right here. He will take care of Beta, but Morgan needs to find Alpha. But Morgan just wheels out his axe, sword, stick, slash. It's a 3-weapon combination and it's freaking sick. But honestly, can't really come up with a name for that, really. But anyways, Morgan would pull out his weapon and be like, no. This is exactly the point where he would bring up Woodbury and what happened there, how Rick almost died there, and how he is not going to leave him to his own devices twice, because what if he actually dies here? And Rick said, he won't die. He won't. Morgan should trust him way more than that. He literally took on Tyrese, Eastman, and Dale all at the same time back at Father Gabriel's church, and they've all lived through so much even of Woodbury and everything together. Morgan just needs to have faith in him and let him take care of Beta. He takes care of Alpha and whoever else, and yells at Morgan at this point, similarly to Woodbury's moments, recreating that epic Part 13 moment, telling Morgan, get the frick out of here, find Alpha. And Morgan, even though he is having way too many flashbacks of that specific moment, he's like, he can't argue with Rick. Because remember, he snapped him out of his craziness, and Rick got snapped out of his own. It's really just like, mixed character development. So he just goes to find Alpha. He ain't gonna argue with Rick. He knows where that's gotten him. And Beta, he wouldn't even care. He would call this very stupid by Rick's part, telling his friend with the sick weapon who he would even recognize, why would he make him leave like that? With the both of them, especially with that guy, Morgan with that weapon, which, once again, Beta would definitely recognize. Like, how could he not? Because we all know how Beta was with his weapons and how he got when he fought Daryl. He had that small nod of appreciation. And he would be like, nah, that was stupid. Now you've literally left yourself to die. And Rick, gathering himself, still stabbed in the gut, by the way, begins to stand up and look somewhat almost undamaged and be like, no, that's where you're wrong. And there's one thing that you should definitely never forget about me. One thing that will haunt you right here and now. And Beta, mockingly and angrily, would ask him in a mocking tone, and what is that? Rick would pull out his gun, machete, or whatever melee weapon he would use with the gun, and say, you made the biggest mistake thinking that stabbing me would end me. Because, as you're about to find out, this isn't the first time that I've been impaled. And with that, Rick shoots at Beta, Beta ducks the shot, And this begins Rick and Beta into an epic fight scene, which I don't think that I've ever had the specific two of them fight except in like one story, and that was probably What If Madison's Family Joined Rick. Other than that, never really had them fight. Meanwhile, Morgan finds Alpha, step out of her camp onto the bottom of that cliff, and see Morgan this time instead of Carol, because she's long gone. And would look at him much more mockingly than Carol, because she knows who he is and everything and what he lost, and would even say to him, "You can't do anything to me." And she would know that Beta is most likely near and everything, but she knows that Morgan can most likely not do anything to her from up there. But Morgan, he ain't scared of this taunting or anything. He takes her up on the bluff, shoots both her legs from a long distance with his gun, jumps, literally a long jumping run jump, off the cliff, and sledges his axe straight into Alpha's chest. With that long running jump, and then the axe straight into the chest. But this isn't enough in Morgan's eyes. If he wants to end the Whisperers and their leader and their run and what they've done to Eastman and everybody, a simple freaking running jump, shots to the legs with his gun and everything, that's not gonna do. So he wrenches the axe out of Alpha's chest, whirls around with the Michonne tip, which is no longer the stick, mind you, it's Michonne's sword, whirls around with it and slices Alpha's head clean off, which would be a pretty epic moment from the axe to the sword in a matter of seconds. So yeah, definitely probably my most epic Alpha kill of all time, I have to say. After this, every Whisperer and pretty much the entire Horde would be aware of Morgan's presence at this time, because literally, Morgan just got himself into the field of the Whisperer camp. And this is where every Whisperer, every member of Alpha's crew, and the entirety of the Horde would be aware of, basically the Whisperers only, would be aware of Alpha's death, would call the Horde, and they would be heading straight for Morgan. Now by this point, Morgan is angry still, even after killing Alpha, because Eastman, while probably not meaning as lot to him as the original Eastman story, he still did mean a heck of a lot, don't get me wrong. And he's hungry for more. And this isn't clear Morgan, but it is darkish Morgan, to say the least. And he begins to doubt himself if he can literally take all these Whisperers on and the entirety of the Horde that they saw. But then he remembers, he took out an entire Horde at Woodbury. He can do it again, even if it is bigger. With the way he is now, the way he's developed, and the way he is, Morgan grabs his axe, stick, sword combination of 3-weapon, and whatever gun he would have at his disposal, and literally, in the finest moments of Morgan's character, he would kill and begin to kill and keep killing every single Whisperer, every single Walker, and every remnant of Alpha's camp, army, Horde, and every aspect in any vicinity. Any Walkers that would come by, dead. Any Horde or Whisperer members, dead. Any people that were trying to run away, dead. Morgan would kill them all without going full clear mode. Because that is how much Morgan has developed in this story. Bringing back the part 13 moment, actually it was way past part 13, he took care of that Woodbury Horde, but it would be so much better because of how much bigger the army and the Horde was. Morgan just took care of the Horde in Woodbury, but he'd be taking care of the Horde and the Whisperer army, while Rick and Beta are still fighting. And Rick while he would put up a good fight, he wouldn't be able to get past Beta's brute strength, versatile maneuvers, and just raw up knowing how to fight as a whole, like the way Beta is. But Rick is far from a man who gives up so easily. So he begins to play defensively. When Beta goes for a strike again, Rick, this time, collectively dodges it, scratching his arm, but he still manages to dodge the attack. And right at that moment, he shoots Beta square in the chest twice, and then goes in with his axe to try and go to the neck or the head, or just to finish him off, because he feels like after this long fight that this should definitely finish him off, you know? But because of Beta not encountering anybody, never getting thrown in the staircase, not losing his eyes, and not getting hurt, Beta is in far more of a condition to power through this than you would think. And he is not going to get killed or weakened that much by 2 gunshots. Takes the opportunity, dodges the axe attack, and uses one of his knives and stabs it straight into Rick Grimes' throat. Straight in the middle of it. And with this would be another sick moment and a very upsetting moment to think that Rick Grimes was about to win. He begins to drop down, seemingly about to die, before uttering words that would etch into Beta's mind and everyone's listening. You don't get to choose for the world. You don't get to choose for me. Ones who live line for anyone involved who actually got the reference. And with this, after he says those words, Beta, surprised he could still speak, goes in for a strike, but Rick, right after saying these words, holds his machete right up high, and right after saying this, and Beta going in for the strike, this is all happening very fast, mind you, he holds the machete up high, yells out at the top of his lungs, and plunges the machete straight into Beta's head. And with wasting no time, because he doesn't want to lose here, shoots Beta in the chest, the neck, and the head, symbolizing another familiar moment whenever he killed Martinez back at Morgan's old apartment. Collectively ending the Whisperer threat, and in a very, very sick Rick Grimes way. Keep in mind, Rick Grimes is lucky to have done this because he was stabbed in the gut, wore out from the fight, and he just got stabbed in the neck and literally was still able to kill Beta. But it's not all peaches and cream as you might think. Because of that, the stab in the gut, stab in the neck, the wearing out of the fight, scratches from the knives that Beta had, and putting all his strength into the battle, and that last little bit of adrenaline that he used to kill Beta, Rick just wasted all the strength that he had. And he falls down to the ground, using it all up. And Morgan, literally, by the way, killing every single remnant of the Whisperer army and the Horde once again. He is still bloody tired, mind you, because he isn't clear Morgan, so he's obviously going to feel ramifications from this. He now is snapped back into reality after doing all that, and knows that he had left Rick up there because he wanted him to fight Beta. Now he has to go back up because he's getting worried. And once he gets back up there, running speed, he sees that Rick's on death's door and literally bookets over up top the mountain cliff, and literally bookets over, running as fast as he can, seeing Rick at death's door and Beta on the ground dead. But Rick is still moving. Morgan doesn't care. He's getting back up. He knew he shouldn't have left Rick to his own devices. But this was a Morgan and Sasha, in this kind of scenario. And by this point, Darrow and several others would be aware of everything that's happened with the gunshots, the yelling, the noises, everything, and would ask Morgan, what the freak happened? Seeing Rick on the ground. Morgan would look on the ground, and he really wouldn't know how to answer to this because he wanted to help Rick. He wanted to, but he couldn't listen. He couldn't perk himself up to want to listen to Rick. But before he can say anything or before Daryl can jump on him, Rick summons up every last gasp of air and strength that he can for a final speech towards Daryl and Morgan and says, I did this. It wasn't Morgan's fault. I chose to kill Beta with all I had. And with this, I know that I'm going to die. But at least I know that I died for something. And before I go, to the two of you specifically, and to everyone that I've ever led, I would like to give you both specifically and everyone else my last words. And this would be a weird yet very honest way for Rick to talk in his last moments. Because yeah, sadly that's where we're getting, but I'm not going to rob you of the speech that Rick's about to give. He would tell Daryl of how proud he is of him and the man that he became, all the way back from the Atlanta camp, after Woodbury and the governor, him surviving with him and everyone else surviving up till that point, that Daryl never gave up on Rick. He never gave up on the group, and he kept on going. He never gave up, and he stood by Rick's side. And that he's even sure that his crappy brother Merle and everyone else, they would be proud of the man that Daryl became. And Rick admits he is too. And then he would look at Morgan and everybody else and say he couldn't be prouder to lead an amazing group. That they never gave up on him through thick and thin after he had lost everything. His son, his wife, his best friend. Now his daughter will be fatherless and parentless. But this had to be done. It had to. And says that he's really very sorry that it had to come to this. But something good did come out of it. He got to lead an amazing group of people. They kept Dale and everyone's memories alive for as long as they could. And now, he thinks he's finally found his true family. And with that, Rick dies. He falls to the ground and is no more. Everyone in the area, more than Dale, would start bawling because it is freaking Rick Grimes. And I've never killed Rick Grimes, ever. Except for in my What If Shane Killed Rick and very few small sub-stories, like What If Rick's group died at the CDC, but that's beside the point. Rick is now dead. And this is where the story takes the darkest turn, and this is the most significant moment in the entire story. Morgan is the only one that doesn't cry. The second that Rick Grimes dies, Morgan's mind completely melts away. His eyes are turned blood red. And he is feeling the malice of 1,000 furious men. His clear mode has resurfaced. Rick's rage and Dale's rage pale in comparison to the monster that Morgan is now devolving into. His eyes, he had lost Rick, his son, his wife, Eastman, Dale, everyone that Morgan cared about. It's now gone. And with how Morgan is, nothing is going to stop him from what happens next. Morgan's and the story's most pivotal and darkest moment. The second after Rick Grimes dies, Morgan's eyes turn a blood red. He grabs his axe, sword, stick weapon, and begins murdering every single person in the area. I'm talking every one of the saviors, every one of the kingdom, Daryl, Beth, every single person, he would literally murder them unstoppably. And after that, Morgan wouldn't stop. No part of Morgan is now there. It is just a bloodlusted, furiously driven, clear mode man on a killing spree, killing everyone in Alexandria, the Hilltop, the Kingdom, the Sanctuary, Oceanside. Nothing could stop him because Morgan had nothing left. Rick dying was the ultimate consequence for this story and for Morgan, and no one would want to fight back against him. Everyone would be so heartbroken at Rick Grimes' death and everyone's deaths. They wouldn't want to fight Morgan. They would have no urge to. Morgan would just be unstoppable, and with no communities to combat them, the Reapers and the Commonwealth would be the tipping point that finally kill and break Morgan's killing streak. After literally rampaging through bunches of communities, unstoppable and clear mode, Morgan would finally die to the Reapers and the Commonwealth. And with no communities to stop them, the Reapers and the Commonwealth would have a war. But neither side would win. It would be a stalemate. And with that, neither side would actually rule overall. It would be nothing. And even if there were surviving members, it wouldn't matter. There would be no leader. There would be no one to take up the rule. No community, besides the CRM and obviously other communities that would be left unknown, obviously, would have any kind of control in this on this part of the story because of what Morgan and Rick and everything just did. The world would literally belong to walkers. Morgan's killing spree, Rick's death, it would ultimately lead to death, to darkness, to rampage, which ultimately proves that Rick's death here means more than anything. And yeah, I said that the finale would be very pivotal, and I meant every single word of it. But after that, after the zombies, the walkers would rampage the world. After the wars, the killings, the blood spree, Morgan, Rick, everything just goes dark. Like it was all a dream. And then we begin to see flashes of a farm, of a familiar terrain, and then Dale Horvath at Herschel's farm. Turns out this was all in Dale's head, and Dale, he doesn't know what to think. Experiencing all of this, he sits outside at Herschel's farm. It's night. He's outside looking at a rotting corpse of an animal. And at that moment, all of that big plot and everything that happened, that flashed in his head, he can't believe what he just witnessed and saw in his head. How it happened. It was just so random. Him surviving, people surviving, and then dying? Him surviving led to that? To all of these people's deaths. His own, Eastman's, Tyrese's, Andrea's, Shane's, Rick's, Morgan's, all of these people, these groups, these communities. And all because of him? Of his survival. And Dale, he is thinking so much about what just went on in his head that he doesn't see
a very familiar walker appear behind him, and it tackles him to the ground and begins to bite and claw at him. But this time, Dale doesn't want to fight. He now sees a different side of the story and himself. Him surviving, it ultimately meant a much darker story. Him surviving, it didn't help anything. Sure, it made a lot of people survive, but he didn't get to live till the end. Heck, even more people died. Rick Grimes and his best friend Morgan most of all. And that if he dies here, it ultimately might make things better. And in ultimate terms, it sounds twisted, but on a side of things, Dale seems that Dale just says to himself that this is how it has to be. And when everyone, familiar faces, Daryl, and everyone there, finally collecting himself back to that moment after Randall was cut free because of Carl's stupidity, and everyone sees Dale about to die and Daryl's about to put out his lights, Dale begins to open his mouth and groan slightly as if he's about to say something. Because even he knows that he's about to die because he wanted it to happen. But Andrea, before Daryl's about to do it, says that, no, he's about to say something. And Dale says, with the last of his strength, do not lament my absence. Do not kill yourselves and lose yourselves over me. Don't let your humanity and your pride get lost because of the people that you lose. And even if you lose people, don't lose sight of who you are. And don't let anybody choose your lives for you. Remember me and everyone you lose, but don't lose yourselves. And with that, nobody knows what to think of this and is very sad, but bang, the shot goes off.
So as you can see, Dale surviving ultimately would just be a figment of his own mind. Him thinking with his moral compass and his guide to the entirety of the group at the time would somehow help, but ultimately it would lead to a bunch of disastrous moments, including the death of not only himself, not only his character change, not only the death of the people that he cared most about, but of Rick Grimes, and Morgan would be in an unkillable mode, at least until the Reapers in the Commonwealth would eventually put him and anybody else who would oppose them out of their miseries before an all-out war would ensue, and almost the entirety of the Walking Dead world would be shadowed in walkers and darkness. Ultimately, Dale surviving, even if it would be a figment of his imagination, which is really something that I bet would anger a lot of you guys, or has. But ultimately, it felt like a great conclusion, especially after Rick's death, which I've never done before in any stories except little short ones, and then what if Shane killed Rick. But honestly, with the way the story went and how it played into a factor of not only Rick and Dale, but everybody else, it truly felt like, even if it went to an overall dark ending, it wasn't truly an ending. If you think about it, my What If The Walking Dead Was a Dream, that's gonna be a Walking Dead rewrite, you could call this a hint of that in the form of Dale surviving the remake. Ultimately, he would see himself as the greater problem through his vision before he would meet his demise and get gutted by the walker that Carl really was stupid enough not to just kill. But ultimately, Dale accepted his fate this time and knew that if he were to live, his vision would become a reality and everyone would suffer for it. Even though the original story holds towards many of the characters still dying, even if there's different ways. It's still in, I'm sure, Dale's mind, your guys' mind, and my own, is a much better story and end off, and continuing theme, rather than the story and vision we got from Dale. So, this all might have happened if Dale survived, or if Dale had a vision of himself surviving. Now, I truly hope that you guys enjoyed the story. Jesus, this is my longest story to date, for sure. I definitely put way more work into this than I thought. And when I reached that dark ending, I originally thought that the series was going to be over. And then, I continued on with the plot twists, and I found that there was more to the story than I gave it credit for, and I got deeper and deeper and deeper in. And once we reached this point, after months of work and real-life situations, and then I got to this point, it brought me back to when I did What If Goku went Super Saiyan 4 against Jackie Chun, where I made it a dark ending and it was a really long project, just like this one. But it wasn't just due to the dark ending, it was because of how long it was for the dark ending. But I would have made the Dale series survival remake either way had I done that dark remake all the way back in part 13. So, ultimately, it was good enough, so I'm not gonna get rid of the entire series. And I really hope that in the end, dream, vision, or anything, that you guys enjoyed it for what it was. And that you accept how the story revolved and how Dale saw himself as a character. Now, the next story will not be as long, no siree Bob, but it will focus on another character, getting his time to shine in the form of Merle Dixon. What if Daryl died instead of Merle, making Merle the new Daryl Dixon? Now, I've done Merle themes before. What if T-Dog never dropped the key? What if Merle met Negan? Which there's going to be a remake to that really, really soon. And it's not like there's not going to be more Merle-themed videos, but What If Daryl Died Instead of Merle will be the next story, and it will definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, not be as long as this story went to be. I truly hope that you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys for the start of What If Daryl Died Instead of Merle next time. I'll see you guys later.